announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. You pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife. And he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my Twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut, except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dog looks like. That's
Boys, girls, and MDs of all shapes, all sizes, all colors, and all orientations. Welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter, coming to you on a beautiful sunny day in Midwestern Ohio. Temperatures warming up. No more snow, thank God. We had no snow last year. We had too much of it this year, and I'm over it. So, finally starting to warm up out there, which is nice. Welcome in, everybody. Indeed, how are we living? Hello, Lady Nova. Hello, Queen Laura. Free Tempest, Ripper Moose, Silly Rose, Atlas, all the good folks of the chat, both site chat and YouTube chat. Don't forget to like the stream if you haven't already. It does help more than you realize. It does help with algorithm shenaniganery and analytics and whatnot. Let me zoom in a little bit. I did finally get my camera problem figured out just before I started. I was like thinking, and I was Googling stuff, and suddenly it occurred to me. This is not an interesting story, so I'll keep it short. Recently, my computer broke, and I couldn't figure out why it wouldn't turn on. And a friend of mine suggested it was the power supply, which it was indeed the power supply. So I had to unplug everything from my computer. While everything was unplugged and I had the computer's skeletals showing, I decided to dust it, put in the new power supply, plugged everything back in, but I did not plug everything back into the same place, because that's difficult to do. So I had the camera plugged into a different spot, a different USB port, and apparently the camera doesn't like that USB port very much, so I switched it, and it's been working fine. I had it on since before I got in the shower, and just so I could come back to it and make sure that it was still working. And lo and behold, it's still working. So we're good, is the point. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the tunes. I have been watching Game Grumps play Sonic Adventure 2 because they've been releasing episodes of that. It's been fun. It's funny because I do love the game. But the more I play it, the more I realize that, like, it is not well made. And I can understand why people don't like it. I think there was a lot of potential for more. I think the Chow Garden, despite its popularity, could have been a ton better. I'm ashamed of myself for getting into gacha games lately. What are gacha games again? I forget the exact definition. I know, sort of. Free-to-play mobile role-playing games with an emphasis on team building and player improvisation. Lady Nova, you've got to get off League of Legends. No one still wants your money. That's all of them. Unless you're an indie developer. Indie developers can get it. I'm too OCD to use different ports from usual. I just don't care. Whatever works. I can't decide if gacha is worse than League of Legends. I think League of Legends is just so addicting. At the very least, here's what I'll give them. You gotta hand it to League of Legends. It is free. So, like, and when I say free, I don't mean free in the sense that, like, oh, you can pay to get ahead. Like, it's easier to pay for champions, right? Just to unlock them all. That is faster, but I think it's fair the way they do it, you know? They start, and to be frank, there are so many champions anyways that, like, you're overwhelming people if you just have them all unlocked at the start. I think it's completely fair and justifiable to keep as many unlocked as they, or to keep as many locked as they do. And then if you want to try a new one, you can be like, oh, well, I'll try this guy, and then unlock them. And try them out and see if you like them. You know? I think that it's a fair system. It's probably the best of any free-to-play game that I've seen. Alongside Rocket League, I'll say. Because Rocket League is much the same. Immediately accessible. You can pay for skins and visuals and whatever, but you don't have to, you know? I do think it's stupid that you have to pay for like different bodies in Rocket League, because that does matter. Like the body shape does matter in Rocket League. So that's the one point that I'll take off. If you like a specific body shape, which most people use the, I forget what it's called, but like the, hold on, most popular body in Rocket League. The Octane. Which I think is free anyway, so it doesn't matter that much, but still. Also, something I fucking hate about Rocket League is when you first start the game, the controls suck. They suck ass. And not only the controls, the camera sucks ass. Like, it's way too zoomed in. The angle is shit. You have to fix all of it before you can play the game properly. I had to remap all of the controls. And every time I go to play Rocket League with somebody else at like their house or something, which is not often, granted, but like let's say that I go visit my brothers and they want to play Rocket League, I have to remap the controls every time. Because the controls, the default controls are garbage. But yeah, I hope you're all doing well today. I've been feeling much better lately. I thought about making an announcement, but it's not that exciting. Basically, for like the past few months, I've been off of Adderall. The reason being, I thought maybe instead of being ADHD, I was bipolar. And my mom recommended this medication called Auvelity. And I got that. The Auvelity was not helping. Like, at all. So I stopped taking that. After a couple months, and I finally got back on the Adderall a couple days ago, and I've been doing so much better. I got so much done since then. I got on Sunday. What did I do on Sunday? I'm trying to remember. I went shopping. It was the big thing. I also got some dishes done, which isn't big, but it's something. I got all my homework done, which is also pretty big. I feel like I did something else and I can't remember. What's it called? I tried Abilify and it was horrible. Yeah, different strokes, right? Auvelity. It's mainly for depression, but my mom swore up and down that it would help me, and it did not. So it's not for bipolar people. So even if I am bipolar, which I might still be, I'm gonna try like something else. I'm not gonna jump straight to lithium, but I don't know. I tried, what's the one called? I can't remember what it's called, but I tried this one for a while, but it made me too jittery. I couldn't sit still long enough. Not Vyvanse. That's ADHD. Vraylar. Vraylar, that's what it's called. I tried Vraylar. And it did not work. Or no, sorry. I take that back. It did work. The Auvelity didn't work. The Vraylar worked great. Like, I have never had such a quiet brain in my life. I was like, oh my god, this is great. I felt like I could organize my thoughts and think about the things that I needed to and focus on the things that I wanted to. Like, it made my brain quiet, which is not something I'm used to. The only drawback was that it made me restless, like really restless. So I couldn't sit still. I felt the impulse to like constantly, it was like restless leg, if you've ever had restless leg, except all over my body. And I couldn't handle it. So the benefits were great, the drawbacks were too much. I thought I could get used to it, but I just never did. Yeah, RLS is very shitty. I've had it temporarily in the past. So I finally switched back. The bottom line being, I finally switched back to Adderall. I think I'm doing much better. Oh yeah, I also spent all day yesterday arguing on Twitter. I was doing such a good job. I stayed off of Twitter for months. Months, and then finally I went back to it yesterday, and I just could not stay off of it. So now I'm in the middle of a bunch of arguments again. I had a couple of banger posts, though. I thought about talking about this today, but I'm not sure. Oh, I can't play the video. I'll get in trouble. I thought about talking about this. These guys... Hold on, I'm gonna fix These guys who go around trying to like catch predators, you know, like child predators. They're trying to be Chris Hansen, but they're not Chris Hansen, and they're just using it as an excuse to assault people in public. So this got a little bit of traction. This specific organization is called Dads Against Predators, and they've been in legal trouble, and they even had one guy get killed. So, good stuff. You tell me to quit Twitter yet? To quit League, get your own Twitter. Listen, if I'm addicted to heroin, sorry, let's just say that if I'm addicted to heroin and I tell you that you should stop taking meth, that doesn't make me a hypocrite, or I might maybe a hypocrite, but it still makes me correct. You're appealing to hypocrisy. It doesn't mean I'm wrong. It just means that I'm a hypocrite. That thing where you bounce your leg? No, so that is when you bounce your leg, that's not restless leg. Restless leg is a literal like if you think about, so people who shake their legs usually when, like I'm doing it right now, usually when you think about it, you can stop, right? And you might mindlessly start doing it again, but you don't actually feel like any kind of way about it. You're just kind of passively doing it. Restless leg syndrome is terrible. It is a literal impulse that you basically can't control. Like you can, but it gets so overwhelming, like you feel it in your leg. You feel like the neurons firing in your leg, like screaming at you to move it. Even if you're, like, usually it's a problem when you're trying to sleep. I'm just fucking with you, Lady Nova. It's all good. But yes, I guess I'm a little bit of a hypocrite.
Oh, please.
No, you can't play this. It literally just automatically played. That's crazy. Thank you, Twitter. It's great. It's great since Elon took over. I have no problems with it whatsoever. We should get started here in a second. We do have call-ins at 7 p.m. as per the announcement. Actually, let me post something on my YouTube page real quick just to remind people. Call-ins tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern time. Not Easter time, Eastern time. Go to my Discord. Join. Invítame. How long away is that? It's about an hour and 20 minutes. Oh, real quick before we get started with the segments, I've been seeing a lot of actually, don't change that tab. I've been seeing a lot more activity from a guy named Sen's Rules, if you guys know that guy. I should bring him on sometime. He's so fun. I haven't talked to him in forever. So Sen's Rules got real popular on TikTok for his Joker impersonation. And Hassan Piker just recently... Here, hold on. Before I trust him, but I still want to be safe. Hassan Piker recently reacted to him. Where's it at? Here we go. This is Sen's Rules.
And another thing. Every day that wokeness is not reinstated in this country, people will DEI. Starting tonight. I'm gonna obey them my word.
And then Hassan just sits there in silence and scrolls as he does. I kind of miss his streams. I used to be a huge Hasanabi head. I don't know if you guys knew that. Before I started streaming on my own, and before I was even a Vosh fan, I was Hassan head. 100% die-hard Hassan fan. And I still am. I've been warming up to him again. Especially with the Ethan Klein drama going on. I've been warming back up to him. He's not perfect, but he's doing his best. I do believe that he is trying. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lady Nova. The Eurocucks got it rough tonight. I thought about... Okay, so I thought about doing, like, a regular call-in stream, like, every month or something. Because I gotta fix the tiers on my subscriptions. Because I haven't been, like, first of all, I don't really get tier 3 and 4 subs. So, like, I want to change, like, the rewards to see if I can get people to subscribe to those tiers. And I thought a really good tier 4 or 3 sub reward is, what if I make it so that you can jump the line on call-in streams? You know, you get priority. That'd be kind of cool, right? Like, tier 3 and 4 subs get priority, and then everybody else gets to jump in. That's just one idea I've got floating around in the old noggin. I think ideally you should also vet people. Pfft, nah. What could go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Listen, I've got a kill switch, okay? I got a kill switch. His own version of Disney Fast Pass. Listen, the people who... We live in a capitalist system, okay? I've got to participate. I have to. There is no, ethical consumption under capitalism or whatever. And that also applies to people who sell shit, I guess. What a coincidence, I got a prescription of Concerta/methylphenidate and I'm wondering if I should start it. I mean, if it's prescribed by your doctor, I would say yeah. I also thought about, on that note, since we're talking about prescriptions and such, there's somebody that I have in my playlist. If we have time, I'll go over them. But it's this conservative psychiatrist. Oh, for those who don't know, I am in the process. I'm in school right now. I'm almost done with my last official class, and then I have to do clinicals. But my last class is almost done. It's done this week. And I'm in school again for getting my psych nurse practitioner license. So I thought about gearing my channel a little bit toward reviewing some of these some of these dumbasses in psych care who say that like he's literally got a video called "You Can Cure Your Own Depression," and I just think that's really stupid. Obviously, there are things you can do to help your depression, but if you understand the brain as a physical organ of the body in which chemical processes take place, which it is, sometimes you just cannot help your own depression by yourself. Sometimes you need an intervention. It'd be like saying you can, like, restart your own heart when you have a heart attack, dumbass. Like, what are you talking about? The heart's a muscle. Just contract it, dumbass. Forehead? What? Just contract the heart and make it beat again. What do you mean you had a heart attack? Heart attacks are fake, idiot. Just cure your own heart disease. You'd never say that. Depression is complicated. It can come and go. But I agree. It's so poorly understood. The more you study mental health conditions, like, the more you learn that you can't learn. You know what I mean? Like, we have no idea how antidepressants work for the most part. We have guesses, but they're all just guesses. Brain is the most poorly understood organ in the entire body by far. I guess you might say that, Citrus. That's true. Conservative psychiatrist is an oxymoron. I mean, my mom's a psych NP and she's conservative, so, you know, I have a complicated relationship with her. For the most part, it's been good lately. She treats her patients very well, even trans patients. Like, she respects their pronouns and everything. But she voted Trump, so, like, we just don't really talk about politics very much. It's complicated. I think you can do a lot of good things as a psychiatrist, even if you are a conservative, but you will be a much better psychiatrist and have a much better understanding of, like, being a progressive person can only help you in psychiatry. Let's just put it that way. It can only help you, and being a conservative can only hurt you. You can technically be a conservative and a good psychiatrist, but you'd be much better off being a progressive. Anyway, we got to get started because we only have a little over an hour before I have to start call-ins. And if you hear singing in the background, that's my lovely wife preparing dinner for us. Don't comment. Okay. I think psychiatry is by its nature conservative. What? No. What are you talking about, Queen Laura? I disagree entirely. I don't even know what that means. What do you mean? I have to get to the bottom of this. I have a lot of respect for you and your opinions, but I think that one is incorrect. Psychiatry is about fixing the problem with pills. I disagree. 1000% disagree. In psychiatry, as a psych NP, we have to also study non-pharmaceutical or non-pharmacological solutions to problems. All right? And we learn a lot about, like, the inner workings of the brain. And, you know, there are things that we strive to fix, like depression is something to fix, right? Anxiety is something to fix. ADHD is something to cope with in a society that's not catered to people with ADHD. So we find ways to cope with that. Same with autism, you know, and medications should supplement the overall treatment, with the goal being to maximize your standard of living. And unfortunately, since I can't change all of society to be more accommodating to autistic people overnight, the best I can do is prescribe medications and non-pharmacological treatments and referrals. Every single psychiatrist I have had has been pill happy and provided literally zero other help. Okay, see a psych NP next time. I am a believer that nurse practitioners are generally more progressive and holistic in nature than strictly doctors. I think there is a fundamental problem in the education, like the MD education specifically. I think DO is a little bit better, but MD specifically, there's a big problem with, like, just going through the textbook, prescribing, like, throwing pills at you and calling it a day. I do think there's a problem with that. So I hear you, but see a psych NP and see if you think the same thing. Okay, we need to get started. So, trans people, they are famous for taking this thing called gender affirming healthcare, right? Or needing it, rather. It's not, gender affirming healthcare is not exclusive to trans people, but that is largely the demographic that benefits the most from it. And it's come under fire recently because of the Trump administration and their gross, disgusting hatred of trans people, queer people in general, but especially trans people, calling them groomers, taking away their rights to healthcare and all that. So what I want to do today is I came across this on Twitter and I wanted to go over it. Bill Maher, known liberal, decides to debate gender affirming care with this guy named John Lovett. And I've heard of John Lovett. I've never looked into him very much, but if he's debating Bill Maher, I have to assume he's the good guy here. So, John Lovett and Bill Maher talk trans rights. We have it's a 4-part video here, and we're just going to go through it and see what this is all about. And I'll give my input.
Talk about it, but I got to go. I got to my card that says trans. Let's talk about it.
But I got to go soon.
Let's do 5 minutes.
Okay.
Other countries have national health services. The Democratic position is leave it up to parents, doctors. Just leave. It's not the government's decision. That's the Democratic position. What's wrong with that position? Joe Biden.
Well, the Democratic position in this state, the school has the right to hide it from the parents. That is something that is not.
That has never been a thing. And I'm sure that Lovett is going to say that as well. But that nobody has ever said that trans people should hide their transness from their parents unless they are afraid of their parents abusing them, which is a real fear. Okay, I think in an ideal world we wouldn't have to hide that. Okay, there are some kids that have to hide the fact that they're getting cancer treatments from their religious parents. That's a real thing. Not as common, but it is. Okay, there are some. I mean, let's take a more common one. Kids that hide the fact that they got vaccinations. Okay. Your parents might punish you for that if you're a super religious parent. If you have super religious parents who think that everything can be cured by God, they might call it sacrilegious to get a vaccine. That's a real thing. So yeah, I think in some circumstances it is fine to hide it from your parents. I don't think that's ideal, but if your child is trans and you're the last to find out about it, that might be a you problem. If my child hid something from me that I felt I had the right to know, first of all, I don't even know if I am comfortable saying that I have the right to know. You know what I mean? Children have the right to privacy. They don't have to share everything with me once I have kids. But if they feel the need to hide from me that they're trans, I see that as a failure on my part because my children weren't comfortable coming out to me. That's embarrassing. That's a failure on the part of the parent. So if your kid's hiding from you the fact that they're trans, maybe there's a you problem. That you should work on yourself.
Going to go well with the average voter. And again, I'm not even a parent, and I get it. Mm-hmm. Okay? I think the governor here used the word snitch. If I'm wrong, I didn't say it. So I think I read that.
There are delicate problems here. But wait. There's
snitches get stitches.
And there's a delicate problem where you have a kid, all right, who is either non-binary or trans, who feels scared.
And by the way, there actually was as I said earlier in the stream, I am in school right now getting my psychiatric nurse practitioner license. I'm in my final class. I have some clinicals to do after that. I'm hoping in about a year I'll have my license. But there is a question. It is a board question. If you have a 17-year-old child who, when both the parent and the child are in the room, and both of them sign off and say that the child has the rights to their own private health care, okay? If the dad calls about something related to, let's say the child says that they're trans, and the dad calls the healthcare and says, what's this all about? The healthcare provider is legally not even allowed to give information to the dad because they signed the waiver saying that the child has the rights to privacy, okay? So there are instances where, it's literally not ethical or legal to tell the parents about things that the children confide in you. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Scared at home, feels unsafe at home. Those things
do
happen in the world. There are things that happen in the world.
They
do. For the most part, that's not what we're talking about. For the most part, what we're talking about is a teenager. They have a gender dysmorphia. So what they feel like is that they feel deeply unhappy, depression, all really rampant.
Yes,
and they go to their parents.
They feel that, and then they blame it on the thing that has been put in their mind way too much, that it may be because of you're in the wrong body, to put it probably wrongly, but
Sure.
that we understand what that means. Okay. Now, it could be that case. When Trump said there's only two sexes, again, pendulum swinging way too far to stupidity. Okay. Obviously, sex is more complicated than just two sexes. There are people
glad he
who
recognizes that at least.
absolutely are, quote unquote, in the wrong body. But when you're a kid, even a teenager, and you're that confused about everything and you have no idea.
The thing is, they say that like kids and teenagers who are trans are confused. Kids and teenagers who are trans might be the least confused people about their gender identity in the entire world. Like they understand their bodies so well that they are, or not their bodies, their brains so well, right? And what they want their body to look like, that they are willing to go against the grain of society, who all their lives have been telling them, well, this is what you're supposed to do. This is what you're supposed to do. They're willing to go against that because they know this is not right for me. Trans people are some of the most certain people in their gender identity that I've ever seen. Okay? Take it from a guy who's tried cross-dressing and doesn't enjoy it. I've tried it. It's fine. I don't mind it, but it's not my style. I like dressing and presenting as masculine. Okay? I guarantee you that most grown men my age have never attempted cross-dressing. They've never even explored their sexuality like I have. Okay? Try the dress on. Maybe you'll like it. You know, it's not a bad thing to explore your gender identity and figure out what works for you. And trans people generally have already done that. They're not confused.
And you're upset for many.
It's everyone
other
around
reasons.
them who's confused.
The idea that they put it. Let me just finish.
I'm not saying it.
I know. I could see you are ready. I could see you pulling back the bow. The fact that they put this in their head too much. That's my thing. There's a default setting for humans, male and female, but there are variations. That's absolutely true. Some people are attracted to people of their own sex, and some people are actually
Sex
in
spectrum.
the quote
I
unquote
agree.
wrong body, and that does happen. But
I hesitate to call it the default. Just I'm nitpicking a little bit. I don't like calling it the default. It's just kind of weird language. It's more rare to be on a different place on the sex spectrum than male and female. I'll concede to that.
the amount that they emphasize this, I compared it once on my show to entrapment.
So
See, there you go.
I disagree. I'm sorry. Is that not the end? Is it?
No,
I
but
thought entrapment had a period at the
end. Could I
end.
explain it?
Yes,
though?
explain. I mean, I think we all get it, but yeah, explain it. Entrapment.
I don't think everybody does get it.
Okay, explain it.
Okay. Well, what is entrapment? Entrapment is when you
explain
suggest something to people that they weren't ordinarily going to do. I used the example of after 9/11. The FBI got caught basically entrapping some people, which is what they went to people who were excuse me, I'm not done.
Right, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. Honestly,
And
that was
you're-
rude.
and you're
That
a
was
ho-
rude. That was rude. Bill, finish. You're explaining how
gotta read
being
the-
trans is like being recruited into Al Qaeda.
True. Okay, let's keep going. I'm interested. I am actually interested to
it's
hear
not
where Bill
true,
Maher's
but-
going with this.
Right.
You didn't even let me get through the
You're
thing.
right.
And now I got to go.
You're just gonna leave? We're in the middle of a debate.
Yeah. No. Okay. I'll finish this. Entrapment. Like, okay, so they go to somebody. They go to a group of guys. They did this in a group of poor black guys in Miami, and were unhappy with America. And hey, wouldn't it be great if we blew up the Sears Tower in Chicago? And these guys didn't even have a gun. And it's like, yeah, I hate America, or I got problems with America. That does sound kind of cool. And hey, well, we can get you the explosives.
The social
entrapment.
contagion.
You put an idea in people's heads that wouldn't have been there otherwise. Do I think in most of America they did that in schools?
Okay, my question for anybody who thinks this is, could I trans you? Could I plant the idea into your head and make you trans? How about Bill Maher? Do you think Bill Maher could be trans with enough social influence? Do you think that he's susceptible to that? Do you think he'd admit to being susceptible to that? You know? Because if that's the case, I mean, that's a bold admission. Maybe you're trans, Bill Maher, if that is true, you know? If you are, this doesn't work like this, okay? If somebody puts the idea of transness into your head and that makes you think, maybe I'm trans, maybe you're trans. Like, maybe that's, like, if I'm going by Occam's razor here, that seems like the simplest solution to me. Maybe you're just trans. Maybe that's, is that even possible, you know? Like, I'm just saying.
I don't. But I think in enough far left places, they did
Yeah, and great point, Queen Laura. Like, all of the media that exists is cis and cis-centered. Like, the amount of media that actually portrays transness is very fleeting. You know, it's a little bit, and granted, like, unlike other forms of queerness, like being gay or lesbian, it is a little bit more difficult to portray transness, but it is possible. One Piece did it phenomenally, not at first. They were very offensive at first, but Eiichiro Oda, my Lord and Savior, did learn his lesson, and in the Wano segment of One Piece had a wonderful depiction of a trans woman named Kiku, and a wonderful depiction of a trans man named Yamato/Odin. So, you know, it is possible. And you just don't see that a lot. You really don't see that a lot. It's all cis media and straight media.
Constantly have this idea in the minds of children that maybe you're not in the right body. I mean, the New England Journal of Medicine advocated for taking sex off of a birth certificate, I believe. Your assigned sex.
Why does the government need to know my sex? There's no reason. They don't need to know what dangles between my legs. There's no reason for that.
Assigned.
Yeah.
You're assigned.
I think that's right.
I was assigned it by my dick, okay, when I was born. Yes, and again, to tell kids it doesn't always have to be and isn't always the default setting, but that's a different mentality than they put in the minds of kids. And that's why...
Oh, yeah. I'll take any excuse I can to talk about One Piece, Lady Nova, or Queen Laura, sorry. Emporio Ivankov that was kind of the middle section where Oda was starting to get his footing on what it means to be trans and what's acceptable presentation of trans people. I think Emporio Ivankov is an excellent example. Alongside Bentham, aka Mr. Tu Bonclay. Both of those are fantastic portrayals of queerness. I think that I can understand why some people would find Emporio Ivankov slightly problematic, but it's very flashy. It's very showy. She's a drag queen, you know? He, she, they, drag queen. And I think that it's a fine representation of that. Anyway.
This debate goes on.
I love One Piece.
The fact that you think, or a lot of people on the left think that even if you just have this debate, it makes you a bigot. You just have to roll over. You asked about the Biden administration. That was their position. If you even question this, you're some sort of a bigot. This is new science, and it has to do with children. It's not going to look good in the future, that position.
Can I just respond to something?
Now you can.
Now I can respond? All right. Can you just All right. Let's just do there's a
piece.
lot. You definitely said your piece.
Just say your bullshit while I'm in the bathroom.
Just stay here for 1 second.
Right. Okay, I'm kidding.
Unbelievable.
I'm kidding.
All right, no, I know. A lot of things there. First of all,
he's so funny and quirky and likable.
This is going to sound confrontational.
Say your bullshit while I'm in the bathroom.
For a long time, people said, oh, older gay people are recruiting kids to be gay.
Yep.
And they wouldn't really be gay. It was they were being recruited, they were being groomed. That was the conservative position. The Christian right position for a long time was the reason you didn't want to have gay teachers is they're going to recruit. That the gay lifestyle is going to look so enticing.
It's all recycled language.
That it's going to bring these poor defenseless boys, mostly boys, into the gay lifestyle and destroy their lives. But of course that wasn't true. Really, all gay teachers were an example.
Right.
Right?
Okay. We should normalize that things can be problematic and based. Yeah, some people find Yamato's presentation problematic. Like, I don't understand that. I guess, like, he doesn't represent all trans men or even most of them because he's a very feminine presenting person. You know, he still has very large breasticles and a curvaceous body and a high-pitched voice. But in my opinion, his attitude and demeanor are all very masculine. And you don't have to change your body in order to be trans. You know, you can go your whole life loving who you are. You know, let's say you're a person who was born with a penis and balls and you grow up like hairy and grow a beard and you still want to, like most people, this isn't common, but you can still refer to yourself as a woman and present and act dress and act like a woman and consider yourself a woman. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, bearded ladies exist, even bearded cis ladies. So my point is like, yeah, I agree. I agree with what you're saying, Citrus, is that, you know, even if there are problematic elements, it can still be based for the most part.
There are a few examples.
Why is it so quiet?
getting older and realizing that they shouldn't have transitioned. That
Correct.
happens. It's real. That's real.
Yeah, more than a few.
But there are also really important surgeries that people
What
get
are the
for their
numbers,
heart,
Bill?
and they go wrong,
Pull
and
'em up.
somebody dies. And nobody says we must stop the cardiologists. No one says we must stop the
Wow.
surgeons.
This is a very important point. It is not a neutral decision to let a child go through their natural puberty. Okay, that's not neutral. That is putting the ideology that cisness is the default and transness is bad over the health and safety of a child. Natural puberty is still being inducted with hormones, the same hormones that you would be inducted with artificially if you were trans. So, it's my point is doing nothing is not neutral, and we need to consider the other side of that equation. Yes, there is a regret rate, but it is, first of all, exceedingly low. And second of all, even if it were like 49%, that means that 51% of trans people are happy with how they look. Okay? And I would still be, like, even given the full benefit of the doubt, if the regret rate were 49%, okay? That still means that more trans people than not are happy with their fucking care. I still think in that case we should improve, and I still think now that we should improve the care. Okay? We should always be making advances in care. All right? And that helps detrans people as well, by the way. Okay? Grifters won't tell you this. You'll never hear this from the right, but trans care helps detransitioners as well. Because if you decide that, you want to go back to, let's say that you get a breast reduction, because you're trans-mask, and you decide later, I'm not trans-masked anymore, I want my breasts back. Research into trans care and implants, will help that person get their breasts back. Trans care helps everybody. It helps everybody.
We say,
That's your analogy?
Well, my analogy is only that wait, let me finish.
I'm just...
Can I finish?
Yes.
Is
You're
it my
so
turn to talk?
smart, Bill. He's so
You're right.
smart.
And what you say is, let's make sure that this version of it is being practiced well. We don't get rid of the specific surgery. We don't throw out a whole field of medicine. We say, let's make sure we're doing it in a way that's healthy. The science, the research, makes clear that, yes, there are exceptions. Yes, there are people practicing it in ways that maybe go too far. But for the most part, study after study shows that gender-affirming care saves... Wait, I'm talking. It's
true.
my turn. I was so quiet for so long after I interrupted
Well,
a
you
few
weren't,
times.
but okay.
But once I stopped talking, boy, I was good at it. And that gender-affirming care saves a lot of lives. And the truth is, we talk about these edge cases, talk about athletes, talk about locker rooms, but for the most part, what we're talking about is a very small group of people that just want the opportunity to live and express themselves. And there is a war on that group of people from the right to make salient extreme cases, edge cases, not for the purposes of stopping those, but for doing what the Trump administration is doing entirely, which is stopping all gender-affirming care altogether and making trans people fucking nervous when they have to pee at the airport, right?
Beautifully
Which is
put.
the end result of all this.
And of course, that's awful, and I agree with all that, except the part about the studies. There was a very big story this year. It was in the front page of the New York Times.
So we're going from studies to one story. Okay.
A woman, I forget her name, and she had done, like, it was a 10-year study, did not release it.
Okay, so we are talking about a study. We'll see.
On purpose, because she said it would weaponize the argument from the other side. So in other words, it came out not the way you wanted the study to come out.
Yeah.
Not what you said. It is a mixed bag. That's true.
Okay.
Some people...
I'd like to know the specifics of this study. It's the Cass report. Well, the Cass report and the way that it's been interpreted has been debunked by, I believe, Yale. So, I mean, there are some valid parts of the Cass report, I believe, but the main interpretation of it has been debunked.
People, yes, it's the right thing. But to take that risk at that age before you know...
And even if we were to say that he's right about that singular study, that is nothing in comparison to the mountain of data we have that says that trans care is good. Gender-affirming care is good. It only helps people. It literally only helps people.
Shit about anything. Yes, sometimes it's pretty obvious. It's a very hard call to make. And again, this was a very long study very thorough, and they wouldn't release it because it came out with the wrong conclusion.
But because it is a hard question, because
Right.
it is a serious question,
Right.
it is a personal question. I don't want Donald Trump deciding. I want parents and doctors.
Well, you just said parents can get shut out.
I don't think parents should get shut out. There are rare exceptions to that. Look, we all believe that parents should have the decisions over their children, but we also
strawmanning them.
recognize that some parents do such a bad fucking job that the kids are in danger.
know.
That happens outside of
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Sometimes you are just a bad fucking parent. All the parents in this fucking country are spoiled brats, okay? There's so many parents in this country, not all of them. They're great parents, but so many parents in the United States of America are spoiled fucking brats. They're selfish, they're narcissists, and they want everything their way. You know, and they need to know everything about my little Johnny. You know, I need to know if he's touching himself right now at this moment. Yeah, I need to know that. I need to know every single thing that he looks up on the computer. Everything. He has no privacy. You know? Like, it's literally abuse. I grew up in a household where secrecy was not allowed. Okay? And that was an abusive element of my childhood. And I love my parents very much and respect them. Okay? But that was an abusive element of my childhood, is no secrets allowed. I wasn't even allowed to lock the doors sometimes. You know? Like, it sucked. And that's abuse. I'm tired of this notion, like, we can't insult parents. Parents know best for their kids. Did those parents go through, like, some kind of course, a college course, to prepare for being a parent? No. No, they didn't. Random fucking yahoos from bumfuck nowhere can just be a parent. They can just pop out a kid and be terrible at it. And we have to recognize that.
trans issues. That happens all the time. It's
That's
terrible.
why we have government
Some parents are
regulatory
fucking
bodies.
terrible. The fact that there are terrible parents
Agreed.
in the
Yes, I know.
world gets erased on these questions. Do I think that schools should, as a baseline, be keeping a secret from parents? Of fucking course not. No one thinks that.
Well,
no one thinks that.
Apparently that's not true. People do think that.
Okay.
Questions. There is no perfect answer to this. It's as many naughty questions, the least bad answer.
And
Look up the regret rate for transitioning care then, and tell me what the correct answer is. Of course, there's not a perfect answer, but you have the worst answer, which is just take away gender affirming care. I assume for minors. I don't know Bill Maher's exact positions. I assume he's okay with it for adults, but gender affirming care for minors is also very important for cis kids too. Need I remind you guys, I talk a lot about mastectomies for children who are born male, okay? Young boys. It's called gynecomastia, all right? And it is surgery on a minor, and it is completely acceptable. It's gender-affirming surgery on a minor, okay? And that's totally fine and acceptable and whatever to transphobes because that's normal. That's the word they'll use, normal, okay? That's bullshit. If it's fine enough for a young cis boy, then it's fine enough for a young trans boy. And the fact that we don't think that is called transphobia.
The least bad answer is to not
that
have the government decide from above. It's just to leave it up to people and parents and the kids and the doctors, right? You want the government to ban gender-affirming care for kids?
You want to lose every election? Just keep coming down on the side of parents coming in second in a...
You're diverting the conversation. This isn't about winning and losing fucking elections. This is about best medical practices.
Who gets to decide what goes on with my kid contest?
First of all, I'm not talking about winning or losing elections. I agree that there's a salience to this issue. I agree that this has been weaponized. I agree with all that, but I'm just talking about the issue itself. Let's you got to go. That's it. That's it. You're just leaving?
Go. Yeah, I'm just leaving.
Bill Maher, everybody.
Thank you.
I had other questions.
Oh, we could do it all day.
Well, I guess not.
I'm sure you are leaving,
we
man.
could.
You got your ass embarrassed.
All right, good. Bill Maher, everybody. Get out of here. Good.
That's it. Get out of here.
Go here.
That's what you really wanted to say.
Yeah. You might notice when you leave that our bathrooms are non-gendered. So
based.
This sign was hysterical.
All right, get out.
Well, not exactly non-gender. One, it says urinals.
I love it. I love it. No cordiality whatsoever. Just get out of here. I'm done with you.
Well, so
Love
what
it.
happened was we had
That's the energy
a
we
men's
need.
room and a women's room. Then they were both non-binary, and then people didn't know where the urinals were. So now it says one just says urinals, and the other says urinals and stalls. Bill Maher, everybody.
I went to a tattoo shop recently that had 2 bathrooms, and I think it said, whatever, just wash your hands. I think that's great. So, that's Bill Maher, everybody. He wants trans kids to die. That was fun. I haven't had fun with a segment like that in a while. I'm glad I'm back on my Adderall. It makes me feel normal. Okay, I want to jump right into the next one because, as I said, we do not have a ton of time before I have to do call-ins. And I'd like to try to get through 3 video segments, but I don't know if that'll be happening or not. So with the new Trump administration, there's a lot of talk about immigration and the border and should we deport all of the Mexicans and South Americans and I guess Puerto Ricans because they've also been getting attacked. So deport them to not the United States, even though Puerto Rico is part of the United States. Anyway, we have a couple of yahoos here who I am told in the Discord server where this was suggested are Andrew Tate fans. Our good friend Andrew Tate, who is definitely not guilty of human trafficking or subjecting minors to sexual misconduct. Anyway, this was recommended in the Discord server. If you'd like to recommend videos, you can hop into my Discord server. I always leave a link in the description. Dubsy likes to put one on the screen for you, a barcode that you can, or what is it called? A QR code, sorry, that you can scan with your phone to get into the server. And you can leave your suggestions for me there. Anyway, are all illegal aliens equal? First of all, the language is a dead giveaway. Illegal aliens is typically used, it might be used like colloquially by people who don't mean bad, but in the context of politically activated individuals online, like these two guys, they're probably using this to be derogatory toward undocumented immigrants. So, and that is the proper terminology, by the way, in case you didn't know, undocumented immigrants. So let's go over. Now, what the person also in the Discord server told me is that they basically say that all illegal aliens are in fact equal and should be deported. Now, I think that's very silly. A lot of our economy is based on undocumented immigrants and the work that they do. And, you know, if we were to deport them all tomorrow, it would result in economic turmoil for the United States. And also, they're just regular-ass fucking people trying to live their best lives. So let's take a look at what they have to say about it.
When we say that we voted for a closed border
that'll be
system,
that'll be good opinions.
that's what we wanted.
That's what it was supposed to be. That's what we all thought.
Yeah, that's what I voted for.
We voted for mass deportations. There's no mass deportation, by the way.
Well, yes, you're not wrong. They're getting rid of
Why do you
the
want mass
most egregious
deportation?
individuals.
But
I would love to know. Okay, if anybody who disagrees with me in the comments could please write why you think mass deportation is good. How does that benefit you? What do you think will improve in your life if we decide to deport all of the undocumented immigrants? I'd love to know.
they're not. 52% of people that have been arrested are not criminal offenders.
And some of them are like really cute.
They are going after just whatever they can consider low
Ah!
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you're a criminal offender or not. Their narrative is that they're getting all these criminals. 52% of people that they've arrested with these mass raids and these ICE raids
Have no criminal record.
have no criminal record.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, then who are we going after? How are we choosing?
Maybe they're just collateral damage, dude.
That's crazy, man. Right? Like, wow, you're telling me that the overwhelming majority of people they've arrested have no criminal record and we should actually just leave them the fuck alone? That's wild. Hey, guess what? Statistics show that undocumented immigrants are way less likely to commit crimes than both documented immigrants and citizens of the United States. Guess why? Because they don't want to fucking be deported. If you are an undocumented immigrant and you commit a crime and you get arrested, you are putting yourself at a higher risk of being deported. You know what I say? Deport all the natural citizens. I include myself in that. Just deport me. I'm done with this country anyway.
And they're picking up, I think, like average of 300 to 400 people a day, which is nothing.
Can I correct the record?
It's not any. He's not arresting any more than Biden was at the end of his term.
Only
let
the
me correct the
undocumented
record.
immigrants
We are
remain.
both correct when we say they don't have a criminal record. But they are illegal, so they've
Correct.
broken the law. So some would say,
Okay.
you don't have a criminal record, fair enough. You've been here for 8 years, fair enough. However, you still had 8 years to register and become legal, and you didn't.
Well, a lot of people.
That's begging the question. Why should we deport undocumented immigrants? Because they're lawbreakers. Like, that doesn't answer the question.
Once you start the process
Maybe
is
it's a bad
so
law.
long and so slow that even if they started the process 10 years ago, they could have made zero progress.
Fair enough. But
So let me ask you one question. Is there a difference in an illegal alien that just ran across the border in a caravan in the last year with no job, just takes money, versus an illegal alien that's been here 50
I have never heard of an undocumented immigrant coming here from across the Rio Grande and just doing nothing. Like, I used to work at a movie theater. It was a movie theater / bar and grill, you know, one of those deals where you sit at your seat and you press a button and a server comes to you. It was really neat. I liked it a lot. Owners were dickwads, but the place is shut down now thanks to COVID, so they can suck my dick. Anyway, I used to work there, and in the kitchen, there were, I believe, I don't want to be racist, but I believe they were undocumented immigrants from South America. And they were the hardest fucking workers there. Like, undocumented immigrants are some of the hardest workers in the entire goddamn country. And they get paid shit wages. You know? I've never heard of somebody coming across the border to, like, quote unquote, leech off the system. If anything, they're giving way more than they're taking. Because one thing, they do menial labor for way less pay than they deserve. And for another thing, they actually fucking pay taxes. And they don't even get to vote. It's taxation without representation. That's the literal definition. So I say, make and I agree, by the way, this is one part that I agree with most conservatives on, is that we should have an accounting of who is in our country. I agree with that. I think it's important to know who's here, why they're here. Well, not necessarily why they're here. That's not your business. But who's here, right? And get a history on them. You know, like just have a general idea of your population. That's a good thing. Okay? But you're going to be way more likely to have that if you don't make it a scary and horrifically agonizing process to get to attain legal citizenship. You know, I've got a friend from Canada who can't even come here, north of the border, can't come here. Like it's too hard to immigrate. You know, it's ridiculous.
15 years, has a job, and actually pays taxes. Is there a difference?
yes.
This is an illegal alien that's been here 15 years, has a job, and actually pays taxes. Is there a difference?
Yes.
But
I want to stress again, this is a nonsense scenario. There really is this mythical undocumented immigrant that comes over the border to leech off our system. It's just that. It's a myth.
to ICE, as we stand right now, there is no difference because 52% of those people are the latter.
Yes.
And we have almost zero history of catching any of these people that came in the caravans in the last 3 years. So we're targeting the people that are here illegally, but are contributing to society. Some have criminal records. They need to go. 52.
I'm kind of jiving with the guy on the left. I don't agree with everything that he's saying or his wording, but I feel like we can agree on some stuff, but we'll see.
2% of them have no criminal record, and they literally work and pay into the system. And they pay into the system, and because they're illegal, they don't get to take from the system.
Yep. Taxation without representation.
Are they the same? Because if one argues, no, they're here illegally, illegal is illegal, I don't care, then I understand, doesn't matter, just take them all.
Yeah.
If you're in the camp, well, no, there's actually a difference between the two, then why are you going after the people that have been here for a long time paying their taxes?
Fair enough. So it's, yeah.
Agreed.
So,
Good point.
Which
Solid
is not
point.
easy. It's actually a really controversial topic.
it is a controversial topic, and I'm just going to pin you to the wall. What do you? What's your stance? I'll give you.
I feel
mine.
like this is easy.
The simple answer is
They say it's complicated. I say it's not. Just make it easier to immigrate. Make the process easier. Just make it easier. It's not hard.
it's going to sound terse. As if you're illegal. You're illegal. Like you cannot claim ignorance, dude.
Nobody's illegal.
You cannot claim ignorance. If you can't say, well, Peter, the application process takes 5 to 10 years. Then you should have started 10 years ago.
But
What is this guy's stance on making it easier and shorter? More people would do it if it took less time. I guarantee you this guy doesn't even know the system, the process. I don't know the process. I have no idea what that entails. It takes 5 fucking years at least. I have to imagine it's beyond complicated. I have no idea what goes into that. Make it easier. Unless this guy can sit here and explain the process of immigration and why it takes 5 years, if he can give me a good, solid reason for that, then you know what? I'll bite. But if he can't give me one, I guarantee it. He has no idea how it works.
a lot have.
I don't give a fuck. If you can't come to me with
Then fuck you.
with knowledge of the process, and you still didn't do it,
That you definitely
then-
have.
you're even worse off. You had years to do this. And so it might sound terse. It might sound, Peter, you're not being loving. You're not being.
No, this isn't about being loving. This is about being practical. This is practical. Okay? You get to sit here as a fucking citizen. I don't know if he's an immigrant or not, but I assume that he's. I'm going to assume that he was born here. Okay? Because most people who are here were born here. So, given that, like, you're speaking from a very privileged position, my friend. Like, you didn't have to go through any of these processes or jump through any of these hoops. You know, you didn't have to take a citizenship test. Hell, I've never had to take one either. I might fail it. But yet, we force people coming in to take that same test. And that's just one example of the shit they got to go through. We force people to take the same test that most of our citizens can't even fucking pass. That's ridiculous. Make it easier to come in.
You have broken the law. If you had time to
Runaway slaves also broke the law. Returned them to their slavers. Right, buddy? Right? Right, buddy?
rectify that,
I'm sure he'd agree with that.
let bygones be bygones. Water under the bridge. You were here. It took you 3 years to finally establish yourself. Good on
Well, now I know that it takes, 10 years minimum to build up enough of our the feeble income that we provide to our slaves here on the farm in order to even consider being able to buy their freedom. And then after that, they have nowhere to go, nobody to talk to, or people to help them establish a livelihood or any kind of life outside of homelessness and poverty. But I say they're breaking the law by running away, I do. They need to do this by the books. I pay them 7 cents on the hour. It costs $10,000 to buy their freedom, and they should pay it. That's the law. Right, buddy?
on you, mate. Then you realized it was going to take you 5 to 10
Sounds
years
great,
to
right?
become legal, and you said, you know what, I want to do it the right thing. So you started 7 years ago, and then you completed the process. Good on you, mate. You did the right thing. But if you know what the process is, and you know your current status is being illegal, which means that there's the potential risk, you've exposed yourself to risk, that you could be found out by ICE or ratted on by your Karen neighbor.
This is such a dense fucking argument. You need to explain the purpose of this ridiculous system, or else you have no legs to stand on. You need to explain yourself. Why do you think this system is okay? Make it
Day
easier.
your life could be changed. You have chosen daily to make the cognitive decision that you will not do the right thing, even though you know it's the right thing to do.
Why is it the right
So,
thing? Because it's the law?
I say illegal is as illegal does. If you're illegal, sorry you got caught up in the fray. Sorry that for that lady who was on the news who looks like
so
she's 300
stupid.
pounds and saying, "Oh, they're gonna take my. I've been here for like 15." Like, bitch, you had 15 years.
What? Dude, why are we like... okay, yeah. He's just painting a
I have
caricature
no
of
sympathy
like
for you.
If
a
No
person
sympathy
who
for you.
doesn't exist.
if we go with the official number, which is there are 12 million illegal immigrants in this country, and if you go to the
little
Trump number,
ableism
which
for
says
flavor.
there are 30 million,
I think he's probably closer to the truth, though.
I think
I don't
it's
care how
lower.
many.
If it is anywhere in
The
between,
more the merrier.
but we will only remove approximately one.
Guess what? The more illegal immigrants there are, the less crime there is per capita. That is literally statistically factual.
1 to 1.5 million people in the next 4 years.
Then we have done nothing.
Well, we're not going to do anything. But if that's the number that's the goal to hit. 1.5 million people over 4 years. Because that's like the realistic number at this point.
No.
Then shouldn't we focus on the criminals and the people that are negative to society and maybe allow the people that have shown that they're contributing to society by actually taking the jobs that no one wants to do.
Of course.
They are working the agricultural jobs in middle America that nobody wants to do.
Here's my opinion. Assuming you don't change anything about the laws, just say that the law's the law, whatever. Even in this case, even if I were to agree that the law's fine and it should be this difficult to immigrate, which is stupid, but whatever. Even ceding that point, the most practical thing you can do is go after the criminals that actually commit crime, right? Like, I don't think anybody would disagree with me, but the fact that ICE is investigating people who literally haven't done anything wrong except be here illegally is stupid. It's a waste of resources and time and money. Why are you investigating people who literally have done nothing wrong except be here? That's idiotic to me.
They're taking
It's
up
not
the
practical.
dishwashing jobs that are having a really hard time filling.
Sure.
They're taking the jobs
True.
here in Georgia, they're taking the chicken farm jobs, feeding the chickens,
Construction jobs, yeah.
construction jobs. These are jobs that if you didn't have them,
Even just
Service
practically
jobs, like
speaking, it
maids,
makes
yeah.
sense to
yeah,
keep
if you
them
didn't
there.
have those people filling those jobs, there's a huge gap in society. And those people are paying taxes into the system and taking very little benefit out.
Agreed.
My argument is that possibly we should focus on the criminals, and if there's room and capacity, deal with them less.
I don't
If
disagree.
there's wait, but why? You've already established. Here's where it falls apart. We've already established that they are giving more to us than they're taking. So why deal with them at all, quote unquote? Why not just let them stay here? Just legalize them. You've already said it yourself. They're a positive force in our country. So why deal with them? What's to deal with? Let them stay.
Disagree with you. We should always focus on the bad of society to remove them from society. Peaceful stop. However, if you have chosen cognitively day after day to choose the wrong thing and you become collateral damage, sorry, Sar, I have very little sympathy for you. You
Like
chose
the-
to live
like
a
the
life
runaway
of sin.
slaves did.
Let's go to the Christian
Every day that a runaway slave is away from the plantation they ran away from, they're making the cognitive decision to break the law. Well, it's on them if they get killed.
words. You've chosen every single day to live a life that is not a life of integrity,
Hold on, did he say
a life
Christian
of
words?
sin. Let's go to the Christian.
A life of sin? You think that the law ascribes morality? He does think the law ascribes morality. He would be a person who said that slavery was a moral good when it was legal. That's what he's saying. This person, if you and he would disagree with this to your face, but this literally is what his logic is. If slavery were legal, that would be morally the right thing to do. Is if you're a slave, is to stay a slave. And the slave owners are within their moral rights to keep you a slave. That's the argument. Okay? The Christian thing to do, if you're abiding by the words of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, is to accept your fellow man, right? To what's the word? I guess without judgment, right? Accept people into your home and help them. That's the Christian thing to do, in my opinion. But no, I guess we're speaking on an Old Testament level or something.
Words. You've chosen every single day
The one where God kills people and that's moral.
live a life that is not a life of integrity. What does integrity mean? Internal and external consistency.
I'd love
what
to
you
get
say
this
you
guy on
are
for a chat.
is what you do. What you promise you say you're going to do,
I
you
want to
do.
pick his brain.
That is internal integrity. And so for me, I don't disagree with anything you've said. Focus on the baddies. Get rid of the baddies. But if you're caught up in the collateral damage of collecting the baddies, I have very little sympathy for you. I mean, I lived in Japan, I lived in Korea, I lived in India. Whenever I would live in these other countries, I didn't want to assimilate myself quickly, but I made sure that I was a good American. I represented America well. I was respectful. I
don't
respected
care.
the cultures. I respected the traditions. And when I was in Korea, for example, I went and got my Korean driver's license so that I could ride my motorcycle.
Great.
Right? I could drive
Good for
drive
you.
cars
You're
there.
so
He delivered
good.
Chinese
Good
food,
for
by the
you.
way.
You did such a good job. You're such a good boy.
That's true. I look
Pats you
cute
gently
on
on
that
head.
bike. Anyway, the point is I did all the requisite requirements so that I could live freely and effectively.
What's this guy's
as a-
name? I want to know his name so that I can directly insult him. Matt Kim? No, Matt Kim is the main guy. Who's this guy? Well, I don't see his name anywhere. Maybe in the comments. I have no idea. Whatever.
A productive
We'll just
member
call him
of
dumbass.
South Korea society when I lived there, just as an example. So was it painful for me to get my license in the beginning when my Korean sucked ass and they didn't have updated American documents? Yes. Was it frustrating to try to figure out how to get it all done? Yes. But I did the right things, Matt. And I will always live by doing the right thing. And so
If this guy is so, if he's so concerned with people doing the right thing and going through the proper process, I challenge you, whatever your name is, I challenge you. Try the immigration process for yourself. Go try it. Go try it. Go see what it takes to immigrate to America from south of the border. Go see what it takes. I would love to know the results.
you might say,
Then you
Peter,
can talk to me
you don't
about
understand the context.
doing the right thing.
This illegal been here 12 years and they got 3 boys and they're all like, I don't care. You have lack of
Then
integrity.
fuck you.
Internal
Disgusting.
consistency is lacking. Collateral
Absolutely
damage is part of the
disgusting.
risk exposure.
I don't care. We can separate children from their families. Yeah, that's fine. Their parents broke the law after all by being here. It's not like they, committed any crimes at all. And it's not like they're literally benefiting our society more than they're taking from it by paying taxes without even being able to fucking vote and working menial labor for under minimum wage, paycheck to paycheck, just barely scraping by to put fucking food on the table for their children. But yeah, let's put those children in the fucked up foster care system and ship their asses back to Mexico. Who fucking cares, right? Fuck you, man.
Exposure that you've
Suck my dick.
chosen. You probably haven't ever
Disgusting piece
used
of
those
shit.
words before, but you created a risk exposure for yourself, and now you're paying the piper.
Okay, let me throw another premise out there. for you.
Disgusting.
You said that if you are arresting people that have done crime, and as part of that, you get caught up as collateral damage.
Yeah.
It's fair. Okay, I can accept and understand that premise. But there's
acts
also
like he's never gotten a
situations
speeding
because
ticket.
they're not hitting the numbers that they're supposed to hit, that they go after businesses that historically hire a lot of illegal immigrants, and they're just taking out the workforce.
Good.
They are not the same
No.
as collateral damage. This is targeted
good.
damage.
Fine. Good.
Yes.
Do it.
Why
That's
is this
okay.
guy spitting?
Do it. Do it.
I wish he would push back more, but given what we're working with here, I can at least, the guy on the left, he does have a name. What is it? Matt Kim. Matt over here is speaking truth to power. I wish he would push back more, but, I'll take any voice of reason I can get when this dipshit is here.
hole will be filled. If we truly live in a capitalist economy where opportunities
Go
are
fill
right,
your own hole.
then those who are the sophisticated will see, ooh, my competitors just got taken out by a random phone call because 80% of his workforce are illegals. Smart deal. There's now a void in that market. The right sophisticated entrepreneur and operator
so
will look
smart.
at that and say,
He's
excellent opportunity
he's
for
the
expansion.
economy understander, this guy.
I have a very low empathy threshold for these types of conversations. I think you've seen my video, how I've been affected by illegals. Like my family, just for short story, my family with video was almost killed by an illegal immigrant in a brand new GLA 250
I have very little
who
empathy
T-boned
for
us
you.
on
I
Buford
don't
Highway.
care.
Like that radicalized me. That was the radicalization.
That's called an emotional reaction. You are a baby. Your brain is infantile. Have you ever progressed past the first Erickson stage? No, you haven't. Okay? You haven't. So suck my dick, man. Like you're literally a baby brain. Well, this bad thing happened to me, and the person that happened to be the person committing it was an illegal immigrant. So that made me realize that actually nothing should change, and we should deport anybody who's here illegally, even if they literally benefit our society, because I have no moral compass. I literally just go off of my fifis, right? You're a baby, man.
When I talked to that police officer with
Literal
receipts,
baby
you can
man.
see the video online. The police officer was like,
I
we
don't
can't do
care.
shit. I cannot believe this. My life was almost ended.
I hope it happens
because of this.
again.
And we're gonna just let them roll. I'm done with that shit, man. I'm done with that shit. If you're illegal, get out of here. Right? Get out of here. Am I wrong in that?
I mean, I think
This is my
arguments are
opinion.
had. Yeah, I think arguments are had for all sides because
Okay, well, when I was in college, I rear-ended somebody because I was on my phone. Should I be deported? Same thing. It's the same thing. I was at fault for running a red light the day after an exam or the day of an exam because I got no sleep the night before, and somebody T-boned me, and somebody could have gotten hurt. Thankfully, nobody did. Should I be deported? I'm just wondering. If he says yes, at least he's consistent. Like, if you want to deport people who are at fault for car accidents, then by all means. But this is strict. You're basing your argument strictly on their immigration status. Any motherfucker could have hit you. It just happened to be an illegal immigrant, an undocumented immigrant, and that's why you hate them. Baby brain.
the only problem that I have is that
Actual
if you
infant.
allow the targeting of certain businesses to remove their workforce, it can be easily weaponized.
It will be weaponized, Matt.
And it's always the same people that benefit from the weaponization of government. We're just giving the people that have too much power more power. We're giving the tech oligarchs or the business oligarchs that already have so much power more power. And if it means that by fighting against that, even though that I may agree with some of their methods, I would rather take them down than the few illegal immigrants that work in a factory somewhere that aren't hurting anybody. They don't affect me.
He's a regular.
These guys
ass.
affect me.
I don't hate him. Like I said, I wish he'd push back harder, but I don't hate him. He is like, he just seems like your griller, you know, like your average griller. So I mean, if he is an Andrew Tate simp, then you know that's kind of cringe. But in this context, I don't hate this guy.
I see your argument, but I would ask you, Matt, to not conjecture a thesis in the future. You don't know
What?
if they're going to truly benefit.
What does that mean?
Is there a high chance that they will?
I don't know if you're going to rape somebody. You know, I don't know. You kind of strike me as a guy who might rape somebody. Maybe we should deport you, right? Why are we talking about crimes that people haven't committed yet? Is that where he's going with this? Maybe I'm speaking too soon.
You don't know if they're going to truly benefit. Is there a high chance that they will? That the
Well,
the tech oligarchs
if
and the
52% of
Walmarts
the
are going to
people-
consume? Yeah, I get it.
yeah, if the 52%
Sorry,
of the people,
I misheard. I thought he was saying that like we don't know if the illegal immigrants are going to commit. Sorry, that's my fault. I misheard that. I thought he was saying we don't know if the illegal immigrants are going to commit crimes, so that's why we need to deport them. Disregard what I just said.
people that are non-criminals are the ones.
In fact, Dubsy, take that out. We're gonna redo that part.
These guys affect me.
I see your argument, but I would ask you, Matt, to not conjecture a thesis in the future. You don't know if they're going to truly benefit. Is there a high chance that they will? That the
Well,
the tech oligarchs
if
and the
52% of
Walmarts
the
are going to
people-
consume? Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, if the 52% of the people that are non-criminals are the ones being arrested and they are targeting certain businesses to help take their workforce, I'm like, how did they get the call to go after that business when there's so many businesses?
Because it's what you're right. Because it's been
Who
weaponized.
chose that? Who decided that competitor of this guy is who we're going to take out?
I'll give you the
Good
answer.
point.
It goes like this.
I bet you it's a donor.
I'll give you is something aligned to this. The scenario looks like this.
Okay.
I'm deeply political, Matt. I'm deeply political, and I like this Trump guy. And I like what they're doing with his illegal immigration. I own a Lowe's. And you know what? I know that my competitor, the Home Depot just down the street, is employing 60 to 80% illegals. I have a guy that's connected to a guy that's connected to another guy in ICE.
This doesn't happen. This is more baby brain shit. This is not how competition works. Okay? Big companies are not cutthroat going after each other like this. They're consolidated, okay? They're the owner class. They don't do this because they're all breaking the law, all of them, all the time. Okay? So even if this were how it worked, by the way, like I don't care. We've already established here that they're benefiting our society more than they're taking away from it by far. What's wrong with just letting them stay here? That's what I want to know from this guy. What's wrong with just letting them stay here? Because his only answer was, well, they broke the law. Okay, maybe it's a stupid law. You know? I might actually try to find this guy and see if he wants to come on for a conversation about it because he seems about as dense as a fucking bowl of pudding.
and he's my good buddy, Jim. He works at the sheriff's department. Let me just have a lunch with Jim. And I have a lunch with Jim, and he tells me, yeah, man, I know a guy. What do you got? And I say, well, I can't be attached to this, but man, you know I work at Lowe's. My competitor's over at Home Depot. Can you put in a good word?
So stupid.
That's all. Can you put in a good word? That's how it happens. And you might say, well, Peter, you just opened up the door for weaponization. Yes, it's going to happen. And that business, and I am going to benefit greatly from the destruction of my competitor, the Home Depot, just down the road. But guess what? Guess what, Matt?
He's so stupid.
That void will be filled.
And I am so
Go fill your own
sick
void
of the weaponization of government and government agencies to go after targets and people, because everyone was so mad. Oh, you know, the government, they weaponized the government to go after Trump, and it's not fair. Okay, then you need to stop the process. You need to stop the process, not use it also.
Yes.
Because all you're doing is creating this cycle.
I think this is
you do
silly,
it to me,
but-
I do it to you, you do it to me, I do it to you. In the crossfire, we the people are the ones that get stuck.
He is, though, at least consistent in this one regard, because, like, if Trumpers were consistent about, like, government interference, they wouldn't want the government deporting people. They wouldn't want that. They're okay. Most of them are okay with government interference when it comes to ICE and deporting people, you know? Like, I can at least respect a conservative who's consistently, like, government is hands off, you know? Usually they come in the form of libertarians, and I still highly disagree with most of their opinions, but... You know, like, this guy at least seems like he's trying to be consistent. I can respect that.
In the crossfire, they get harmed in the crossfire, that lose our money in the crossfire, that lose our health, that lose our societies, lose our communities in the crossfire. We're stuck in their war. And at some point, someone needs to stop that shit. Because if your response to the weaponization of government to you is to weaponize the government against them, then as soon as there's opportunity, they will do it back. And you will do it again. And you will do it back. And it's just corruption, corruption. Every time you attack the other side, the methods get stronger and bigger and more corrupt.
Yes, you're not wrong.
Meaning we're building
I don't
corruption,
care
corruption,
about
corruption.
this.
And by us saying, no, well, they did it to us, so we should do it too. By us doing that, it's just making it exponentially worse every single time.
And we're no better.
No better.
Yeah.
At some point, the cycle has to stop. If the cycle doesn't stop, then we will forever... We're on the brink of collapse of society because there is no way that model is sustainable. Thanks for watching the clip. If you want
God, that was awful. I can't believe how much I ended up hating that guy on the right. That was a very good suggestion. I might actually find out who that guy was and see if he wants to have a little discussion. You know? I'd love to pick his brain. It feels like it would be really easy to dissect his worldview. Just a horrific piece of shit. I think the topic has shifted from one thing to the other really fast. Sort of, yeah. I did feel a little whiplash. But I understand how it did. Good night, Lady Nova. Okay. Excuse me. I don't know. I don't think we'll have time for the last segment I wanted to do. We only have 8 minutes till call-ins. So instead, I'm going to take a brief break, go to the bathroom real quick, get a drink, maybe get some food if dinner's done, and when I come back, we'll start the call-in session. So hop in the Discord, !Discord, in both the site chat and YouTube chat if you're not in there already. Hop into the waiting room. There is a waiting room voice channel that you can get into. Open the chat in the waiting room voice channel and type here so that you keep your place in line. Otherwise, I'll have to do guesswork as to who got there first. So if you just type here in the waiting room channel, I can go in order. Remember to keep your... We'll go over all this when I get back. But anyway, I'll be right back. You can start joining the waiting room now.
Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Rap about a man named Alec Hunter, tricking this girl and I straight up Alec stumped her. Holding crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing a football, call this dude Alec Hunter. When he's doing bad, he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Wife is literally cheating, so Alec go confront her. Thinking about stuff he's doing and Alec wonder. Shooting lightning from his fingers like he's Alec Thunder. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
Okay. I'm back. Let me change the lighting a little bit. Then we'll get started. Just a little better. There we go. Okay. I am hopeful that the Discord volume will be okay, but we will see. And I will be playing Risk of Rain 2 as per usual when I talk to people. I don't know why, it's just like the most zen game I can think of that doesn't require a whole lot of concentration or effort on my part. Like, I don't make a lot of progress usually, but I also don't think about it, so I don't care. And it's easy to talk to people that play it, so. Anyway. Let's see who we got. Okay, looks like Tempest was here first. Oh my goodness, this is very loud. I gotta fix that first. Maybe a little more. That should be good. Okay. Let me get started. Actually, I'll pull Tempest in. Hello, you are on with Alec Gunter.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
Well, I'm in Australia, so it is like 11 a.m., so I'm almost awake. No, it's my day off. It's my day off. I, sleep in a lot. Basically, so I'm blind. I've been watching you for like, I think years at this point. I'm just gonna say it's been years.
Okay. Real quick, do you want to just introduce yourself
fuck.
real quick? It's
yeah,
fine.
Of course.
Name and pronouns and just what you're to talk about.
Of course. Yeah, so my name is Paul. I go by Tempest, but Paul is also totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
He, him. I'm here to talk about accessibility a little bit, just kind of on social media and how it's not great. Yeah, and also societal perceptions of disability and how it's trash. And I've got a few disclaimers. So I'm in Australia. They're going to be Australian kind of centered examples, and they're going to be based on my personal experience. But I also work for a disability org, so I have some general trends I can comment on. And I'm not coming for the left or the community in general. This is just society. I think progressives are obviously going to be the best on disability, and generally speaking, because I mean, duh. But this is just kind of like just to be aware of this stuff and maybe call it out if you see it. And yeah, and also one other thing I wanted to say. Sorry, Bab's reading my notes.
Oh, you're fine. Take your time.
But thank you so much. Oh yeah, and I use disability first language and not people first language just personally. So the way I've kind of been taught it, it's everyone kind of picks which one they prefer. I prefer disability first. Like for example, I would say I'm a blind person as opposed to I'm a person who is blind, just because I think that's less words.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter to me. But anyways, so I guess
I kind of agree. Like as long as you're being respectful, I do agree.
100%, because it's like no, it's not my identity, but at the same time, like it is a part of who I am, and like I don't let it be my identity, but it's just person who is blind just sounds a little bit like not condescending, but a bit like patronizing. Just to me, and everyone has their own positions about it, but that's just mine.
I hear you. I think it's kind of the same concept as like saying you're left-handed, you know?
Yeah.
You don't say person who is left-handed. You say I'm left-handed.
Yeah.
That's how I see it. But anyway.
100%. So roughly, just to start, I briefly Googled. I spent about 5 seconds Googling. There's roughly 1 in 5 people in the US and Australia have kind of a disability or are reported to have a disability. So, disability is very likely going to affect someone in your life. But for some reason, and it's getting better over time, but it's still quite a taboo subject. It's almost like how people thought of other kind of marginalized communities. I think that disability is the next one on the rise. Obviously, alongside trans people, and it's not a competition. I just think that we've come so far in other respects, at least societally. Obviously, not in terms of legislation, but disability is one of those ones where it's like people don't really even talk about it still, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And,
it's not a common topic of discussion.
Yeah, and especially considering how many people it affects, and in so many different ways, you'd think it'd be a little more accessible. I might actually just get to the perceptions. I think that they're a little more interesting to discuss than the accessibility side of things. I think that it's also interesting, but I only have so much time, and I don't want to take up the whole stream with whatever.
We only have 3 people waiting, so unless that grows, I would say take your time and just explain what you get to.
Yeah, sure. I guess let's go to perceptions, and if there's still not many people waiting, we'll go back to the accessibility, right?
Sure.
I think this is the more fun, meaty stuff that you could actually comment on, because it's surprisingly horrifying, actually. And I don't say that kind of hyperbolically either. So just portrayals of disability in media is actually quite a mixed bag. So I don't watch many movies. I'm blind. I don't really care for TV and movies, especially like these days, because my vision has deteriorated to a point where I can't actually see very much, if anything. So I just don't really engage with that side of stuff. And it's obviously done fairly well in books, because people who write books, are more likely to be disabled than someone who's like directing a movie. And just generally, again. But so there's this movie that came out, I think several years ago now, called Music. We had like Sia in it, and like her goddaughter or whatever. There's this whole drama around Sia in that movie, and how she was very dismissive of autistic people and that whole community in general. But one of the things that the movie actually showed was what's called RP, so restrictive practices, which is where like if someone's having like a full like a meltdown, you like grab them or like wrap your arms around them to like stop them from hurting themselves and that kind of thing. That stuff does happen. However, and I'm going to use the Australian example, we have what's called the National Disability Insurance Scheme, which is where people with disabilities can apply to receive funding from the government to get assistance with different things in their lives. So I use it to get someone to help clean my house, and for mental, so like a psychologist, and transport to get to places, and that kind of thing. So there's also a it's called the Quality and Safeguards Commission. So if anything fucked up happens, if anything bad happens, you report it to the commission, they investigate, right? Restrictive practice, every time it happens, no matter how small, even if it's you putting your hand on them, or like if it's stopping them from doing anything, like it's literally like they're gonna touch a hot stove and then you like grab their hand or like to like gently push them away from the stove, like don't touch the stove, it's hot, right? Let's say they have a developmental thing, that you'd have to report that every single week. And there's like they have to do the provider who is providing that service, like whether they're giving you the support worker or whatever, the carer, they have to report that and do a report every single instance it happens.
Makes sense.
So like it's not something that you just do. But these portrayals of disability in media kind of have led to the public perception of like, I'm helping if I'm grabbing them to like get them out of the way of a car, or like if I'm helping them out of a train without asking their consent. Because in my experience, I've heard this line of thinking before, but I don't personally agree with, and I don't think it's legit, at least based on my experience and the people that I've met. But there's this thing of like about linked disability, where if someone's got one disability, they might have another one. So like, for example, because I'm blind, I might also have some kind of cognitive impairment, which for me isn't true. But that might cause people to treat disabled people in a way that is kind of inappropriate. So, as I said, when I'm in public and I'm like near a bus stop but not quite at the right spot, someone will just like grab my arm and like pull me towards the bus stop, or like grab my cane and like direct me via my cane. And
That's weird.
this
That's
is
weird.
it's so common. It's weird, but it's common. Like it's so common.
That's
And if you talk to
crazy.
anybody and they've experienced this.
That's crazy. Like, it's not like you can't hear. Like,
No,
there are other ways to
exactly.
communicate. I will say, in the deaf community, I did ASL for a while in college, so we studied the deaf community. It is considered, and maybe this is just like a deaf cultural thing, like it is considered fine to like tap them, like
Oh
on the
yeah,
shoulder. Like
of
that
course.
kind of thing.
But yeah, no, people will full grab my cane and stuff.
That's insane to me.
Yeah,
That's like
so it is.
psychopathic.
It is, but like, and I would say Australia is actually one of the better countries for accessibility and treatment of disabled
Okay.
people in general. But this is still very, very, very commonplace and happens all the time. So for example, I've got so many examples. So there's another time where I was just kind of walking around and I accidentally bumped into someone, and she was like, and like got really angry at me and like full on like pushed me. I almost dropped what I was holding. Because
Really?
I like bumped into her. Yeah, no, dude, it's actually crazy. Like, and I had my cane out and everything. Like, could not be signifying more that I was blind.
That's wild.
And then so the other one that I wanted to kind of go into, which is this is a story that happened to me about 7 years ago. But I still tell people to this day, and I'm never going to stop telling this story because it's so indicative of a quite insidious issue regarding, especially blind people. So I'm getting a little bit me. But
That's
I
your
was at-
experience.
right. But I do think that, and I have spoken to a lot of people, blind people, otherwise, and they've all kind of had similar experiences, right? So I was at a guitar store I was at a music store with my friend, and I wanted to get a new guitar pick. So the gentleman who was like owning the store, who had at the register, the store owner or whatever, he was this like older guy, and he's like talking to my friend and not me. Initially, he was like, "Oh, what can I get him today?" And she's like, "No, you can talk to him. Like he's the one who's gonna be doing this transaction today."
Right.
Because she's very good. Because not only she's been my friend for like 13 years, but she's also like a support worker, works in disability. Like she's very good.
Okay.
Anyways, so she's like, "Yeah, talk to my friend. He's doing it today." And the guy was like, "Hey, champion, like, what are you looking to get today?" Like, totally
Bruh.
changed his demeanor and voice. And
No, bro.
I looked at him and I'm like, "Are you for real?" Like, I just gave him this look, like my eyes went wide, and I was like, "Are you for real?"
That's crazy.
And I was
Oh
like, "Yeah,
my
today I want to
God.
buy a guitar pick, please." And I'm like, "Surely now he's gonna act normal." And he's like, "Yeah, no worries. What can I get you?" And I was like, "Bro," and it went on
Jesus
for the entire
Christ.
interaction, like getting
That
a guitar
is-
pick, paying for it. Yeah.
That's almost more humiliating for him than it is for you.
Yeah, and at this point I was like, I don't know, 20. And I'm not like, I know it doesn't matter what I look like, but I look like quite a stereotypically masculine guy. Like I had a beard.
Right.
I'm bald because yay boldness.
Same here.
No, I know, respect. That's why I mentioned it. So like I look old. Like I don't look like I'm like 12. So and I was just like, I can't believe this is happening right now. And yeah, so that happened to me, and also
I'd be the same way.
yeah. No, I was shocked, and I was just like, okay, well, that's a problem, and it's happened before and since, but like obviously to less like egregious extents, but like it is assuming that blind people have some kind of cognitive disability is actually really common amongst like normies in society.
I don't even consider okay, so I work with a patient who has something called SMA, spinal muscular atrophy, and he is completely bedridden. Basically has he's never really been able to move. Like he used to be able to move more, but it's a progressive illness. So like from a very early age, he was paralyzed from the neck down, or basically from the head down. Like he can't move his neck at all. He can't talk. He can't breathe on his own. Nothing. But he is cognitively all there. Now, I will say that mentally he hasn't progressed, like just because of the nature of his illness, he hasn't progressed. Like he prefers Sesame Street,
Sure.
like things like
Don't
that.
we all?
But those are preference things, and I still like largely just speak to him as though he is an adult. You know, like he still understands everything I'm saying, even if he can't respond. I just don't get where this idea comes from that like you assume people need to be
when you
talked
think
down
disability,
to.
yeah, I think
So
they
weird.
think they're being like nice, right? And maybe it's because
Yeah.
when they think of disability, they think of autism, and they think of like someone like my second cousin who is like quite severely autistic, and that's like the quintessential default for disability to a lot of people. If you're not in a wheelchair, right? Like if I can't see it, if you can walk, then there's something wrong with your brain. But again, obviously don't agree with it, but that's what I think. That's what I think it comes from. Yeah.
I guess.
It's crazy. And yeah, yeah. So that's it's, and I think the other thing that doesn't help with the infantilization of disabled people is I'm not shy about this. I did this like 5 years ago, 6 years ago now. I was on one of those talent shows, like I'm a singer or whatever. And I did that, and if you're gonna look it up, I mean, you'll find blind singer. I'm sure you'll find it. It's an Australian one. But I was fat. I'm not fat anymore. I worked really hard to not be fat anymore. Anyway.
There you go.
No, yeah, I lost like 40. I lost over 100 pounds. In American.
Well, good job.
Anyways.
I'm happy for you in your journey.
Yeah, thanks. I got a
Big-
really
big
sexy
achievement.
PT. Yeah, he's great.
Nice.
So, when I was on that show, this wasn't like I was treated like an adult on the show. However, the way that it was edited and the song that they made me sing and the songs that they would use in the backing for the video editing was inspo porn, right? It was inspiration porn.
Yeah,
And
I love it. I love it.
they always do it for like anything,
Yeah.
like, oh wait, what's your sob story? But if it's like, I feel like if you have a disability, it's like ratcheted up to 11.
Yep.
So I think and this is a personal thing. I've spoken to people who get it and people who don't get it, like who don't agree. But I hate people describing me as an inspiration in terms of like, oh my god, you're such a good singer, you're so inspirational. I'm like, no bitch, like anyone can be a good singer. Go to fucking lessons. Like maybe my ability to like function in society and have a job and have done well at uni and whatever else, I can see how that's a little more inspirational because I had to work a lot harder and jump through a lot more hurdles than the average person. But like, it's not really because of the disability. It's just because like it's a symptom of it, but it's not like inherent or anything like that. And I just think that all of that coupled together is makes it difficult for people to see disabled people as like functional people.
I think the word, honestly, if you want my opinion, and I haven't thought about this much before, but I think the word inspirational has kind of been mutated a little bit because who do you call inspirational, right? Like in colloquial contexts, you know, you can say like, oh, my inspiration is this singer, actor, writer, whatever. But when you're talking about like people who aren't famous, you know, or like people that you wouldn't typically look up to, you think of like disabled people, you know, like, oh, look at him. He's still like got a ripped 6-pack, even though he's missing his legs. That's so inspirational. And it's like, well, I mean, it's inspirational when anybody does it in that context.
Exactly.
Getting a fucking 6-pack is hard as balls. I've had one before and I had it for all of like a week. So, you know,
you took pictures for the next year for that week.
Like, where's my praise for getting a 6-pack? You know, like let's be real. Like, I
100%.
think it's demeaning. Here's another example, actually, from my childhood. Not the inspirational thing. It's a little different, but I actually used to wrestle, and I don't know how much you know about Huh?
Oh yes, I just said hot. Sorry.
Hot. Okay. I mean, if you like watch like sanctioned actual wrestling. Yeah,
look,
I've seen
it
funny meme.
Bits and pieces. Yes,
it's a funny meme. But anyway, I think I was in the 8th grade. I'm gonna say 7th or 8th grade, and I was waiting all day to get a match because I don't know if you know how these tournaments work, but like you wait a long time to get a match.
I mean, I'm sport phobic.
That's fine. But anyway, the rules are a little bit different. So I end up getting paired up with a blind guy. Right. And the rules are a little bit different for people who are blind. You know, they switch it up to, because you can't just like have them stand in front of you. They can't, you have to accommodate them. So the rules are I forget who it is, but one person puts their hands on top of the other, right? And then you start, and you have to maintain close contact the entire match. That's how they accommodate, and I think it's fair.
Yes.
And I remember I went up against this guy, and I didn't hold anything back. You know, like I went all out, and I was a decent wrestler, and he lost, right? He lost. And like in my head, even at that time, I was like, why would I go easy? You know, but here's the thing. When I was done, all of my teammates called me a jackass. They called me a jerk. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You want, like, would you want that? You know? And if to add on to this, later on when I was in high school, I wrestled against another blind guy, and he beat the absolute shit out of me. Okay? Like, we had to stop 100%. The match a couple of times because we got too far away. He was legitimately blind, and he beat the shit out of me. You know, like, he was a good fucking wrestler. I don't underestimate people based on their not shortcomings. Sorry, that's a crude way to
disabilities.
Put it. Based on their disabilities. My apologies. I don't underestimate people based on their disabilities. It doesn't happen. Okay. So I just think that's important to realize is that, like, you know, we shouldn't like, I know what you're talking about with the inspo porn too. Like, I always see on those talent shows, especially with the comedians, like every single time there's a comedian with some kind of disability, like every joke is about their disability.
Of course.
Every single one.
Of course.
And people are eating it up. Slobbering it up.
Everyone just every blind comedian just turns into fucking Amy Schumer. Like, you have one joke.
And you know, if that's your thing and people buy it, then fine. Like, I'm not gonna begrudge them that. But personally, I just find it grating because I just put myself in their shoe, in a person who's disabled with the same disability in their shoes, and think like I just watch regular comedy. Like, I don't sit
and I'm
here
telling
like,
you.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on. No,
it's
go on.
Fine. I was done.
9 times out of 10, that wasn't their initial, that wasn't their original bit, right? Because, so I'm not going to say you'll find, I'm not saying you, I'm saying if anyone cares to look it up, like they can find what I did. And I'm probably not supposed to say this, but like, it's not going to be something kept permanently, so I don't really care. Plus it was like, again, 6 years ago now, they can eat me. Essentially, when I was doing like the pre-show interview and I was talking about, you know, being blind and gay and getting bullied in school, because like I was the fucking trifecta. I was blind, fat, and gay. I was like a wet dream to any fucking high school bully, and primary school bully, whatever. Yeah, it was rough. Plus, I was a really socially maldeveloped kid. Like, I was like fucking obsessed with like touching people. It was like a whole thing. I got bullied so hard. I fucking, to be honest, deserved it. Regardless, moved on. But when I was telling them that story, they were like, wow, that's amazing. Like, do you want your angle to be like blind or gay? And I was like, what? And they're like, well, you know, for your story, you have to like, you know, don't be like, because you're not like, you know, we don't really want, fat's not as interesting. It's either, you know, blind or gay. And I was like, well, like, I guess blind, because the ideas they had for gay were like, because I used to get bullied for picking strawberry milk at the canteen for lunch. And everyone else got chocolate milk because we're 5, and that's how 5-year-olds' brains work. And they were like, what if you like, before you got on stage, what if you like chugged a bottle of like strawberry milk, and you were like, yeah, like the empowerment. And I was like, no, what the fuck?
Wait,
like, that's so cringe.
Wait, why would you chug a bottle of strawberry milk? I misunderstand.
Because I'm taking it back from the haters, because like the haters used to like ridicule me and call me gay for liking strawberry milk, but it's like, yeah, bitch, I do like strawberry milk. And I was like, I guess I'd rather, I'm like, I guess I'd rather go for the blind. Yeah, literally. I guess I'd rather go for the blind angle at that point. But yeah, no, they literally go to you like, pick an angle. You know, everything that we talk about is going to be based on this. Going forward, like, it's so transparent behind the scenes.
I do want to move on to the next person in a little bit, but just real quick, I get it, sort of, like, it's showbiz and people are stupid, so like you gotta feed them the slop. Like, I do that to an extent, 100%. You know, like my React content is largely slop, and that's I've accepted that, but you know, I try to sprinkle in some good stuff here. But anyway, it's not about me. Like, I get it to a certain extent, but like, it's just so proliferant, and it just spreads the idea that like disabled people are a spectacle to be enjoyed and make you feel good about yourself. You know, like it's about the viewer. You know.
Yes.
When it should be about the person who is very talented, regardless of whether or not they have a disability. Like, why can't a
I'm blind. Just let me sing, bitch.
Yeah, why can't a blind person just sing a song about like love, like every fucking other person does? Like, it doesn't have to be about your blindness or the fact that you're gay or anything.
Yeah.
Or any disability for that matter, even being gay.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Sorry, that was a stupid joke.
No, it's so true, and I totally agree. And wait, one last story. I'm so sorry, but this is really, really funny. I got hit by a bus. That's the headline. So when I was at university in front of the library, I was like crossing the pedestrian crossing. I had just taken a step out. There were kids on the opposite side of the street who told the bus to go, and the bus didn't check. And even though I had my cane out, everything, I'd just taken like half a step out onto the road. The bus started to move and like hit me. So it wasn't that bad. Like I got like a graze and a black eye, but I was mostly okay, thankfully. I fell on my side because I wanted to say I also did karate for many years. So I didn't do wrestling, but in terms of the accommodations that people make, very similar in karate. It was just stay very close, keep your hands kind of touching their hand at some point, like when you're punching or whatever. But yeah, so it's just I don't know, it was one of those moments where I was like, I just got hit by a bus, and that's what I want to leave you all with today.
Okay, well, don't get hit by
have
buses.
A great one.
That's bad, regardless of whether or not you're blind.
Yes.
Anyway,
don't
thank you so much for joining us. That was very enlightening.
Pleasure. Have a good one.
Absolutely. You too. All right. Lovely. Who's next? That would be Gwen.
Oh.
Hello?
Wait, shit. Yo.
Okay?
My bad. I haven't. Yo, what's up?
Okay. Are you ready, or should I do somebody else first?
Wait, I don't remember what I was going to talk about. My bad. Oh no, I can just rip it. I can just rip it. Okay. Here, launch this shit.
Just why don't you start with this? Give us your name and your pronouns. Start with that.
My fault. All right, I'm Gwen. I go by she/her. All right. Okay, I remember my question. Sorry, I was rambling.
You're totally fine. You're totally fine.
Are you like a fan of like JoJo at all? Like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
I watched all of it up until like near the end of season 5. Like I'm spoilered on it, sort of. I don't completely get the guy's stand, but I know that's like something to do with like the timeline or something. Like he's able to like remove things from his. I forget. But anyway, I'm a big fan of season 2. That was my favorite. Big season 2 stan.
Okay, season 2 being the one with Joseph Joestar, right?
Joseph, and that was before the stands. So I know controversial opinion, but I think that the show it's fine with stands, but I think that it peaked at season 2.
That is not an opinion I've ever heard before. Not saying it's a bad one. That's just like I've just never heard that.
I love season 2.
No, I love it as well.
It's
like
such
that's
a natural continuation of season 1, and it would have been a great endpoint in my opinion.
Damn. Okay. Shit. Like I'm not a hater at all, but like that's just not something I would have thought. To hear
it's fine. I like the seasons that come after it. I think that the world is better off with especially season 4, but I just think season 1 and 2 is the complete package. It's great.
Damn.
But anyway, yes, I'm a JoJo fan.
I think yeah. Okay. I would recommend like finishing it because they added part 6 to Netflix. I'm not a big fan of its animation or dub, but it's still pretty good. It's not my favorite part, but it is up there, you know? Okay, but like that's besides the point, right?
Okay.
All right. Since you know of JoJo, like speaking like you know of the stands, right? Like you know what they're called, you know what they do, right?
Star Platinum. I know the first ones were based off of tarot cards, but when they ran out of those, they started naming them after musicians.
Yeah, musicians and then Egyptian gods. Actually, he's been doing the musician stuff for like a while now. Blueford, or I forget his name. It was named after something. Same with Dio. Dio's named after the band Dio.
Yeah, he was
But,
a
like,
big music guy.
Yeah, no, he still is. Like, he's got Nelly references in, like, part 7.
Nice. Okay, I'm not a big music person myself, but I can respect the fan.
All right, but like, let's say you have to like of the stands you know personally, because I'm like up to date with part 9. Like, I've been reading and shit, right? But like, if you had to like think of one that you like know of, even if you don't know its name, if you just know of its like ability, what is one that you think would personally like be something you would want? Like, you know, like just off rip, like what, like sticky fingers or some shit.
Which stand would I take? Probably like one of the basic ones, one of the JoJo stands. To be fair, I don't remember a lot of them. It's been a long time since I've even touched the series, but I guess if you the boring answer would be Star Platinum, right? Or the World.
I mean,
which are
yeah,
basically the
I
same,
mean, a little,
just clones.
a little bit, yeah. But like, that's not like a bad answer. It's just like not my personal pick. I mean, my like bounds of stand options are like what you've watched like 2 and like most of, or sorry, you've watched like
most of 4.
like,
or sorry,
yeah, like,
all of 4, most of 5. All of 4, most of 5.
Yeah, so that's your like picking group. My I've got like I got a sea over here. You got like a puddle. Like, you know,
Fair enough.
I got options. But like, no, Star Platinum's a really, really good choice. I think, me personally, I would lean away from it because like stopping time for like 5 to 10 seconds is not a lot. I think
that's fair. I think now that I think about it more, it's still kind of basic, but I like what's in part 4? What's not Jotaro? What's his name?
just like describe it. I know all of them, don't worry.
Josuke stand. What is it?
Crazy Diamond. It's
Crazy
the
Diamond.
punchy healy one.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. I might take that one. It would make me a killer doctor.
Sure. Yeah, that one's really, really good. For any of my JoJo fans out in the audience, for me personally, Speed King Part 8. But like in your like from like your picking group though, I would lean towards oh shit, wait. It wouldn't be useful. No, wait, let me think.
Okay.
Do you remember Craftwork from part 5? Like the 3rd or 4th or 5th stand introduced, like one of the first few.
You'll have to remind me.
You remember the guy who like threw a bunch of rocks in the air and he climbed him like a ladder because he froze him in place?
What did he look like?
He had that fuck ass haircut. Hold on.
What's the stand called?
Craftwork. Or it's like Craftworks. Hold on. I'll pull up an image of it. It's got a really fucking cool design. I think I like the manga's coloration because it's like a white and blue, but like the green still works pretty good.
Okay.
I don't remember
I vaguely remember this guy. So what does this stand do?
It like freezes stuff in place, right? So like, it's not like Healy stand, right? But it's like, it's something so minute that like if you did use it, like people wouldn't notice. And I don't know, I think I want to be like on the down low if I was a stand user, because like, you know, like the whole thing about like fighting and whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'll be honest, I think if I took like, I couldn't take a punch from a fucking stand user. Like if I break a rib, I'm crying and like falling over. Like I'm out, you know. But like,
I'd like to think I could withstand one, but you know, I don't want to talk too big a game and then get my ass handed to me.
Dude, no man, I'd get my ass beat by these fucking stands. Nah, but like placing yourself like inside of that mindset of like what stands you prefer or like, you know, want to have is such a like, I don't know, it's like asking like a career path of someone who's like never worked, or not. Like, no, that's not like a good comparison. It's like asking a blind person what colors they want to see first, you know. Like, this is something that's like so far out of like a realm of something you could like experience, or that you'd have any, like, besides like knowing like, oh, they exist and they do this, you know. But like, it's like a flavor, you know.
Yeah, I feel you.
Do you think you could take being pepper sprayed?
Could I tank a pepper spray? I mean, I'd have to, right? Like, if I got pepper sprayed, it's not going to kill me. It's just going to sear my face for a while. Could I? Yes. Would I want to? Absolutely not. I would avoid it at all costs. I mean, that shit
So would you
stings.
like... Okay, if you had to like place it, right? Would you tank the pepper spray or double it and give it to the next person?
Assuming it doesn't kill them. That's a good question. Let me think for a second. I don't know. Like, who's the next person?
The next person is for sure gonna double it and give it to the next person. So like either you tank it, right? Or two people down the line, they're gonna have to make the same decision you're doing, except instead of 1 pepper spray, it's like 8 pepper spray.
Okay. Well, so I'm the first one in line.
Yeah. But like if you double it and give it to the next person.
What's to stop people from just continuously passing it off? Where does it end?
There's an infant down the line, and like he's gonna get hit with like 8 fucking he's gonna get hit with like 800 pepper spray. Like they're gonna kill the kid.
Now this is interesting. So there's a baby at the end of it, and we're risking basically just inflicting untold godly amounts of pain on this infant. Okay. In that case, I would.
The baby can tank the pepper spray.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're assuming they can handle it, but like, I'm not gonna let a fucking newborn get. I would tank it. If we're talking about a newborn at the end of the line, I'll tank it.
But like, I mean, think about it, right? Like 4 pepper spray deep. Like he's not even gonna notice, you know? Like you'd get.
Listen. I don't care how many. I don't care if I'm the last person in line before the baby. I'm still tanking it. I don't know if I'd be able to live with myself. I know I'm talking a big game, but I'd rather live with the memory of that pain than I would with the memory of inflicting that pain on a newborn at twice the rate.
No, it wouldn't be like twice. It'd be like a bunch down the line. So it'd be like 800 pepper sprays.
It's like that question about would you step on this puppy for like $18 million or whatever. And my answer is no. I'm sorry. I know that sounds dumb, but like I wouldn't. I cannot live with the memory of crushing a puppy, you know.
That's fair, yeah.
So like, yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that. But if you, I guess a little bit more interesting. I don't know how you could sweeten the deal here, but I do think you're onto something with this hypothetical. I just don't know how you could make it a little bit more controversial, you know, like really challenge whether or not I would do it.
The baby is racist.
The baby is racist. Well, when you put it that way,
look.
You know what? He deserves it at that point. He said the N-word.
Yeah, he's like goo goo gaga. Whoa, let me out of here. You know, like he's fucking evil baby. Look, okay. Like if it's like 800, like 1,000 pepper sprays because it's doubled like over and over so many times, right? Like 4 or 6 pepper sprays deep, he's not even gonna feel it. You know, it's gonna wash over him.
I disagree. I'm not taking that chance. One sec. Streamer, would you say listen to me olive oil for $18 million? Yes, I would. Thank you, Tina. Hello and welcome in. Sorry.
You're good.
You cannot convince me that a baby would not feel the red hot sting of 1 million pepper sprays to the face. That's ridiculous.
I mean, right. But like, have you tried like 8 pepper sprays?
I've never tried a single pepper spray, or half of one for that matter. I'm not interested. I would turn my nose.
Like little bottles. What if they were like little bottles of pepper
I wouldn't even
spray?
do it out of curiosity. They're literally weapons specifically it's like asking, have you ever tasted vomit? You know, like, no, and I don't plan to. All right, I'd rather not.
If you taste it if you throw it up, like, you know, like it's
Okay,
it's on your tongue.
Shit, then. I'm not interested in ever, you know, trying the delicious taste of shit. I don't care what it tastes like. I'm not interested.
Alright, that's fair. Alright, I made an image, right?
Okay.
It came to me in a dream. Can I show it to you? It's not anything bad. I'm not gonna fucking like post gore or some shit, right? But like this came to me in a dream.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna do that though. Don't worry. ND Pal can vouch for me. I'm goofy, but like I'm not that bad.
Okay.
You fuck with this image? Like it came to me from a dream, right?
Mm-hmm.
You understand what it means?
Oh,
on the voice, like the stream chat.
Yeah, hold on.
Let me delete the JoJo thing so like the next person who joins can understand or like be free from it.
Is it this dinosaur-looking creature with July?
It's the Jersey Devil. It's not. It's the
July
Jersey
17th.
Devil. It's not a dinosaur.
The Jersey Devil. Okay.
Yeah.
July 17th, Jersey Devil. I have no idea what this is referencing.
So if you see how Discord has like 2 different July 17th emotes, I think we needed like a third one.
I did not know that was a thing, and I don't know why it's a thing.
But like, how
July
you
17th?
like? I don't fucking know.
What do you mean you don't? So what's the point of this then?
I don't know. It's like it's built into Discord. I thought it'd be funny, you know. Look,
Why
we
is
need a
that-
third one.
Is it? Well, now you got me curious. Now I got to look it up. Why is July 17th such an important? Hold on, July.
Every like emoji whatever thing has July 17th as their calendar.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I guess I never thought about it.
Like if you like go like text someone on your like iPhone, or I don't use WhatsApp because I don't know, I shower, but like that's hate to all the WhatsApp fans. Fuck you. No, not really. Sorry guys. But like, look, everything is July 17th. There just needs to be a third one, you know? So I thought, who better to represent it than the Jersey Devil?
It's World Emoji Day.
That's dumb as fuck.
Okay, I mean, if you're that into World Emoji Day and you want to use the Jersey Devil to celebrate it, you know, I think the more power to you.
This should be something different.
Listen,
right,
I don't personally celebrate, but I'm not Jewish, so, you know.
That's fair. Yeah, okay. My bad. I was pondering something serious to talk about, and I completely fucking botched it. You have a good day, man.
All right, hey, you too. That was fun. Thank you for coming by. Appreciate you.
I'm gonna leave you with the emoji, though. I feel like the next person needs to see this. I'm gonna let it be small so they can't read it. All right, see ya.
Sounds good. All right, have a good one. Well, that was fun. All right, who's next? That was Gwen. Hello?
Bruh.
Thank you, Oasis. Always a pleasure. Okay, Scuff Bunny. We're pulling you in. Hello, Scuff Bunny. Scuff Bunny, paging Scuff Bunny.
Oh, hello, Alec Gunther.
Hello, how are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm doing just fine, thank you. You want to go ahead and give us your name, pronouns, and then what you're here to talk about?
My name is Ian. My pronouns are he, him. I am gay, but I'm generally just going to talk about my... yeah. But generally, I'm just going to talk about my town. I live in an all-conservative town.
I'm so
which
sorry.
Is... No, that's not what I'm going to talk about, though. For the high school I've been going to, people haven't... Not very many people have been very bigoted, which is a great thing. saying that's a lot for our generation, for my generation, just specifically.
Yeah.
Here's a little story I gotta tell you.
Sure.
One time on Valentine's Day, I was like, everyone was like, "Hey, you like girls?" And like, you want to get a girl and you want to have a baby? And I just finally cracked and said, "Hey, I'm just gay. I have a boyfriend." I'm like, what?
Oh man, how old were you?
Everyone was all looking at each other and and everyone was like,
Just out of curiosity, what grade was this?
This is my senior year, so yeah, senior year.
Okay, so you're basically a very, very baby adult.
I am a baby adult. I am 18, turned 18 June 1st.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so you say you're gay.
I am gay.
Yep.
And people look at each other and say, "You guys got a problem with that?" And no one said they had a problem with that, except for a Californian, which she says a lot of things, very controversial things, which I should probably say, which is probably the only person I have a problem with. I'm not gonna say any names or anything. Is that okay? So she says, very first day, our problem with our generation are furries. Yeah. I'm like, you don't even have to interact with them, and I'm a furry, and you're just next to me. Also, here's the craziest thing. I'm wearing a beanie with bunny ears on it.
Well, to be fair, there are a lot of people who do that, but I guess if you're a guy, it's not as stereotypically common. So I don't know. If you're a non-furry, I can see why that wouldn't be a direct indicator that you're a furry. But go on.
Yeah, but I'm like, okay, this lady's obviously got a problem with gay people or something. And because generally the whole furry community, not the whole furry community, generally just consists of gay people and tech people. And smart people and dumb people. It just consists. It's a diverse community,
Yes, I've seen that. Yep.
To say a whole community is the problem is kind of bigoted, first off, and second off, knowing what I know is also kind of dumb. First off, because they're hackers. There's people who are good at what they do, and people who actually provide for our society. It's the same level of, saying it's not as bad as saying an immigrant's probably as bad as thing, because immigrants come here and then we provide. I agree with all of your points. They provide more, and they're more scared of getting arrested.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I shifted the topic really fast, even after I said the topic shifted.
I do that all the time. You're fine.
But just saying a whole group is a problem kind of sets me off. It's like saying all Christians are the problem. Obviously, that's not a thing. I know great Christians that know I'm gay and say, "Oh yeah, I have another gay friend on the list. Yay!" I'm like, "Yay!" and they're very supportive. But
well, yeah, it's assuming things about an entire group of people based on an element of that group that is not inherently problematic. It'd be different if you were to say, well, all murderers are bad. That's technically a cohort of people, but yes, you're correct. It is bad to be a murderer for all intents and purposes. But I get what you're saying. When it comes to groups like furries, that is bigotry.
Yeah. And this is the same person who sympathizes with Jeffrey Dahmer, by the way.
Which one was that? I'm so stupid. I know that name, and I'm blanking on.
They're a murderer. They're a notorious murderer.
Got it. Okay. Serial killer.
I think they pretended to be gay to get out of a crime they committed. I don't really know very much other than the fact that he killed people and ate people, which is yeah.
Not a guy I sympathize with.
Yeah, you shouldn't sympathize. Oh, he tried calling out for help. bullshit. Don't kill people. You know, this should be like the number one thing. Hey, don't kill this person. That's bad. But no, it's a thing. It's the same as like, it's just, you know, I'm like, now I'm thinking this lady's probably a psychopath. You know.
I mean, if you sympathize with a literal serial killer, like, I would really need to hear your reasoning for that. Otherwise, I am going to consider you as kind of a psycho. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, they have a problem with furries. She sympathizes with Jeffrey Dahmer, so we're off to a great start.
Yeah, we're off to a great start.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, just to piss them off, I just say I'd rather go to Jeffrey Epstein's island than that, and you know, just to piss them off. Yeah, I'm not proud of it, but you know, if anything, if it just kind of proves that they're kind of sane because they kind of got pissed about that. I'm like, okay, good, so they're not a psychopath, but still.
Yeah, she sounds like she's very special.
Yeah, she is a special kid. We are in like a special class. Our class is pretty special.
No kidding.
No kidding. Yeah, I am. I'm also one of the special kids. People consider me annoying, but like, like, in the whole world, anyone could be annoying to everyone. To me, most people are kind of annoying. You know, you have to get to know the person, honestly, right?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, everyone's annoying to some extent. Yeah, sure. But
yeah.
I think it's very annoying to sympathize with murderers and be bigoted against furries. I think that just makes you annoying in general.
Yeah, very annoying. And it's just like the hypocrite. Here's the funny thing. The funniest conversation. Like, she's like, "You're looking in my general direction, so you're talking to me." I'm like, "That's the stupidest thing you said all day, lady." I'm like,
not necessarily. I mean,
not necessarily. But I was talking to someone else next to her. I'm like, okay.
This person sounds narcissistic, and I don't say that. I'm not trying to be derogatory toward people with like an actual personality disorder, but that is a narcissistic thing to do. Is like assume that anybody looking in your general direction must be addressing you, and that is a problematic thought process. It can lead to some weird interactions. She doesn't seem very well, is what I'm saying.
I don't say she's very narcissistic. I think she's just a big hypocrite, you know? Like, we're supposed to be quiet, and she keeps talking to the other person, which I will not mention because I don't think he deserves anything. He's just not worthy of talking. But, you know, it's just a hypocrite, someone who doesn't really know how to interact with people. And I don't know how to interact with people, so I know it's just a big circle that goes back to each other. I don't really consider her an enemy because to consider her an enemy would be like a laugh, like a wet fart, you know?
It makes sense.
I don't consider myself better than her. You know, to consider someone better than someone is just out of the loop, unless that person happens to be like a war criminal or someone who just kills people.
It's a general way. It's a general way to phrase it, but I think it's fine to say that you're better than somebody like that in some circumstances. I think it's fine to be like, well, I just think that I'm a better person than you because you're a bigoted person. Your thought processes are infantile. You can't socialize well with other people because you just have blind hatred toward them, and that indeed makes me better than you, in my opinion. It's opinionated, sure, but I think I can definitely substantiate that claim, and as long as you can back up the fact that, you know, you are better than another person, I think it's fine to say that personally. That's just me.
I don't know. I personally just don't like having that thought process, no matter how quote unquote bad. What I think is bad is actively condemning people for killing, or condemning people, like actively doing something to hurt someone. I just think they're bigoted. I don't think I'm better than them because I haven't because I'm better or worse than them. I just think they're a person and they grew up that way. You know.
Sure, and you can. That's a good topic to touch on. You know, you can recognize somebody's influences and that they're a product of their environment. But at the end of the day, whether or not, this is a whole nature versus nurture thing, right? Like the result is the same. Like whether or not a Nazi has like a sad backstory or whatever, and there's like if Jewish people like murdered their entire family or something, it doesn't matter. You're still a fucking Nazi. Like, your solution to that is not good. You're a bad person for thinking the things that you do, and I want you separated from the rest of society. So, like, ultimately, I think that it's a consequentialist thing, in my opinion. Like, I wouldn't give any... Like, you can recognize the influence, and it is important to recognize the influences that lead people to that path, but that way you can circumvent them in the future for other people. But, like, she's still a bigot. You know, it doesn't really matter at a certain point where it comes from. In my opinion.
That's... Huh. I don't know how to think about that. I mean,
yeah. I just don't want to get muddy. Right now, we're in a very politically tumultuous time, where trans people especially, but also queer people of any background are being targeted. And I think it's important to not get caught up in the specifics of like, well, you know, maybe we should sympathize with their plight or recognize where they're coming from and try to, you know, understand the situation. After a certain point, it doesn't matter. Like, they're a bigot, period, end of story. They're on the other side. I think there are situations where you can put that aside and try to, you know, understand them better, but it just depends. I would be careful with that mindset is all. That's just me.
Yeah, I try not to get too caught up, but that's literally like the only thing I think about when I'm in the room with her. It's just hypocrite, bigot, and I want to leave this room before I get angry and insult her again. Because I insult her all the time. Yeah.
I mean, it's not.
It's just not thinking. Yeah, it's just not thinking. Oh yeah, okay. Well, go ahead, dumbass, Sergey.
Yep. And deservedly so.
Yeah. But everyone else in this town, everyone, if they didn't know, they wouldn't react, which is kind of fair. Which I'd rather not hide myself, but also I don't want to cause problems. It's kind of the same thing. But I kind of get scared by like my pride flag from the store. I'm like, is someone gonna condemn me for what I am?
Right. You know, and that sucks.
Yeah.
You know, you should just be able to buy a pride flag without worrying about who's gonna care. You know, so. And I'm not saying that,
and I have
like, it can be dangerous to have a pride flag in some circumstances. So it's, you know, it's just up to you and your specific situation.
Yeah. You know, and I have a preferred voice, but I'd rather not use it because I don't want to cause problems, and I only use it with people sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the trans voice, but I'm not trans. I'm just gay, and I prefer other things.
Hey, I mean, voice modulation is for anybody, you know. Performers do it all the time. I sound different right now than I used to. It's just a personal preference. And if you can train your voice to be the way that you prefer, then that's great. Doesn't matter if you're trans or not.
Yeah.
It does suck that you have to hide that part of yourself, though, and I can't speak to your circumstances, but I do hope that they improve to the point where you don't have to.
Yeah, because you know, you don't talk to the adults about these things. You know, I mean, my mom knows, but no one other than my mom and the counselors know that I am gay, and it's kind of like, do I want to know? Do I want the other adults that are in my adulthood knowing that I am gay, and what would happen if they knew? You know, because it's a cherry red town. It's very conservative.
Yeah, that can be difficult.
You don't go out and shouting, "I'm gay." Here.
Yeah. Absolutely. It can definitely be tricky. I mean, I grew up in Ohio, so it's always been kind of a purple state until recently when it turned red. But I did grow up in a conservative family, and we have had internal conflict as far as gender identity and sexuality go. Not with me specifically, but I'll just say that it has come up. And I have been a secondhand witness to the issues it can cause. So, I can certainly empathize with your situation, and like I said, I do hope it improves for you, whether it means getting the hell out of there or just less likely but possible, or even like if you stay there, like finding a group of people that you can mesh with, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I so far only have one friend that I can mesh with.
Well, that's better than none. It's a good start.
Yeah.
And some people only need one friend, so it's all good.
You don't need a whole group to be happy.
Yeah.
But,
is there anything else you'd like to discuss?
Ooh. Now, this is going to be a very controversial topic, probably, but
okay.
I'd rather not have my games be messed around with too much of a real life subject, because games are usually just used to escape reality and not be put back into it. Does that make sense?
Ooh, I hear you, but I disagree. I think that games are a form of art. They can be escapist if you'd like, but they can also tackle very real issues. And I think that both are valid, and I think that both add value to the world.
I mean, yeah, there are games that do it very well, like Spider-Man, for example. That is a really, really good game. Diverse, has a lot of things, and it feels correct. It feels like you are someone who are, specifically Spider-Man Miles Morales. So you feel like you're trying to help your community, and you feel like you're in, but you feel like you're not in reality. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's immersive. You're immersing yourself in another world.
But to have something terrible happen in it kind of brings you back into reality, which I can't agree on. Like, games are a form of art, but when does it become a problem?
Well, it becomes a problem when you personally have a problem with it, right? Like, you can say, I prefer not to play Spider-Man because it tackles issues that hit too close to home for me, which is completely valid. You can have that opinion. But if you're looking for games that, don't like, what's a game you like?
Apex Legends. That's the closest that I know. It's just a money-hungry game, but I don't play it for the money. I play it for the characters.
I'm not judging. I mean, okay, so you like Apex Legends? Why?
Because the characters are well written. It's fun. It encourages team cooperation most of the time, and it's generally a mostly fine community if you look past the toxic parts.
That's every community for you. Yeah, that's great, and that's your jive. It doesn't really tackle, from what I know of it, it doesn't really tackle broad story elements or real world problems. It's just kind of a fun multiplayer online game that you can forget the world exists and immerse yourself in a little bit. Huh?
It does have lesbians, and I think it has 2 gays, which is great. Representation is everything.
Yeah, representation's great. But I guess my point is, like, if story-based games that tackle real-world issues aren't for you, that's totally fine. Like, it's just a personal preference. So, but I still think that those works of art are what I just said. They're works of art. They're trying to communicate something, and video games can provide a very meaningful, deep experience with, as long as you can recognize that why other people appreciate it. I think it's totally fine to have your preference.
And this is why I look up to you, Alec Gunder. You're very well speaker. I gotta tell you.
Thank you. I try. I appreciate that.
I think that's pretty much all.
Cool.
Is there anything else would you like to ask me, or do I just leave?
No, you're fine. I mean, I don't have any questions for you at this time. I'm glad that you're a part of my community. You sound like a very lovely person, and I'm glad that you came in today. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your time. I would really look forward to see another stream, and because you're like the comfort person right now.
Well, that means a lot. Thank you. It's comments like that keep me going. So thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you have a great night. Okay. Take care.
You too. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. Have a good night.
Oh.
Alrighty. So that was Scuff Bunny. Now we got... Sorry, I have been neglecting chat. Yes, call-ins are via Discord, Weatherfish. It looks like you figured that out. Or no, you didn't figure that out yet. Yeah, Weatherfish. If you type exclamation Discord, you can get to the Discord. Yeah, DEI is ruining video games. That's true, Tina. Does your audience know I am the reason you're drippy? I'm not that drippy, but to the extent that I am, yes. That is thanks to Tina, too. Who you can find on twitch.tv/Tina_2, by the way. TOO. Very smart and informative person. Less slop content than I produce. More current events and important shit. But yes, that is correct. She took me thrifting once, and it changed my life. So, anyway, Allie, you are next. I do have to get through these a little bit faster now that we have more people in here. So we're gonna go Allie, Max, Thunderbolt, and then State 16, and we'll try to keep it to 15 minutes or less. All right, let me go into the bathroom real quick, and then we'll do the rest of the calls. Stream for a little bit. So good. I'm gonna try to finish that real quick. Let me pull Allie in. All right, we are pulling in Allie. Hello, Allie. Welcome.
Hello.
How you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right.
Okay. It's better than not all right. You want to go ahead and
Yeah.
just give us your, I assume your name is Allie, is what you'd like to go by, and then you want to give us your pronouns? Oh, it says she, her
yeah,
right
my
there.
name- Yeah.
She, her. Gotcha. Okay. Allie, she, her.
Yeah.
All right. What can I do for you tonight?
Okay, so I have two topics we could talk about.
Ooh, I get a
one of
choice.
which, okay, so one of them is, I guess, because so the guy talking about disabilities earlier kind of brought up like, hey, maybe there's some stuff that I should bring some more awareness to, like the treatment of disabled kids in the school system and just how bad that actually is that people don't really understand, and really talking a lot about my personal experiences with that. But then there's also, if you just want something that's less heavy, less like all the other stuff, we could go for, I don't think there should really be any immigration policies at all, because it's kind of stupid if you actually break it down, in my opinion. But I'm gonna let you choose, I guess.
If you are leaving it up to me, just because we haven't talked about immigration yet tonight on the conversational part of the stream, I would go with that. But if you would like to dip into your personal experience with disability, I will not begrudge you that either. But if you're asking me, I would prefer the immigration, I guess. But it's totally up to you. This is your time. This is for the audience. So whatever you'd like to discuss is more important. And we might have time for both if you can keep it short on each topic.
Okay. Yeah, I would admit it. I do kind of want to talk about the disabilities a bit, because
Absolutely.
it's a lot worse than, yeah.
Of course.
In my opinion, it's a lot worse than people assume, because all right, I'm just gonna go right ahead.
Sure.
I want to know what you think the worst of it was, like what I'm gonna talk about, I guess.
My
maybe.
assumption? Well, what's your specific experience? Like, I don't know what your disability is, so I can't say. Or if there was somebody around you with a disability.
Okay, so I was diagnosed with autism at a very young age, but I was also diagnosed with oppositional defiance disorder and it was mainly in like sensory processing disorder, bunch of stuff like that. But I was in the special education system, which is really what I'm talking about. So I guess because I'm trying to do a setup here where like we set the expectation, and then depending on how bad it is, I go, oh, it's not that bad, or oh, by the way, that gets much, much worse. It was meant to be dramatic, but
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take away from the dramatic element there. I guess I mean, judging by like how disabled people in general are treated in this country, my first guess would be pretty bad. Maybe not like torturous, but at least bad enough that it's worth discussing.
I have news for you.
Oh no. Is it bad news?
It is bad news. So at least in my state, some of the public schools had solitary confinement cells for quote unquote behaviorally misbehaving kids.
That took a second to absorb. Solitary confinement cells.
Yes.
So we're
solitary...
just, this isn't even bordering on torture. This is just torture then.
Yes, it literally is.
That's insane.
Is it okay if I DM you like a picture of what I'm talking about? It's not going to be the same, but like,
Yeah, of
it's an
course.
actual thing. Yeah. Here. Let me just get that up there. Message. Yeah. So this is a real thing. That that one in particular has padded walls and floors. I will tell you right now, the one I had was not at all.
Jeez.
And it's blue, which mine was not. Mine looked a lot more like this, except again, a wooden door and no padding.
Jesus Christ.
And also, yeah, and and they would use literally any excuse in the book to throw you in there. They would use any excuse in the book, like, and they would physically drag you in there against your will. Multiple adults, like. It was a very traumatic experience for me, and they would like rip my shoes off and any other thing I had on me, so I'd basically just have like nothing on me as they just threw me in there, and it's like all white, like it was.
Oh. How long did they keep you in there?
As basically as long as they wanted, really.
Spanning from and to?
The end of the day, because they couldn't legally keep me there longer than like the school day.
The fact that they could legally put you in there at all is problematic, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah. So, and they can withhold your lunch until the end of the day. They legally have to give me lunch, but they always withheld it at the end of the day where we wouldn't even have enough time to actually eat it. And they wouldn't even let me go to the bathroom either. So what you think happened. I'd just be sitting in myself in there for hours and hours and hours. And the only outside stimulation you have is this tiny window slit. But even then, sometimes they would cover it up with paper just to be extra cool.
Oh my God. I mean, every word you say gets worse. I have no idea what to even say at this point.
And like, this was not uncommon. This was across multiple schools in my state and outside of my state. It's never talked about. This is never, ever talked about. And I'm like, but it is such a horrible thing. And like, I remember actually hearing about a law in Tennessee that like, not, basically like, that they made the parents sign contracts before their kid could get into special education that they're not liable for any personal injury. And there would be injuries, because oftentimes if I tried to put like a limb in the way of the door so they can't shut it, just so I'm not locked in there.
Yeah.
They would slam that on my limbs, and I'd get injuries.
That is cruelty beyond my wildest imagination. I can't fathom. How old were you?
Like 7, 8.
Jesus Christ. I can't fathom. The thought of ever treating a 7 or 8-year-old half as cruel and inhumane as that baffles my mind. I don't know even, like, I don't know if words can express, like, how appalling that is.
Yeah. And, like, the seclusion rooms isn't really, like, it. And that's the problem. Like, you know how I mentioned that, like, it's not uncommon for teachers to, like, it wasn't uncommon for them to, like, drag me in there? Like, it also wasn't uncommon for me to be restrained. But I'm not saying restrained, quotation mark, like the type they do in mental hospitals where it's sort of like they create like a little bubble around you and just prevent you from doing anything that could hurt yourself or hurt other people, right? No. I'm talking about on the ground, like, can't breathe because you got the weight of someone's like leg on your neck or something, and like, and I'm talking that level of like restraint. Like,
That's insane. I mean, that's like shit even like police shouldn't be doing to adults.
No. And you know what? That's like, I really feel for like having that experiences has made me more aware of like I don't, never mind, sorry.
You're fine.
I'm not just
take your time.
Okay. It's just like, but I guess I can't really say anything else because nothing else really, like, because like I could talk about how I was intentionally instigated into having meltdowns, so then I could be, or like the teacher like rewarding the other kids for not being disabled.
Oh yeah, so they encourage bullying and such.
Mm-hmm. Like,
yeah, that's a special kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
So how do you I mean, looking back, how do you feel that's affected you, like mentally, physically, otherwise, and your throughout the span of your life?
Well, I know that one of the things, because one of the things that they'd make you do is, this was the quote unquote way to get out, right? The way to get out was you had to write an apology and the neatest handwriting you could have, and then you would have to keep redoing it over and over and over and over and over again until they were satisfied enough to let you out.
Actual gaslighting.
And I think, because I know that someone I know who had a very similar experiences literally just cannot write because the trauma of that time has like had them restricted to like having like chicken scratch handwriting because they can't. And I experienced that too. I have the same experience, and it's like, so I literally can't write anymore because like they like that effect. And like
so, if I can, when you say it affects your handwriting, do you mean like your hand shakes, or like there's an injury in your hand, or is this more a mental thing? I'm just curious. I'm trying to get the details here.
It's more like a mental thing. Like it's like when my brain goes to write, it's stuck in that 8-year-old like mindset of how to write.
It sounds like almost like a PTSD symptom.
Yeah. And I have been diagnosed with PTSD.
I imagine so. You would certainly, like, I mean, studying psych myself, I'd have to like ask you more questions, but yeah, I can imagine that would definitely do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, if I can, this is what I mean. So I've talked before about how conservatives, if you'll pardon my French, basically just want to call disabled people a retard and throw them in an asylum and forget they exist. Like that's literally what, like when conservatives say bring back the asylums, that's what they mean. Like shit like what you went through. And so that's why when people say that, they have no idea what they're talking about. Like the word asylum historically in this country is associated with demonic shit, like shit I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. Torture, actual torture. And the fact that it just goes unchecked is it's unfathomable in the greatest country on earth and the richest country on earth, like anywhere for that matter, but certainly not here. But then you hear stories like yours and it's like, how did this happen? You know, and this is the world that frankly conservatives want, you know, and it's just disgusting. I can't wrap my head around it and what you've been through.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I guess I just wanted to like, I understand like there wasn't really much actual discussion around it because there was really nothing to say about it.
That's okay. Listen, that is a valuable experience that you just shared, and I really appreciate it. Seriously. People don't hear that enough. Like, this is real shit that is happening, and this is like, people think, okay, when they think leftist, right? They think, oh, tree huggers, or like they just want pronoun police, whatever. No, like, conservative ideology. Just to put a fine point on the importance of what you're sharing with us, conservative ideology leads to the shit that happened to you, and that is what leftism is fighting every day. So experiences like yours are invaluable, and I want to make sure that that's clear. But thank you for sharing.
If you want, we can talk about the immigration now to sort of,
sure, yeah,
you know, break away from that. Yeah,
yeah,
so,
of course.
In my opinion, in my opinion, I think it's just kind of ridiculous to worry about who's coming into the country or not. Because, like, here's the thing. If you commit a crime inside the country, it's still illegal. I feel like this is basically the same as, like, the trans bathroom argument. Like, if a trans person commits a crime in a bathroom, it's still illegal. Right?
Yes.
Well, it's not exactly the same. But, like, maybe like you can still have like customs. It's like, oh, you're entering the country. Oh, well, welcome to the country. What are you doing here? And all right, bye. But like
it should be much easier at least.
Yeah, but like instead of worrying about like the drug cartels getting into the country, just arrest them while they're here. You already track them anyways, so why worry about it? Just arrest them while they're here, and focus on those, like, instead of wasting resources on a stupid border wall that doesn't work. Like, just, you know? And, like, the real issue, because, like, then people are, like, I really think a lot of the reason why people are even still iffy about immigration is just, like, the idea that, like, if non-Americans mix with American, it's not America anymore. Like, because I know, like, I know I'm not really giving like the most in-depth like thing about it, but like it's like if someone's gonna do something illegal, then they're either gonna be caught or they're not. So just if you catch them, arrest them. You know, right?
Yeah, I'm going to push back a little bit. I do think, so in an ideal society, my ideal society, there's no borders, right? I'm a border abolitionist. And that is what I would like to work toward. Now, that being the case, I'm also like a gender abolitionist, just to kind of make a comparison point. And as a gender abolitionist, that doesn't mean I want like all the gender stuff torn down tomorrow. Like I don't know how feasible it would be to just tear down the borders tomorrow. I do think that there is value at the moment in checking people and making sure that they're not bringing dangerous things or dangerous people into the vicinity of, you know, like if we can keep dangerous people out, I'd rather do that, is my point. And I think it's fine to check people at the border right now, even though I'd like to phase it out.
Right.
As far as cartels go, right, you know, like that's one of the good things about border enforcement is, you know, it does, I believe, help, you know, mitigate cartel activity in the United States, you know, and I think that's a good thing. If you can mitigate cartel activity within our borders, like that's what our country can control. That's what our powers that be can control, you know. And I would, like I said, I would like to see a society where, you know, we don't have any more borders. But I don't know. I guess I would have to think about it more. I'm not like a super expert on this or anything, but I guess in my opinion, I see where you're coming from. Like if like they certainly shouldn't go after people who aren't committing crimes. Like if you're just trying to cross the border to get a job and live a decent life, then you should be allowed to do that. You know, like the immigration policies need to be eased tremendously.
Right.
I do think there is value in knowing, having a general idea of the people we are letting in. But that's about as far as I'm willing to go on that. Like
Yeah.
it should be far. Like I said, eventually I'd like to see the disintegration of all borders. So that's where I stand on it.
Yeah. And like, you know, like you were saying, like there are some valid reasons, like have like security checkpoints and just do like basic screening of people entering and stuff like I totally agree. Like I'm not against a checkpoint and somebody writing down like, you know, who you are, what's your reason for visiting, do you have any past criminal history or something like that? I don't know.
I'll give you
like that.
Like, actually, now that I think about it, my dad told me this, and my dad's like a mega conservative, so I don't even know how true this is. But, for instance, like, let's say that I was going to talk about bed bugs, you know, because like what my dad told me is that bed bugs were basically eradicated in the United States until people from the South brought them over. But now I realize, I'm thinking about it, that's probably just racism that he instilled in me. So I'm going to go away from that one. But, what I will say is, like, in theory, right? Let's say that there's some kind of illness that we've managed to eradicate in the United States. And they haven't yet in Mexico or South America, right? I think it's fine then to put up a checkpoint specifically to ensure people entering the country do not have that communicable disease. And if they do, don't turn them away. Don't just send them back, you know, give them treatment. And then when they're cured, they can come over, you know, like I said, like it's fine having checkpoints. I'm not against checkpoints and making sure we're keeping people safe. My problem is how it's enforced. We just want to ship all South Americans and Mexicans back in one big truck and call it a day. Like that's not humane, first of all. And second of all, it's not even economical. It's not practical. Like, why would we do that? It's stupid.
Right. I mean, skipping the fact that, you know, considering that Mexican American heritage is like a whole thing, like, like, you know, like that, it's kind of become an ingrained thing over hundreds of years, right? But so like in a way, like doing that would also be genocide in a way, but, but like, you know, like yeah, like I'm like checkpoints like that.
My thing about checkpoints is I want to know why they're there. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
So, for instance, like just because somebody is from Mexico doesn't mean they shouldn't be allowed to come here easily. Like, it should be an easy process. Okay. The fact that somebody is from that area does not mean that they can't come here. If they're from that area, and that area is known to have, again, some sort of communicable illness that we've eradicated in the United States, just hypothetically, check them for that illness. Are you carrying like super COVID? You know, we've eradicated super COVID in the United States. So are you carrying that? No. Okay, you're good to go. Like it should be practical. And right now it's just like racist. So.
Right. Yeah. But you know, like, I guess my main point, like I was just trying to say, like, you know, like, well, you know what I was trying to say. It's just like maybe if we just like we stop worrying about people coming in committing crime and just realizing that there would be crime there regardless of like people coming in or people not coming in, you know, especially considering like the own population tends to commit more crime because they're not at risk for being deported, you know. So it's like we should just stop worrying about like people committing crime other than basic screening that you would do really anywhere. It's like, you know, like
background checks.
Like, right. You know.
Yeah.
So like, but yeah, like I was saying, I just think we should stop worrying about crime and, you know, and start, you know, because at the end of the day, like, it's still illegal, regardless of.
It's not a valid concern based on all the data we have of undocumented immigrants who live here currently. Like, they commit lower rates of crime. So if you're going to deport anybody, deport natural-born Americans, because they're way more likely to commit crime.
Right.
That's how I think.
Yeah.
Okay, is there anything else you'd like to
add? I guess not. I honestly thought I had more to say on it, but I guess I had like that opinion of just like, you know, like it's still legal in the United States, so why worry about it? I guess I just didn't. No, I guess not. But I hope that, you know, I could bring awareness to the fact that the school system and stuff, like, still, like, the stuff like that happened, and it happened, and it's probably still happening, you know, all across the United States, and, like, you know.
Definitely in red states, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate you sharing your experience. Like I said, you know, that's huge to get rid of that, because children across America and, you know, even the world are going through that same thing, and to be able to mitigate that as much as possible should be a goal of ours. So,
right.
You know, thanks again for sharing.
Yeah. All right. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your day.
I will. You do the same, okay?
All right. Bye.
All right. Good night. All right. I know I have to pee a lot. Bear with me. I'm gonna pee again, and then we're pulling in Max. Be right back. All right, I'm back. I would say that I'm pulling in Max, but I see that he's already done so himself since he is a mod. So, Max, hello. If you'd like to introduce yourself real quick, just give us, I mean, your name's Max, if you want to give us your pronouns, and then what you'd like to talk about. Max is my sibling, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, so my name is Max. My pronouns are he, they. And, you know, I'm good to talk about whatever. It's the whole conversation about the disabled issues that the last person was talking about was really like interesting to me, because it does honestly feel like there is a lot of discrimination that takes place against disabled people that just goes completely unaddressed, and
Yeah,
it does
real
not
quick,
get talked about.
Can you turn up? Are you able to turn up your microphone a little bit?
Yeah, I can. Give me 1 second. Let me
Yeah,
go to
appreciate it.
the Discord settings. I get that a lot. So
I just have I just have you all the way up and still too quiet.
let me see. Is that better?
Much better, thank you. I actually have to turn you down a little bit now.
Okay. All right. You want me to reintroduce myself?
Nope, you're good.
Okay. But yeah, like the last guest had like a really interesting conversation with you about disability related stuff, and you know,
Yeah.
like I said, like there's a lot of discrimination that takes place against disabled people that just does not get addressed at all. Like the stigma, like on a social level, is also like really bad online, especially, and like in schools and stuff like that. Like disabled people getting bullied a lot. Like it's not like people don't talk about it enough.
Not nearly enough, and I could do a better job myself, honestly. You know, I'm trying to rack my brain for things to like cover, and that might, you know, like just covering, like the last person who was on, just the horrific abuse of some disabled people in some areas of the country. Shedding a light on that is very important.
Yeah, and also the way that people like, you know, throw insults online, like, you know, people will throw around the word autistic as an insult, for example, especially in certain online communities. You know, they'll throw around the R slur. They'll like, you know, say like special needs as an insult, or like, you know, mentally disabled just from Trump himself, actually. Like you have the president of the United States who hates disabled people and mocks like mocks their hand like mocks their like, you know, hand movements, and you know, also like even said that like to Fred Trump III that disabled people should just die. I don't know if you heard about that one.
I did not. What happened?
So like there's this story about basically Fred Trump III is Trump's nephew, and there was this whole story about you know, I think he like wrote a book or something, and Fred Trump III was told by Donald Trump that like his disabled like kids should just die. That was reported on like
Jesus
months
Christ.
ago. Yeah. Vosh did a video on it also. So there's that.
Well, Vosh is canceled, so that's invalid.
Yeah. But yeah, like there's that, and like, you know, people just don't talk about it enough, and whenever you try to talk about a lot of like disabled related stuff, like people will, you know, mock you for it, and they'll just say like, oh, you're just overreacting, and you know, and they just don't take you seriously.
It is very unfortunate. I mean, especially the word ableism has like kind of been poisoned, not by anybody using the term. I'll see that there are examples of things that people say are ableism, which are clearly not, but that's a very small problem in the grand scheme. But when you say the word ableism, you know, a lot of people just kind of turn their nose up at it and say, oh, well, that's, you know, like their first instinct is to think that's not really a thing. Or like you said, yeah, you're overreacting. But no, ableism is real. Like we just talked about some, like severe ableism, torturous ableism. I mean, that's, it can lead to torture. So it's a real problem.
Like putting disabled people in like insane asylums, you know, that used to be a thing.
Yeah, but even in like smaller capacities, like you're saying, you know, abuse online, like, you know, it may not seem like a big deal. Sure, you can just turn the computer off, but let's be real. Like the online space is now the public forum. It is the public square. So you wouldn't want to be made fun of out in the open for being autistic or for being blind or anything like that. So you also wouldn't want that to happen online. And I think that's a problem. And, you know, there's a big stigma. And
yep.
I think in some ways it's gotten better, but especially with Trump's inauguration, it's certainly also gotten worse.
I mean, the fact that he said that like only a mentally disabled person could allow this to happen to our country just shows how like normalized ableism is.
Yeah,
like about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
Yeah, for a friggin' president to say that, it's to say the least, it is unprofessional and unbecoming of a person in that, in that position, because a large part of his constituency is disabled people.
Yes. And also, there were reports of him calling Joe Biden and Kamala Harris the R slur, and you got Elon Musk just calling people that word on Twitter, just like willy nilly.
Yeah, why not?
And I feel like that's another huge problem that a lot of people aren't really talking about enough, is that people are they just feel comfortable saying that word now, and even despite the fact that disabled people have a lot of disabled people have been bullied with that word against them and do not like the usage of it, and all it does is alienate so many disabled people from oh, my dog just tried to chew on the microphone.
Paco.
But hello, Paco. But anyway, yeah, it just alienates a lot of disabled people from wanting to be part of larger communities, and I think it's a problem that not enough people are talking about. You even see people using the R slur in their thumbnails and their videos, like in the titles and thumbnails, and it's just...
Yeah, why not? I'm sure. YouTube doesn't demonetize it, do they? Fuck it, who cares, right?
Yeah.
It's not like it's a real slur. Disabled people aren't really an oppressed group or anything. It doesn't happen, right?
Yeah. And there was something I was gonna say, what was I gonna say? Sometimes I lose my train of thought.
Same here.
Oh yeah, I remember what it was. But Elon Musk will call cis a slur.
Right, I forgot. Yeah, the worst slur of all, the C slur.
Yep,
the other C slur. Sorry, the first one is cracker. That's the worst. Oh, I mean, sorry, I shouldn't say that. The second worst one is cis, though.
Yeah. He's comfortable using actual slurs, but then calls words that are not slurs.
Because they're pussies. They can dish out whatever they want, but God forbid you give them even a fraction of it back.
Yeah.
They're pussies.
Because, yeah, they are pussies. One of my friends...
And cis, by the way, cis isn't even a slur. It's just a word to describe. It's an adjective to describe people. But anyway, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, I probably should have thought about it sooner, but especially because this video from my friend was made in 2021, but he was actually talking about his experience with disabled the special needs kids at his school, and he said that the treatment was abysmal, and that they got the R slur thrown at them out the ass, and that they were met with mockery and ridicule, and that's what I mean when I say that people need to stop with it.
Yep.
Especially because I was a special needs kid myself, and I want to be somebody who sets a positive example for other disabled people who do go through that kind of thing. And there's also what? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. There's also what?
I know Jubilee sucks nowadays, but there was that panel of Jubilee, or Down syndrome people on Jubilee back in 2021, and they were asked about the R word, and pretty much all of them said that they don't like it.
Yep. I mean, I said earlier, we're from a conservative family, and our family doesn't even like it because they know what that means. It's dehumanizing, they can, even if they can understand that, then anybody can. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. And the thing is also, disabled people are everywhere. What gets, I feel like it's a great issue to focus on for progressives and leftists, because if you can make people understand that conservatives are the ones saying these words and instilling these ableist policies, then that's a good foot in the door. for pulling them over to our side, because disabled people are absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I just don't think there's any excuse like for like using ableist language at all. Especially because when you use the R slur, it makes other types of like ableist insults more normalized, like the ones I mentioned, like specifically calling people mentally disabled or handicapped. You know, like that becomes more normalized, or mentally challenged as an insult. That's another one I've heard.
There's a line, huh?
It usually comes from the same people who do use the R slur. That's the issue. Like they heavily, like, it is associated with like disabilities, and that's why I say that, like, you know, the same people who, you know, who use the R slur are also more prone to using those other words as well. And I know you're about to say that there's a line. Yes, of course.
There's a
And I
weird
agree
line, because like the word idiot was once ableist. You know, like it has roots in ableism. The word stupid too. So if culture moves in the direction that the R slur just ends up becoming part of the vernacular, like stupid, I can't really stop that march in time. I don't see the R slur going that direction. I think we all know what people mean when they say it. But you know, things like low IQ, like I don't really take a big issue with that, especially because it's a riff on like an inherently racist, you know, and ableist, frankly, sort of scale of intelligence. Stupid has become normalized. You know, like I'm fine with insulting people's intelligence. I think that's where it comes from, right? Like, are we insulting people's intelligence, or are we like insulting behaviors and traits that are not harmful but also outside of that person's control?
Right. And that's the difference, I think. Like, yes, it is true that like words like idiot and moron have that history, but the difference is that those words have lost their original meaning, whereas the R slur has not. That's the big difference.
I would agree with that.
You know, like the diagnosis was only changed like a decade ago to like intellectually disabled. So I think when people say things like, "Oh, it doesn't mean that anymore," like they're just wrong about that. Like I've heard examples of people using it like in the context of disabled people. Like you know, there was one video that I saw that like years ago that was like, you know, I would say like mental R word, but even mentally handicapped people don't do stuff this stupid. Like I've heard that as an example. Or even like Steven Crowder's like little bit that he did about the Down syndrome Barbie, which he did get a lot of shit for, to be fair, but he got shit from conservatives on that. But he did use the R word against you know, the Down syndrome Barbie. Like he was like, yeah, with R word strength when he was commentating on it.
That's acting like it was like 4chan incel vernacular.
Yeah. So like that's what I mean when I say that it is a slur still to this day.
That's fair.
Anything else you'd like to discuss? Yeah, actually. Have you seen some of the videos of the town halls where people are actually getting really upset with Trump?
No, actually. In the past couple months, I've been a bit apolitical. I haven't really been looking. Like I've been looking at a lot of One Piece theory, but not much else. So.
Yeah, well, people have been showing up to town halls to oppose Trump, and it's been really refreshing to see.
That's good. I'm glad that people are getting activated. I saw that message you sent me about the bill in Ohio. I'd like to look into that a little bit more and see if there's any like board meetings or anything I can go to speak out about that.
Yeah, definitely. Because like the amount of discrimination that's taking place against trans people right now is like so bad. The LGBTQ page on the State Department was literally changed to LGB, and they did the same thing with the Stonewall National Monument. Like, it was changed to LGB. They censored any mention of trans people on it. It's awful.
Well, if it's any consolation, it cannot last. It can't, because trans people are not going anywhere. Like, there always have been trans people as long as there has been gender, and there always will be people trans people as long as there is gender. So, and if you want to go further, like, no matter what happens to the gender spectrum, the sex spectrum will always be there. So there will always be people who want sex change operations. So in a way, there will always be trans people even after gender's abolished, hopefully.
Yeah. There was also something that I saw about how it was specifically a post from Christopher Rufo, who's like a really reactionary piece of shit. I don't know if you know who he is, but
I have a loose
he's trying
idea.
to get like he's trying to get LGBTQ federal workers out of their jobs, basically.
Cool. Love that.
It's awful. And also the passport issue, like trans people are having their passports changed to like their birth sex because of Trump's executive order of there being only 2 genders, male and female, assigned at birth.
Yep, I did hear about that. That's it's an insidious tactic to out trans people and force discrimination against them.
Yeah, and there was a video that I told you about Ty Turner once, but basically he made a video about how he was gonna go see his nephew, but now he's not because of the passport issue, and he's a trans guy.
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, so people can't even see their families because of stuff like this.
Well, at least the egg prices are... Oh, never mind.
Egg prices.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll certainly lower the cost of egg prices.
All right.
Yeah. And, you know, bird flu's also becoming a problem too, apparently.
Well, yeah.
I haven't heard a whole lot. I haven't heard a whole lot about it. I don't know a whole lot about it, but you know,
well,
the fact
thankfully,
that the egg prices...
Thankfully, Trump has a great track record when it comes to pandemics.
Yeah, totally. He handled the COVID pandemic so well, in fact.
Yep.
That's sarcasm, by the way. But yeah, that whole pandemic, like, we should have learned our lesson from that, honestly. The fact that we still haven't learned our lesson from the fact that Trump handled the pandemic so poorly just shows how stupid most people are.
Yeah, but that's all the more reason that we need to be active, and that's a big driver of why I came back from my hiatus. You know?
Yeah.
Somebody's got to be the voice of reason in this fucked up world.
Yeah, and the fact that the January 6th insurrection wasn't a deal breaker either is pretty crazy, because he ended up pardoning the January 6th insurrectionists.
Sure, why not? We love criminals as long as they support Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, law and order, folks. Law and order.
Law and order.
Yep. Unless you're white, of course. Then you can break as many laws as you want.
Yeah, basically. White and also a Trump supporter.
Yep.
All right, anything else you want to talk about?
What else? I feel like there is something else I want to talk about.
Okay, I'll give you a couple more minutes, but I do got to move on to the next person.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. The immigration stuff, you know, the stuff with ICE, like, I saw the video, or the segment that you did about that one guy who was saying, like, oh, deport them even if they're not criminals, because, like, we have to get the illegals out. It's just so, like, ignorant to say that, especially.
It's mush brain. It is mush brain. Like, you have no wrinkles on your smooth ass brain, man. Like, what? Like literally, like, the reason I want to reach out to that guy is because I feel like I could pin him down so hard if I'm just like, did you know that slavery used to be the law? Like, I'm sure he would be like, well, that's different. And I'd be like, well, no, it's not.
It isn't
like,
different.
you're saying the immigration laws are cut in stone, And since we can't change them, obviously, that's be ridiculous. Like, that just makes it moral to, like, he literally equated not updating your fucking green card to, like, a sin. Like, that's insane to me.
Yeah. The fact that he was using Christianity, like he was invoking Christianity in his arguments, just proves how, like, you know, stupid he is.
It's so funny. It's honestly hilarious.
You, like, the second that you start invoking Christianity in your arguments like that is the moment you lose my respect.
Yeah, and that guy that he was talking to, like, I would have loved if he had pushed back more, but at the very least, it seems like the cogs are turning in his fucking frontal lobe.
Yeah.
So
we don't live in a theocracy, so for him to do that is just so insane.
We live in a theocracy so far.
Yeah, so far. But,
Yeah.
you know, with Trump doing everything that he's doing, that, you know, we very well could, you know, but you never know.
Yep. We're in for good times.
Yep.
All right, any last comments?
Let's see. The last thing I do want to talk about, you brought up that whole thing about the, you know, the bill in Ohio. The fact that, you know, there are bathrooms now that say biological men and biological women on them instead of just men and women. It's disgusting.
I would love to go to the person who decided to set that up and be like, why? Why'd we do that? I'd love to know, like, your reasoning. Like, why are we switching the signs? Because, you know, we clearly put some labor and effort and thought into that. So I just want to know the thought process, you know? Like, what's the deal? Like, what if somebody enters who's not a biological man? What do we do? Like, how do we even begin to ascertain that, you know? You know, the whole idea is to get them, like, either to corner them. Most of them won't admit it, but what that ends in is genital police, of course.
Yep.
So they won't admit that openly, so you have to corner them until you make everybody around them realize that's the only solution.
Yep.
So
that's what they wanted.
Yeah. Honestly, I have half a mind to go to the University of Cincinnati myself and, like, question whoever put that policy in personally and record it.
Yeah.
That'd
I'm glad that we have reporters. I'm glad we have reporters like Aaron Reed and Alejandra Caraballo. Is that how you pronounce her last name?
Yes, Caraballo, I think. But
Caraballo, yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing we have people like that. Excellent work.
They do wonderful work. I follow Aaron Reed regularly.
Yeah. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Alrighty, well,
good conversation.
Thank you very much for coming on. I appreciate you as always, buddy.
Yeah, good talking to you.
All right, have a good night.
You too.
Okay. I will take the next 3 people, and then that will be it. So we're cutting off the line after Zero Saber. I need another break real quick. I'll be right back. No worries, Caesar. You can speak if you'd like, but you're never obligated. All right. Next person. Weatherfish, we are pulling you in. Hello.
All right, hold on. Is my audio all right?
I'm going to turn you down just a little bit, but don't worry, I can handle that. All
That
righty,
is
how
a
are you
good
doing
problem
tonight?
to have. I am doing fantastic. Yourself?
Doing just fine, having a good time speaking to my wonderful fans. If you could just give us the name you'd like to go by, your pronouns, and then what you'd like to talk about.
All right. You can just call me Weatherfish for now. I use he, him pronouns, and that climate change thing, it keeps on happening. I don't know how much you've addressed it in the past. I don't usually follow your stream too closely, so if I'm rehashing past topics, just let me know.
I have not discussed climate change in quite some time. I think it's been years.
Oh boy.
It's not the most attractive topic when it comes to clickbait, so I've just been neglecting it. But it is a very real problem, and I'd love to discuss it.
Well, I've heard from the people, and the people crave blood, so I'm not quite sure if I can make this a good blood sports segment. I don't think I can argue with you that much. You're probably going to end up agreeing with me, but I'll see if I can get you a decent segment out of this.
Okay, well, can you agree that, is there anything you disagree with me on or think you will?
Considering my background is in climate science, I would probably say a negatory on that one.
Yeah, we're probably on the same wavelength, but still a great topic to discuss nonetheless.
Yeah, so your background is in medicine, is that right?
Well, I got a biology degree as my undergraduate, and I went on to get my master's degree in nursing, and I'm currently studying for my psychiatric nurse practitioner license. Coming from a biology degree, I did have some climate science mixed in there, because obviously that is a huge component of biology. The shifts in where organisms live and their it can even affect their internal biology with the changing weather. So,
For sure.
I have looked into it somewhat.
Okay, and just a brief refresher, just minute or so. What are you aware of the current situation on the ground is with climate science, and just how things are going in general?
They're going terribly, and we're headed toward certain disaster.
Yeah, give or take, that's pretty close. So just to start out, carbon dioxide, your body makes it, it's in the air, it's important to have some of it, but it's bad to have too much of it. So I think if I remember correctly, the concentration in the air where it starts to become a problem is around 1,000 ppm. That's usually what they keep track of in hospitals, that sort of thing. But we as a species evolved under about 300 ppm in open air, not in enclosed spaces. So anything outside of that range, really, you get immediate problems with just effects on your biology. And that said, by the end of this century, we could be knocking on the door to 600 ppm, and that shoots up to almost double inside of buildings just because of how breathing works. So we could be seeing significant portions of the population just permanently cognitively impaired. And I don't think they've done any studies into whether, like, some of the brain fog people always complain about might be because of how bad the carbon concentration in the atmosphere has gotten.
I would 1000% believe that. I mean, the rate at which our species evolves or has evolved, it's unable to keep up with the insane rate at which carbon dioxide is filling our air. So I mean, people are going to suffer and frankly die, and not just from climate disasters, but from just like you said, I don't even think about it that much. The carbon dioxide filling the air.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
from what I
we're-
understand, also is the carbon dioxide sinks. Like forests are not doing the job that we thought they were doing, even with deforestation. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a little bit more complicated. The tropical forests are the ones that are currently doing the worst, and the dry forests are a close second. That has a lot to do with a lot of the burning we're doing. And the carbon sinks are something I'd like to talk about in just a little bit. We can move on to that. But
Sure.
there's some other stuff that's more immediately related to biology. And then as an Ohio resident, there's some stuff that's very prevalent happening in our state right now as well.
Oh, great. Isn't there always something prevalent happening in our state?
Oh, it never ends. It never does. The joys.
On that note, just unrelated, but speaking of things happening in our state, did you know that the what is it called? Why can't I think of it? Shit. The thing that Ukraine wants to join.
NATO?
NATO, thank you. I'm so stupid. The NATO conference, or whatever it's called, is happening in Ohio this year. Did you know that?
Oh, no shit. Where at?
In Dayton. They're preparing for it right now.
Oh, they're going to be eating the dogs and eating the cats there. So
I know. It's going to be great. Anyway, sorry.
Right next to Springfield. Well, I'm sure that'll go well.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
And maybe they could stop for some Haitian, jerk chicken, something like that.
Don't
Caribbean jerk is great. Well, actually, yeah, no, we're not going to have chickens at this rate.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Invest in carbon scrubber stocks. Our current tech where we're at, we invented them for submarines. You can take calcium oxide and you can take calcium carbonate, which is just seashells. You can bake it, I think, around 900 Celsius, and it releases all the carbon. I guess you could sequester that, and then you have just like a brick sitting in the corner that absorbs carbon. Invest in those stocks, increase productivity. Have one of those sitting in the corner, cheap little carbon scrubber. But
interesting.
I hope we don't reach that point. Inside, I think most schools, I think they're around 600 ppm. There's no way that's good for the kids. They really only care once it hits 1,000, but that's arbitrary. There's no way double the carbon dioxide concentration in the air that we were built for is in any way, shape, or form good for you.
No, I mean, it's certainly on a sliding scale, but you want ideal conditions, ideally, right?
Yeah. All right, so next up, climate change. It's a big problem. There's a lot of solutions, and I know of one that's bonkers enough that you might find it pretty interesting. All right?
Do we use a big net to catch all the carbon and ship it off to space or something?
Actually, we are going to be significantly altering a planet again, but in this case, it's our own. So I have a link right there. You can watch the video at a later date if you want to, see the topic further. I don't know anything about that creator. You might need to ask for permission. I don't know. It'd probably make a good segment. Okay. But there is something called the Haverly Plan. It sounds like something that is named after like a famous climate scientist, my bad, tongue twister. But it's actually called the Haverly Plan after some guy on Reddit. So, that's what we're calling it. It would be cool if it had a real climate scientist behind it, although similar ideas have been discussed in the field before, especially like back in the 60s.
It sounds official enough. We don't need to talk about where it came from.
Yeah. So in climate science, oh jeez, there's a concept known as a carbon sink. You're familiar with that, right?
Yes.
So just for the audience that might not know, a carbon sink is something that can absorb carbon and keep it trapped there for a really long time. So that would be like coal, oil, rocks, the oceans themselves, they can dissolve it in the form of carbonic acid in a similar way that your body does. Your blood is like a buffer solution.
Yeah, basically anything that takes it out of the air and makes it, for all intents and purposes, inert.
Yeah. So rocks, through a process called chemical weathering, can sequester carbon. Basically, a little bit of the rock dissolves due to the carbonic acid in the air, and when it dissolves that rock, it turns a little bit of that carbon into rock and releases oxygen. So that can be things like calcium minerals, potassium, stuff like that in the rocks. It bonds with the carbonic acid, creates carbonate minerals, and releases oxygen, sequestering carbon. This happens on every seashore on Earth, all over the place, seafloor, everywhere. It's happening 24/7. It's one of the single largest carbon sinks there is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll get to this in a little bit, where we're at right now, but I have very little faith that we're going to avert course in time that we're not going to have to use geoengineering. Most geoengineering, and again, I keep saying it, but I'll get to that in a second, is a very temporary stopgap measure. So it's just like you throw stuff in the air, it reflects sunlight, it doesn't really help long term. This helps long term. That process of chemical weathering can be accelerated. You can crush up rocks, you can dump them into the ocean, or you can detonate a giant bomb.
Okay.
Right? So if you put nukes under the seafloor, right, and you detonate those, you have crushed up rock and suspended it in the water column, where it can now react with tons of carbonic acid and sequester tons of carbon. And I believe most estimates say that carbon sequestered in this form usually stays put for around 20 million years, which is more than long enough for us to, figure out what to do with it.
No, I would certainly hope so.
So the plan basically involves you crush up all this rock and it can sequester carbon. It would be relatively cheap compared to the expenditures that climate change is expected to bring upon most of the world. Nukes, for what they are as an energy source goes, they're pretty cheap. And since you'd be detonating it under the seafloor, and water also stops a lot of radiation, it wouldn't really significantly affect the oceans, at least when compared to the effects that climate change would have. So, kind of a last resort, but it is something that I could definitely see being where we end up going with this once things start to get really bad.
I mean, considering the alternative is like, not ideal, but we're left with few options.
Yeah. So where we're at right now, a few years, it's been an ongoing process for, I think, around 30 years, give or take. But we've been phasing out sulfur in heavy fuel oil in ships. And that sulfur contributes to acid rain. It creates sulfuric acid in the atmosphere. It's not great. And that has all of its own problems. But the sulfates in the clouds make them brighter, and it acts as condensation nuclei for clouds. And that significantly suppresses warming. So in 2022, they finished the phase out, and that has caused a spike in the past 2 years in that warming. And what we're dealing with now is a very rapid increase that I expect to continue. So things are getting pretty bad as is. And there's, where should I send links at?
You can send them in either stream chat or the waiting room chat.
All right, let me send one here.
Sure.
So if you click on that, I have a window of your stream pulled up here so I can see what you're seeing. That is a worldview link that sends you to the Thwaites Glacier. So the Thwaites Glacier in Antarctica, the media hyped it up as the Doomsday Glacier. It would contribute over the course of a few decades about, I think, like 10 meters to sea level rise, quite a bit. And every year it melts back to the ice shelf, which is an overhang of ice that is partially supported by seawater, but not entirely. And that supports a big glacier running all the way uphill. And when that ice shelf melts, the entire glacier can start sliding into the water, which is bad.
Okay.
So what we've seen, and every year it melts. When it cools down, that ice shelf slides further into the water. And what you're seeing, I think if you click back a few images, you can find one without clouds. That bar on the bottom is a time. Sorry.
I'm sorry, my wife just came down.
Oh yeah, it's all right.
It was great. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you can go back a few frames on that image, it'll show you what the Thwaites Glacier looked like just a few months ago. And for a while now, Antarctica hasn't really been warming much. That slider on the bottom, I believe. Those are clouds that you're looking at right now.
Oh, sorry. Back, like left?
Yeah. I believe it shows the date in the bottom
Yeah, I see
left
it.
corner.
How far back would you like me to go?
Just until you can find one that's a clear image. All right, so I'm not sure if you can see that little crack next to that larger circular looking one, but if you can zoom in on that. I had it originally zoomed in with the link.
Sorry, here, I'll do it again. One sec.
Yeah.
I have a question real quick.
Yeah.
From Hot Take Andy. Wouldn't you kill all the sea life doing that?
So the water is a very good absorber of radiation, and there are salts like uranium salts already dissolved in seawater. It would definitely destroy a lot of deep sea marine ecosystems. So you'd probably want to do it all in one spot. But those ecosystems have a very low productivity. And so it wouldn't really affect the broader ecosystem much, especially compared to the ravages of climate change. Obviously, a last case emergency button to push, but one that I could very realistically see us pushing more so than a lot of other stuff. All right, so just a couple more frames. There's arrows in the bottom left you can click to go frame by frame.
Tell me when.
Of that image. Of the ice, that bottom left image. Yeah, there you go. So if you can, yeah, there you go. If you go forward one, sorry.
You're fine. What date would you like?
I don't know when the clouds are. Try like January 12th. I don't know. Anyways, so that whole area there, that is the ice shelf of the Thwaites Glacier. You can see in the outline that it's very faint gray. That's where the ice shelf, that's where the ice minimum is. So that's the lowest that ice shelf has ever been. It's on the inside of where the ice is, but that was the previous record. So if you click that forward arrow to the right of the normal one, that'll skip all the way to the end. You might have to go a couple back if there's clouds. I haven't looked at it recently, like within the past couple days.
Okay.
But yeah, that'll send you all the way to the end. Just click that.
To go back.
It might want you to go back. Yeah.
Okay. There too many clouds
there,
probably.
Maybe go back a couple until you can see.
This one looks pretty good. Even I can tell this one looks pretty good.
Sorry, I'm looking at the stream. I'm seeing cloud. Oh,
I know
yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. So you can see that gray line as well on the inside of what is currently happening there, and there's even more of that ice shelf breaking off. So the ice shelves, melt during the summer. It's a normal process, but what we're seeing right now is actually a complete collapse of the Thwaites Glacier, which the media had hyped up a couple years ago. It's the Doomsday Glacier. It's going to contribute to sea level rise, and they've been radio silent on this. It reaching its lowest extent ever. 4 months before the Antarctic melting usually is supposed to stop. And so we've probably hit some sort of tipping point in Antarctica because it's been warming over the past 3 years.
Cool.
Another significant event that happened back in 2022 was the Hunga Tonga Hua'apai eruption near Tonga, and that ejected a bunch of water vapor into the stratosphere, which is a greenhouse gas. So that can also be contributing to this in conjunction with the fuel oil ban and just, we keep pumping more and more carbon into the air.
Of course.
Sorry, I see a chatter saying that is the Hunga Tonga Hua'apai eruption. It was a submarine eruption and a VEI 5 at that. Because it was a shallow submarine eruption, it caused almost all of the sulfur and ash to be absorbed into the water, contributing almost no aerosol to usually cause a cooling effect, and instead basically boiled a bunch of water, causing water vapor to be emitted instead, which is a greenhouse gas.
Yeah.
So normally strong volcanic eruptions cool the planet, but because this one was, I think, like 200 feet underwater, give or take, it contributed a lot of warming instead, which is not great.
Not really.
Volcanoes can have, significant effects, but last year we broke 1.5. We actually hit 1.6 degrees of warming, and this year I would not be shocked if we hit 2. So, yeah, we're on the fast track. We're hitting tipping points, and the AMOC is probably going to collapse soon as well. A lot of climate scientists, they wouldn't tell you this, but a lot of them are pretty conservative on their estimates of how bad things are going to get because they have no power anymore since, Obama won, basically. He said he fixed climate change, and the Dems have been like, okay, we fixed climate change since Obama won. And they don't want the climate scientists being like, hey, you're not doing nearly enough. Bernie's 1.6 trillion or 16.4 trillion Green New Deal would have put a dent in it if you passed that back in 2020. Today, we might need to up that by about 50%. So,
speaking politically, we're looking at least 4 years of the most powerful nation on earth not giving a single solitary, not even just not giving a shit about the environment, but blatantly going out of their way almost to make it worse. So
that is a perfect segue into the next bit, which involves Ohio. We have, Prince of Doge, Vivek Ramaswamy, coming in all of his Reddit glory back to Ohio. I'm not sure if you remember, but a few years ago, we had a big scandal here. I think they lost $1 billion, which is really big for a state, on what was supposed to be nuclear reactor updates and maintenance. We really need nuclear power to fight climate change. And, for better or worse, a lot of people on the right, if somewhat disingenuously, have recognized that. So Vivek, in his little stump speech he gave, soaring out on the stage, he's like, we're going to power Ohio with nuclear power. And, what I'm really afraid about, as much as I want to support that, is that he has a history of attacking the Nuclear Regulatory Administration, which, makes sure that all this stuff is safe. I know we've had things like out in Arizona, tribes getting screwed over by, really shit mining practices, the trucks, they're not even sealed up. They've just got uranium ore spilling out the sides. They're not sealing up mines that were open in the 50s. The water's polluted, stuff like that. It's not great. Yeah, and it's almost basically like what he wants to turn Ohio into.
With conservatives, it's like even when you win, you lose.
Yeah. So, it would be great. We have third gen reactors. It's a newer, safer kind. We're working on building fourth gen. I could get into that, but you probably don't have time for that on how all that works. But what he wants to build is, shitty first gen, second gen reactors, or, rebuild ancient, decrepit reactors that should have been decommissioned 30 years ago. So it sounds like he's building the future. In practice, he's, building Chernobyl. So we're going to deregulate all the nuclear power. The AI companies want cheap nuclear power, deregulate everything, and, probably cause some sort of tragedy that sets nuclear energy back another 20 or 30 years. So that's
they can't
great.
get anything right.
Yeah, that gets, but so that's our Reddit emperor up there, talking about how he wants to power the future. But as much as I wish that were the case, it unfortunately probably isn't. Still critical support. If he does build the reactors, that would be based. But I have a feeling this is going to be more of a Faustian bargain than anything else.
Well, yeah, because you'd have a lot easier time convincing a liberal to safely build nuclear reactors with proper guidelines and restrictions and regulations than you would ever talking to a Republican, even if they are pro-nuclear power, about fucking regulations and why we should do this safely. So
yeah,
I hear you.
So he made bank with that $1 billion scam, basically, that they pulled on the state of Ohio, and our reactors are not safe right now. That $1 billion of maintenance was supposed to go somewhere, and it did not. So there's those old coal tailings piles, which are actually fairly radioactive, that they just have sitting on the river. It's not great out in rural Appalachia.
I'd say no.
So
will it that at least give us superhumans like the Hulk?
That would be great. Unfortunately, I think you're more of a medical expert than I am. I'm not quite sure if that's how that works.
I mean, it's not a 0% chance, but anyway, sorry.
Non-zero chance.
Yeah, non-zero chance.
So yeah, just getting back onto what we can do.
Yeah, I want to say really quick.
Yeah.
This has been incredibly informative. I wasn't planning to upload anything to my YouTube channel about this, but about any of my conversations here, but I might just upload this because of how detailed you've been. I would like to move on to the next person sometime within the next 5 minutes.
Oh, for sure. If you're interested in talking further, feel free to reach out.
Absolutely.
For brevity's sake, while I probably would consider myself somewhat of an expert, I don't want to make any claims about my credentials as just an anonymous person on the internet. So just take everything I said with a grain of salt.
That's fine.
All right. Thank you. It was great talking.
Hey, I'm really glad you came on. I'm amazed, if I could say real quick, you and everybody else who's been on so far, minus the one person who wanted to talk about whether or not I should, pass the pepper spray onto a newborn. Besides that, I think that this has been a very enlightening experience. So you're very, you presented very well. Do you have, just before you go, do you have experience presenting this stuff? It feels like you do.
Yeah, I do weather live streams occasionally, so I have a little bit of experience with the format. Having a proper mic helps.
I gotta plug you, man. What's your plug?
Oh, I am not plugging any of my stuff on lefty channels right now. Although I do occasionally chime in. I produce more apolitical content generally, so we're gonna hold off on crossing those streams until my audience is a little bigger.
That is 100% fair. If you ever would like a plug, feel free to hit me up. You have been nothing if not informative today. I learned a lot, and you clearly know what you're talking about. So, and presented it very expertly. So thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, hopefully in the future we can learn some more, and hopefully Ohio is not a fallout zone from Vivek's meddling.
Yeah, DM me sometime. We'll, if you'd ever like to, do a proper segment together, we'll talk.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely. You have a wonderful evening.
You too.
Alec wasn't expecting his chat to have do a smart. Listen, that's not what I'm saying. Okay? What I'm saying is, I was expecting people to be like, as dumb as me. Like, and I don't consider myself that dumb, just a little bit. Anyway, I am going to refill my drink real quick. We got 2 more people to get through. I want to make sure that I give them plenty of time to speak, but I got enough energy. I can go a little bit while longer, but these are the last 2 people, so give me just a minute. I'll be right back. That was fun. I'm glad. I'm glad you thought so. Too bad Vosh doesn't bring anyone on. If you email him, he's pretty easy to reach by email. Like, he replies pretty much all the time. If you need a recommendation, I'm more than happy to reach out to him for you on your behalf. I'm VIP in his chat after all. He does have a lot on his plate these days, so it's not guaranteed, but like I said, I'm more than happy to vouch for you. Okay. We got 2 more people who have been waiting extraordinarily patiently. Let us pull in the first of them. State 16. State 16, you have been waiting very patiently. Thank you very much.
Just accidentally muted myself. Is my audio okay?
I will turn you up a tiny tad, but other than that, it's fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Yourself?
I'm doing fine. Can't complain. Would you like to give us the name you'd like to go by and your pronouns, and then what you'd like to discuss today?
Sure. My name on Discord is State16, but if you want to just refer to me as Tyler, that's fine. I go by he, him.
Okay.
And I have come to you with the very pressing issue. After that last presentation, I have been inspired to talk about something that I am very passionate about. Have you ever heard of the term carcinization?
Carcinization?
Yes.
No, actually.
So
but if I could take a guess at it, a carcinogen is something that causes cancer. Does it have to do with that?
Well, actually, it does not.
Okay,
carcinization refers to nature's many attempts to evolve a crab.
Jesus.
So
I know where this is going.
Well, no. Like I know that you've probably heard this a million times. Crabs are the ultimate life forms and all that, blah blah blah. But
okay, I'll give you a chance.
Okay, yeah, I'm not trying to troll here. I'm genuinely very passionate about this.
Okay.
So there are two groups of crabs. There's brachyurans, which are true crabs. These are crabs that have evolved from a common ancestor that most true crabs these days have evolved from. But then there's anamurans, or false crabs. These crabs do not share common ancestry with crabs, yet they have evolved crab-like traits. Like you have your
convergent evolution.
Yeah, convergent evolution, which we've seen a lot in different kinds of creatures. But it seems to happen to crabs or to crustacean creatures a lot more often than not.
If you don't mind, real quick, do you have any kind of background in this? Because you sound professional.
Oh no, I'm still in high school. I just really like crabs.
Okay. No worries.
I'm a senior in high school. I'm thinking of maybe going into marine biology or something like that because I just like crustaceans in general. They're cool.
That's fantastic. That's wonderful.
But yeah, that's really all I have on the subject. I did an entire presentation for my school at some point. When it other things, if you want to get political or whatever, I've been rewatching the Infinity Saga for most of the Marvel movies, and I find it funny that people complain, "Oh, all the new Marvel movies are woke." They've always been woke.
My issue isn't that they're woke; it's that they're cringe.
No, I know that, but that's not the issue either. Yeah, sure, the new movies, yeah, they're kind of stinkers. But woke isn't the problem. Heimdall from the Thor movie, they made him black when I'm pretty sure Heimdall, the Uber Norse guy, is probably white or something. I don't fucking know. Excuse my French. Sorry.
You're fine. You can swear here. No worries.
Okay, sweet. And his Thor's entire ensemble are diverse. Like there's an Asian guy, there's a chick, or a woman, a part of the group, and it's not just the Thor movie. There's other movies too, but that's the one that stood out the most to me because they're part of the main cast, pretty much, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just been kind of funny. Is that really all I brought of substance? I've been waiting for 2 hours and my brain just took a shit. I mean, if you want, I could maybe tell you another thing I enjoy doing is creative writing. If you wouldn't mind, I've been needing to kind of lore dump a story that I've been cooking up for my sci-fi and fantasy class.
By all means.
All right. So basically, there's this alien race of aliens called the Savanti. They're scientifically advanced. They're part of what is called the Intergalactic Council of Science, which is other alien creatures that I haven't really fleshed out yet. But basically, there's this one scientist named Tembril Yarganax, or Dr. Yarganax, if you will. And well, actually, before I get to him, sorry, you understand ADHD, scatterbrain. Before I move on to the doctor, I should talk about the species. The Savanti are an entirely synthetic race. They used to be organic, but this is inspired from Stellaris. I've played it a lot. They had a genetic disease that basically made them unable to reproduce. So in order to keep their civilization alive, they uploaded their consciousnesses into some sort of memory bank, and then built robotic bodies, and then put those memories into the robots.
Okay.
So technically they're not, I guess, well, they are sort of, I don't know, I haven't fleshed out that whole process, but in order to make new ones.
Is this like a, I can't remember what the video game's called, where like the guy goes in for a scientific experiment and then he like wakes up as a robot, but it turns out it's just a copy of his consciousness. Is it like a copy of his consciousness, or is it like...
I mean, I suppose that would probably make the most sense, because I don't know if you can just upload your consciousness like straight into a robotic chassis. I don't know if that's like possible.
It is possible. You know why?
Oh, really? I mean, I guess like if it's like
because
an
it's
AI that is
it's fiction.
Oh fuck yeah! Like
Sorry,
I know it's fiction. Like I'm a huge fan of hard sci-fi.
Sure. Fair enough.
But at the same time, it's like, well, I mean, I have faster than light travel, even though technically faster than light travel isn't physically possible. I don't know. Black holes tear fabrics in reality that break all laws of physics. So who fucking knows? Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Need to reset my brain real quick. I was talking about. I'm trying to go fast for the other guy in the
Take
queue.
your time. You've only been here like what, 5 minutes? You're fine.
Oh, that feels a lot longer. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, fully synthetic, robot people, fake consciousness, real consciousness. I guess real consciousness, but the new ones are not like they're basically a mixture of everyone that they've sort of like everyone that's been uploaded into the memory bank, and they're a scramble kind of everyone's personality traits that have been put into this and spread across every new model that is created.
So is this one personality comprised of the median personality, or is it more chaotic than that?
It's more chaotic than that, because there were a lot of Savanti that were still alive at the time of the disease that ravaged their species. It didn't like kill them or anything. It just made them unable to, make more of themselves biologically. So basically everyone who could or volunteered, who wanted to, which was a lot of people, because it's between life or death of your species. They basically chose to upload their consciousness, and then that would be scrambled and then spread throughout as the creature, or as like the new kind of robotic creatures develop. Because what the Savanti wanted to do is even though they're mechanical, they want to mimic being alive as much as possible, because that's kind of what gives them purpose. Like if you're
when you say
immortal,
they want to, do you mean they're programmed to, or they actually feel the desire?
I mean, I suppose that they feel the desire.
When they are
because
alive.
yeah. yeah, that brings up a lot of questions about consciousness and
that could be a plot point. They were alive all along.
Right. I haven't even gotten to like the main plot point that I've just been talking about the biology or mechanics. No, it's okay. I love this stuff. World building is my jam. I love
this
D&D.
kind of stuff. I gotta remember the name of that video game. I'm sure somebody knows. If you know what I'm talking about, where the guy goes in for a scientific experiment and he wakes up as a robot, and then it turns out like he's just a copy of the original. And the entire goal of the game is to get to a thing where you upload your consciousness to a capsule, but then it turns out that like you're just uploading a copy of your consciousness, and you're just left behind.
Chat, help us out here.
Chat, please help me. Anyway, sorry. Go on. I love this shit. It's so good.
Yeah, it sounds like a really cool game. If we can find out the name, I definitely want to check it out.
I'll figure it out. Keep going.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So now that we've they deliberately built flaws. They don't live forever unless, there's like a few people who kind of, I guess if they want to live forever, I guess, they can. There's nothing like stopping them. They're not going to say, no, we are, the supreme beings of how biology or how people should live. That's not for us to decide. So if you want to live forever, go ahead. If you want flaws or you don't want flaws, go ahead. But I mean, most prefer to have those things because it gives them a reason to strive forward, to improve, or just to live. But to get back to the main plot, now that we've got all that out of the way, sorry.
The game is called Soma.
Soma, yeah. I feel like I've heard the name before. Let me pull this up on Steam so I can check it out later.
Yes, it's. I've only watched a playthrough of it. It was a while back, but if you like that kind of existential, what is consciousness? What does it mean to be alive? Kind of shit. That's right up your alley.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's like underwater too.
And I basically spoiled the whole game for you, but
no, it's okay. Like it's not about the destination; it's about the journey.
That's what I think too. Thank you. Anyway,
no problem. So Dr. Yarganax has basically been observing this other species, pre-FTL species, for like this is kind of where it becomes inspired by Stellaris, because there's an event in that game where something like this will happen. But basically, the doctor who has been at this research station watching over and studying this other species who I'll call the Cassians because they orbit around the planet that they've dubbed Cassius 4, because it's the fourth star from their planet and whatnot. But the Cassians are kind of like a race of chitinous bug people. Kind of think of the Hivers from Kenshi, if you've ever played that game.
I have not, but I can imagine chitinous bug people.
All right. Is it pronounced chitin or chitin? My friends rib on me for pronouncing it chitin, and now I don't know anymore.
Having studied biology, I am pretty confident it's chitin. But let me...
Chitin.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna be like, well, I talked to a biologist, and he said that it's chitin. So take that, loser.
Tell him to Google it. That's what I just did.
Wait, yeah. Why didn't I do that?
It's all good. Chitinous bug people.
Yeah, chitinous bug people. Basically, they're in what is our world's equivalent of the Renaissance. So there's a lot of new ideas. Sprawling around this this race, I guess, or species, probably the better word for it.
It gets complicated when you have multiple, like, biologically different sentient races / species.
Right, yeah.
Anyway.
So there's a lot of new ideas, a lot of, like, wars, revolutions. ideologies, and with war brings disease, bloodshed, all that good stuff, the birth of colonization and whatnot. And this doctor, who's been watching all of this, suddenly goes missing.
Right.
And so after he hasn't reported in, his friend or colleague, I suppose, checks in on the station to make sure he's doing all right, because the doctor basically volunteered to live forever so he could because he was very passionate about this species ever since he started studying them. And so he's been kind of sort of isolated in this research station, watching over them and, recording major events on that planet. And so, yeah, his colleague kind of, checks in on him and sees that, pretty much, there's no signs of struggle. It's as if he just packed up and left. The only sign of anything wrong is that the escape pods have been launched. And after kind of tracking where they've gone, some are, in the middle of space, some signals lost connection, or might have burned up in the atmosphere of Cassius 4. So he's not really sure where that lead goes. However, I shouldn't say he, because they don't really have a concept of gender, because they all look very similar. So they're kind of like dwarves in a sense, where they're all like, yeah, they all look the same. So the only way you can really tell their gender is if by I don't know why I'm getting into this. They're fucking robots. It doesn't matter. Anyway,
it's fine. It's your story.
I know.
These are important details. This is, I
I
appreciate the attention to detail.
Yeah, no problem. This is what I do instead of schoolworks.
Listen, schoolwork is degrading. Okay.
Yeah. Oh my God. Finally, someone understands.
Yeah. Trust me, I get it. I've been doing papers the last 7 weeks that I really don't want to do. Anyway.
Yeah. Their friend, who I'll call what did I have? I think I had I'm sorry, my throat's getting dry. Senthiv was the name. So Senthiv looks around at these, kind of like looks through his files, and after looking in his PDA, he finds encrypted, or they find encrypted files that they're not really sure what to do with, because it's all in weird code. They can't access it, so they go to the authorities or the Savanti authorities to be like, hey, I think I have a lead on where the scientist went. Can you help me out here? And they spend the next several months or so, trying to decrypt whatever's in these files, figuring out why are these files here? Did the doctor make these? Why are they encrypted? What's going on? And all the while, the research for Cassius 4 has basically been halted, the entire project, because the lead guy is gone. So they're like, oh, and what the hell do we do?
Sorry, I lost the plot a little bit. What was the research for again? What was the purpose?
Sorry, their research. They're basically just silently observing the society on Cassius 4.
For what purpose?
Just for researching. All right, how does society develop? How can we kind of use how do we watch these new ideas form in society? How can we make it so, instead of having these violent, uprisings of ideologies and revolutions, how can we use this to make a more peaceful way of expressing ideas in the future, instead of having...
This is essentially for the purpose of incubating a new society free of as many struggles as you can.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
And this will come up later. I'm about to get into that. So they haven't been paying as close attention to what's happening on Cassius 4. And once they finally realize that, once they finally dig through the files, it's a transmission code, or like a code to like establish an uplink to talk to someone. And once they input that code, they're able to get in contact with none other than Dr. Yarganax, who took an escape pod and crashed into Cassius 4. And what the doctor has been doing, he has been administering Savanti technology to these people. Basically, like giving them implants, roboticizing them, replacing limbs, weapons, things of that sort, which is strictly against the Intergalactic Council of Science's whole doctrine, which is like, if we discover a pre-FTL civilization, silently observe. We don't want to screw up the natural progression of their species.
Okay.
However, yeah, so basically he is in...
Has he been doing this? Has he been doing this? So he's... explain one more time exactly how he's interfering.
Sorry.
He's like giving... No, it's fine. He's interfering.
He's giving them weapons. He's giving them Savanti technology, which is advanced, like, not just weapons, but also, like, cybernetic implants, computers. Basically, he's giving them all this advanced technology, and the people are kind of now hailing him as a god.
That's awesome. Okay. So he's interfering. So this race of people is supposed to be like observing rather than interfering. You're supposed to be like an observer god.
Right. And instead, now he's directly coming in and being like, okay, here, you don't like that arm, have another one, or
he's sandboxing it.
Yeah, sandboxing it. He's playing God essentially with these people, and so the Savanti are like, oh shit, this is bad. We need to do something about this now. So they launch an assault force to the planet to basically apprehend this mad doctor. And since these people now kind of hail him as a god, they basically reverently defend him to like the point of like they have like a cult-like reverence for this guy, so they're gonna throw everything they have at these sudden like alien invaders, basically.
Right.
So the campaign is very costly, and so whether or not they wanted to or not, even after they apprehend Dr. Yarganax, society's fucked. Basically, this alien race of people came in and whisked away your new god to the stars and, killed a bunch of people on the way.
Yeah.
Which was, self-defense and whatnot, I guess, because they're like, hey, this guy isn't supposed to be here. Please give him up. No. Well, I guess we can't really do much about that. So, so Yarganax is tried in front of the Intergalactic Council of Science, or ICOS. He's tried in front of them, and basically his motivation for doing this is he's watched this society grow and develop. This project is his baby, and he's seen these people kill each other and die of completely preventable means. Like, why should we let these people kill each other or die of disease when we have the means to when we have the means to fix it. Oh, sorry, dog's chewing on a chew toy.
No, you're fine. I don't hear it. It's fine.
Okay. I guess the noise suppression is good. So yeah, he's been watching these people forever. They're killing each other. That he can stop it, basically.
Okay.
But he's basically I kind of I guess neglected to mention that he's kind of been going to the ICOS to be like, hey, we should really do something about this. We can help them. We can guide them to the stars and towards having a better life. They can become a part of ICOS and whatnot. And the people kind of ICOS kind of shot down Yarganax's ideas every time, being like, no, this is for their own good, because if we interfere, then who knows what will happen. But so Yarganax took it into his own hands, being like, okay, I've been put to the side enough. I'm gonna do things my way. And so yeah, that's so after he's tried and put in prison for basically trying to forcefully do. Oh, bless you. You all right?
Oh, I'm fine. I just sneezed a lot.
Oh, fair enough. So after, oh, dang it, what was I talking about?
He wasn't put in prison.
Yeah, so he's put in prison for basically trying to do what the Savanti did for themselves a long time ago, but this time with no imperfections, with no no imperfections. Everyone lives forever, because why have all these flaws when we don't need to. We are deliberately keeping ourselves from perfection, and we're deliberately keeping them from perfection. Why have it this way? I guess 50 years being alone in a research outpost. I mean, he talks to people occasionally, but it kind of does something to somebody. And the long-term effects of having your personality uploaded into a synthetic body, I guess, really haven't been studied.
Okay.
So even after he's kind of put away, this kind of sets up, a plot point for maybe another story where the Savanti and perhaps all of ICOS need to decide, okay, society on Cassius 4 is kind of fucked. What do we do? Do we try and reveal ourselves to them and, smooth things over peacefully? Will they even listen to peace? Or are we going to have to, do things violently? Because they could research a way to get to space, and then it's only a matter of time before they, before we have a hostile alien species on our hands.
Okay. So I do have to wrap this up soon, but
yeah, sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. It's very interesting. I love your premise. I've been enveloped in it. So a couple things. Have you heard or looked into at all the Great Filter Theory?
The Great Filter Theory?
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard of that.
Let me see real quick, make sure I'm saying it right. The Great Filter Hypothesis. So,
is it great or grape?
Great, Great.
Okay.
So the idea is that it kind of there's two separate ideas here that kind of interplay. So the Great Filter basically is the concept of an intelligent species encountering a basically an existential problem whereby they cannot like it's exceedingly difficult either by natural consequences or by you know, a species' own folly, just the folly of intelligence itself, to excel beyond one's own planet of origin. So, like for instance, a great filter might be the fact it could be as simple as we have too much space junk around Earth.
Right.
You know, and eventually we're just not going to be able to escape Earth anymore. That could be the great filter. The great filter could be climate change. You know, maybe we are just become too productive and we just kill ourselves off. You know, but one of the theories is that it is a super powerful. I don't know if this is a great filter thing. It's partly a great filter thing, but it's also like a extraterrestrial life thing, where there's a power in the universe that is so massive that and so intelligent that we haven't even registered as a blip on their radar yet, right? And once we do, they'll destroy us just automatically because they don't want any threats, right?
Right.
If you've never heard of the Great Filter, that's a great thing to look into for your story. And then also the what's the Fermi paradox? I googled the Great Filter. What's the Fermi paradox? The Fermi paradox is a discrepancy between the lack of conclusive evidence of advanced extraterrestrial life and the apparently high likelihood of its existence. So the Fermi paradox, the two ideas are that life is so complicated and so rare that it only occurs like once or twice every cycle of the universe or whatever. The other side of that equation is, like I just said, eventually one of the species just gets so hyper advanced that they see every other species as a threat and just destroy them. There's a lot of interesting stuff to look. I think you have some great material there. I'm very interested in it. Is there anywhere?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, please. Thanks for.
Oh no, I'm just saying thanks for giving me these theories to look into. There's a couple of videos I'm looking at here. Kurzgesagt. I can never say the name right the first time. But yeah, there's a couple of cool videos that I want to look at there. What were you gonna say?
Do you have anything that you would like to plug? Like, are you working on this story somewhere, or is there anywhere people can follow you?
Not currently. I don't really have a. I mean, I like. Yeah, I haven't really posted any of the. I'm not really online, I guess. But I guess maybe I should probably, maybe start working on a social or developing a platform because, if you want to hear about this, my English teacher wants to hear about this, I guess other people might want to as well. So maybe I should.
Yeah, absolutely. I go to Indie PopCon every year in Indianapolis, and I see people there all the time shilling their stories, like their own original works. You can look into like pop conventions and give people like basic storyboards and art, like concept art. It sounds like you've really thought about this and you're really developing like a good, not even just a story, but like a whole world. Like interstellar world building is some of the most unique and like freeing world building you can do, because like you can literally just plop a planet into the void and put whatever you want on it, make up whatever physics you want, like weather patterns, whatever. Like the sky's the limit.
Right, because then yeah, literally not even, because then you start talking about like what's the atmosphere on this planet, like what's it made up of, like the gravity on this planet, how would that affect how life has evolved. Like one of the things that inspired me to do this little project was reading a book called Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir. Really, really good book. Really good. If you like hard sci-fi or just sci-fi in general, it's a really good book. I highly recommend it.
I need to read more, so I will put it on my list.
All right, sweet. Yeah, we just got finished reading that for our book club in my sci-fi and fantasy class. It is, yeah, probably one of my favorite books of all time.
Okay. I'll have to look into it. I need to read. I need to finish reading. Shit, what's it called? It's like. Ugh, I hate to put it this way, but it almost feels like discount Harry Potter.
It's a.
It's not discount Harry Potter, but like that's.
Is it by Brandon Sanderson?
No, it's the book about. It's the book series about the kid. It's Greek mythology. It's
Oh, Percy Jackson.
Percy Jackson. Discount Harry Potter is not the way to put it, but like I feel like if I say that, then you'll get what I mean. No,
Right.
I need to finish reading Percy Jackson per my wife.
Oh yeah,
but-
I loved that book series when I was growing up.
Yeah, I was a Harry Potter boy. It's very unfortunate what happened to its
Yeah.
author.
J.K.
But,
Rowling. Such
yeah.
a shame.
Such a shame. She could have just died a.
She could have been
proliferate-
normal.
She could have. Man, she could have had a legacy, man. I don't know
Exactly.
why the fuck.
Yeah. Like,
Ugh,
yeah.
it's sad. Don't be
Yeah,
J.K. Rowling.
No, yeah, that's what annoys me as a writer, or like a world builder in general, is that when you're writing an alien species, you know, there's so many different biologies of an intelligent race. Like, do they even like are they is it hermaphrodite? Is that the term? Like where
Hermaphroditic.
yeah, like are they hermaphroditic? Does gender not fucking matter? Or like do they style themselves like how they want to, kind of like how humans do, you know? Like it doesn't like matter what genitalia they use to reproduce. That doesn't make them like that shouldn't have to limit them to how they present or what bathroom they use, you know? Like let people be people. Sorry, we already had this rant, so I'll
You're
let
fine.
Zero's Saber. I'll let
fine.
them have the floor.
Your homework is Soma, the game.
Soma.
Soma.
Yep, I've got it pulled up on Steam.
The Great Filter Theory.
Yep,
and the
got
Fermi
that pulled up
Paradox.
too. Yeah, got that pulled up on Google as well. Thank you very much. This will be very, very helpful with research, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear me out.
Absolutely, and thank you for the interesting story premise. And feel free to keep me updated in the DMs, and if you ever need me to show for you, I am all for it.
All right, awesome. I really appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Keep up the great work. And I just want to say real quick, I have a huge respect for artists of all types, authors, painters, whatever. Like I have nothing but the utmost respect for creative works. It takes a lot of courage to bring that to the page. And I really do hope that you commit and make something special, even if it's just for a few people.
I thank you. Those are really nice words, very inspiring words, and I appreciate that you appreciate artists, except for whatever the hell Ben Shapiro wrote that one time.
Oh man,
that was one of the books of all time.
I'd have to read it for or maybe I shouldn't, but you know.
there's a podcast. I forget what it's called. I think it's like I don't. They talk about political stuff, and they read snippets of his book live. I forget what it's called, but if I remember, I'll DM you about it.
Sounds good. Yeah, feel free to keep in touch. I try to respond as best I can, but the ADHD do be ADHDing, so sometimes it takes me a while to get back to people. Feel free to double message if I don't get back to you.
Yeah, man, no problem. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. You have a wonderful evening.
You too.
All right.
Night.
Take care. Okay, we have one more. Zero Saber, you have been extraordinarily patient. I ask that you be patient for about less than 5 more minutes. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh no, Rebecca. I said Zero Saber was the last one. We'll see how I'm feeling after Zero Saber. If you want to wait around. I can't guarantee that I can get you in. It is getting late. But let me get Zero Saber. I want to give them the time they're due, and then if there's some time left, I'll get you in here, okay? Zero Saber, you are on. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right.
Oh boy, you're quiet. Hold on one second. Can you turn up your mic at all?
Yeah, let me see what I can do here real quick. Way up there. Give me just it. My friend was having this issue as well, so second here. Sound.
Yeah, I can turn you up, but you're very quiet, so I don't know if that'll cut it.
Is this good?
No.
Hang on, maybe I need to turn off like the noise gate on here.
It's okay.
Is that better?
No. I think you need to turn up the gain.
Is this better? Hello? Is this better?
That's worse. I'll turn you up as much as I can.
All right, it's literally right up to my mouth, so I apologize.
Is there zero way you can make it louder?
I'm trying to open up the program, but it's really dumb.
Yeah, I mean, the only way I can artificially boost you is through Discord. I can try to find another method, but
If you give me just a second, I can plug in my more expensive mic, but I need to find the cable. Here's the cable. Give me just a second, and I got you.
I appreciate the effort. Rebecca!
Discord voice. Can you hear me?
You're still quiet, but yes.
Can you hear me?
Still quiet.
Can you hear me now? It's all the way up.
Okay. You're so it's weird because you're not quite loud enough, but you are topping out your audio waves.
Yeah. Is this better?
That is much better. It's not ideal, but I think I could, if you could get it any louder, that'd be nice. But I think I can work with this.
Is that better? I've got like a knob here that I can mess with, so like if I need to adjust anything on this mic, I actually can.
You're topping out your sound waves, but you're still not quite loud enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry about all of this.
That's okay. Part of the grind.
Yep.
Here, I think I can turn up my volume. Turn down your gain a little bit, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Is that better?
Count to 5 for me real quick.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think this works.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, great. Okay.
I didn't have a super amount of things to talk about. I didn't have like I said in the chat, I didn't have like a whole presentation or anything. I just wanted to kind of, hang out for a bit. It's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thanks. I saw that you were doing talking to chatters.
Before we
though.
get started, do you mind just giving us the name you'd like to go by and then your pronouns?
You can go by Zero. That's fine. And usually when people ask me my pronouns, I make a joke because I'm a goofy guy. I say my pronouns are he, but it's he him. So that's
okay. Fair enough.
Completely fine.
Perfect.
Yeah, but I was saying in chat, but that guy before, I'm not saying to play the game at all because I don't recommend playing the game anymore. But the lore for Destiny 2 is a very good sci-fi story. There's like just a lot of very good lore that was written out, but the game is just not hitting anymore. So
oh no.
Yeah. There's a YouTuber
my understanding is that Overwatch had the opposite problem.
Yeah.
Where the gameplay was good, but the lore was good up to a point, and then it just quit hitting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, you're completely fine. But like he was talking about that collective unconscious or the collective consciousness or people uploading their consciousness to like robots. Mm-hmm. There is a whole section. There's like a whole like gameplay chapter of Destiny 2 that talks about that. And some of the characters in the game have like numbers behind their names. So after a certain point, their minds just kind of break a little bit and wear down because they're robots, and so they have to be reset. And so they have a number behind them on the amount of times they've been reset. So just like little interesting things like that, I thought were pretty cool in the lore of the game.
Okay. Not a big Destiny guy myself. His scandal lately has been no, I'm just kidding. The game is I played a little bit of the first game, but I never really got into it too much. Like the I guess that genre of like group missions never quite jived with me.
Yeah, I get you. I'm one of those people where it's like if I can hop in, sit down, play games with my friends, I'm usually going for it.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I guess I will say I didn't realize how close we are. I think I heard you talking with a few people how you're from Ohio, how you're in Ohio. I am in Kentucky.
Ah.
So like I'm relatively close.
You were Shark 300 was at.
Yeah. I was gonna ask, how's he doing? Do you know?
Well, like, he attended my wedding, which was in October, and he was very lovely. Everybody, my father-in-law had great things to say about him. Funny enough, he was like, "This guy, Chris, he is crazy." He was great. No, Shark is such a sociable. He's so funny. Like if you ever get the opportunity to hang out with him in any capacity, he is so funny and so witty. Like his stories blow my mind. Like he's like he can craft a story like nobody else. I miss his uploads so much. I hope he gets back.
Yeah,
to it
I
soon.
do too. I do too. That's what I was wondering if you knew anything about how he's like doing like mentally and just everything that's going on with him.
Well, the last I saw from him, he was liking some of my tweets yesterday. So he's alive. He I mean, I went through a period of not uploading either, so I get it.
Right.
You know, we both got similar problems. We both got ADHD. We both have if I had to guess, he hasn't talked about it much, but I have really bad what is it called? There's a word for it when you can't initiate tasks.
Oh, executive dysfunction.
Executive dysfunction. Thank you. Really bad executive dysfunction.
Yeah.
So
I've got ADHD too, so I deal with all of that as well. I completely understand.
Yeah, but rest assured, last I saw and last I heard, he's doing fine.
That's great.
Yeah.
How are you doing, man? Like, are you doing all right?
I'm okay. You know, for a while I wasn't. I had my wedding in October. I even like I went earlier about I talked earlier about switching my medications because I suspect that I might have bipolar 2 disorder, which is characterized by hypomania and long bouts of depression, which I probably do have that. If I had to guess, I probably have that. But then again, people who are in psychiatric fields overdiagnose themselves, so who knows? Anyway, point being, I went through a phase of what I suspect is depression, and I had pretty severe self-doubt. Like I ruminated on past mistakes, of which there are many, but everybody makes mistakes, and questioned whether or not I'm really cut out for online content and the political space, I guess. But I switched to medication. I talked about it earlier in stream. I don't know if you were here. But I switched to a medication called Auvelity for a while, which is primarily for depression, like major depressive disorder. On the advice of my mother, who meant well, but I don't think the medication's working out. So I switched back to Adderall. And since a few days ago, since I started taking it again, I've been so much better. I'm like more awake. I'm more motivated. I feel like I can, I feel normal again. It's great. So all that's to say is...
I know that very, very intimately. I understand completely.
Yes, good. ADHD is a very common diagnosis. So all that's to say is it's been up and down, but recently it's been up. So thank you for asking.
That's great, man. So I'm just bouncing off of things that I heard earlier. If you go this, I don't hope this isn't like too forward, but and I know like I'm just not very active in the Discord. I'm very bad about that. But if you need to if you go to Cincinnati, like if you need to go to Cincinnati, I'm pretty close to Cincinnati. So like if we're talking about going and talking to a representative in Cincinnati, depending upon how far it is, if you needed a place to stay, I might be able to host you.
I appreciate that very much.
Just throwing that out there. I don't know what your situation is or anything, or if you're comfortable with that. I just, want to make sure and put that out there just in the ether.
I appreciate it. I don't think anything major is going on in Cincinnati, like politically speaking or otherwise. But I do appreciate the offer. If you could DM me, I don't typically give my specific location away, like on live stream. I mean, I'm sure you could deduce it by like the events I've been to, but like I try not to make it too easy for doxers to get a hold of. So if you want to DM me, I can. I'm fine with divulging specifics in DMs.
I got you, and like I'm like you don't have to say it here or anything, and I'm not asking you to say it here, but like if I'm just trying to make sure you are comfortable. If you want to just say like, general whereabouts of where you are in DMs, that's completely fine too. Just for your comfortability level, because I know you don't know me. I've been a fan. I like watch your YouTube videos all the time, so like I'm pretty up to date.
Very flattering. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's just one of those. I try and help out where I can. Okay. I also heard you earlier talking about like an indie popcorn meetup or indie popcorn. Do you do a like meetup or anything, or have you thought about doing that?
I don't do a meetup. I do get in free every year thanks to winning the Indie PopCon tournament that they hold every year. So I'm a frequent goer of the event. I had the illustrious privilege of meeting Gerard the Completionist before the whole drama with him went down. So that was interesting. I don't, like I said, I don't do a specific formal meetup, but I do attend every year. So if you go to PopCon, feel free to come up and say hi. I've had a couple of people do it. It's fun. I'm going to try to get in shape and do a cosplay this year. But
let's go. That's what I'm working on too.
Yeah, because I don't know how much you know, but I've said before the reason I started getting in shape in the first place in 2019 was to cosplay, specifically Goku, and I had a fucking 6-pack and everything, and I just have been kind of letting myself go lately. So I'm gonna use that as motivation to watch my diet and get back to the gym, which I've been doing recently, but you know, on and off. But
yeah, I was gonna I wrote down a few notes. One of the things I was gonna ask about was like exercise, because and I obviously see just your face right now, so I mean no offense in this, but there was a video that you showed of you at a town hall meeting. You were huge.
Yeah, dude, that was peak. No, you're fine saying that, like, I don't look as good as I did back then. And it's totally fine to say that and recognize that, because I worked really hard for that. And I have not been working hard lately. So I appreciate you saying that. But yeah, like, that's part of the reason that I want to get back in shape. It's not just for the cosplay anymore. Ever since starting this politics channel, it's like having a guy. People don't understand how important image is. You know, like having a guy who's like super muscular, like who looks like a fucking Giga Chad, let's just say it, right? Is huge.
Parasocial LOLs, someone said.
I mean, maybe a little. I don't care. But like, you're flattering me a lot, so it's fine. But I remember that I went to that town hall. I went to the Board of Education meeting. The first time I went, I didn't even get to speak, but somebody took a picture, right? And I ended up going viral on Twitter because I was a background person in that picture wearing a trans positive shirt. And that is the entire reason that I went viral. And it's just insane. It's like all you have to do is work out a little bit and have some muscles and be like, you know, a big hulking guy, and then people just like are attracted to you like fucking flies to shit. You know, it's crazy. So I got to get back to that because you know, people really, it's very vain and visually, like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? It's surface level, right? It's aesthetic and nothing else. But
it's also first impressions too.
Yeah, it helps a lot. And you know, one of the demographics that we're going after is young men, right? And young men tend to be attracted to, as I was, physically in shape, like big, bulking, muscular fucking men. So it does help. Anyway.
I guess segueing off of that, there was a video that I came across recently talking about general, like basically general masculinity and how it relates to people buying big trucks and the concept of what they refer to it as pavement princesses, if you're familiar with that.
I've never heard of this. But if I could take a guess, it sounds like people who buy vehicles that are aesthetically off-road, but you'd throw a hissy fit if you got like a splat of mud on it.
Pretty much, yeah. And it goes into the general concept of masculinity relating to that, and how it, like, just general, it's been a minute since I've watched it, but general overarching, like, societal and political concepts and consequences of, like, basically that, like, masculine kind of thing that they are trying to project. And it was a pretty good watch. It was one of those I didn't expect to, like, I didn't know what I was going to expect getting out of it, but it was a pretty good watch. I don't know how you are with, like, pre-watching things, but I did post it in Juicebox if you want to, like, give it a look and see what you think of it.
Sure.
I think with someone who, like, works out, like, I guess I'll just drop, like, a few names, like you or Hassan would be very good. I think you would be able to make good content out of it, since you kind of understand that, like, masculine you know, feeling and just kind of like working out in general and just kind of presenting that way.
Sure. Is it I guess like what kind of content is it? Is it stuff that I would agree with generally, or is it like informational? Is it political?
I think a little bit of stuff that you would agree with, and then like he says in the video he tries to keep it a little bit politically neutral, so he's kind of like I would say he's a little more left leaning, but he's a little bit he's like a little bit left leaning, but it's more just like trying to keep it as apolitical as he can, if that makes sense.
Okay. The Rise of the Pavement Princess from Urgently Firing.
Yeah, this was the video, and I thought that you could probably make some pretty good content off of this. I thought it was a very good video.
Okay. I will tell you, most of my content revolves around reviewing stuff that I disagree with. People really like the outrage slop. But
gotcha.
If you can sell me on this, like what I guess sell me on what could people get out of watching me react to this so they could not get out of people just watch. Like it has 196,000 views. So you would have to sell me on what I could add to this.
I think you could add more of your I think it's one of those your experience. You could talk about your experience and how you relate to it and things that you've seen in your life that relate to it, but that kind of angle of it rather than disagreeing or saying, hey, I agree with this, or hey, I don't agree with this, if that makes sense. Like I think adding your personal experience spin to it would probably be the route that I would go with it.
Okay. How would you describe this person's politics?
I have just only seen that one video, so.
Okay.
But it was good enough.
Do you think I would disagree with anything in the video?
It was a 46-minute video, so it's one of those where you could potentially, but I think there would be more agreeing than disagreeing with it.
Okay. I'll put it on the back burn. I can't guarantee that I'll go over it. Like I said, usually the stuff I go over is more outrage content that disagrees with me, but I'm more than happy to give it a watch in my free time.
Yeah, that'd work too. I just, I think that not signal boosting his channel because obviously I've only seen that one video. I just thought that this was a very well thought out, very well put together video. So
okay, that's totally fine. Even if his channel overall is not great, like I still am a proponent of finding diamonds in the rough and all that. So it seems like it's suburbia syndrome. I mean, this sounds right up my alley. Like,
hell yeah.
The economy sucks, disconnect from practicality, male posturing and status. Like, come on. Like, this is great. Like, I think that people should definitely watch this. Like I said, probably not something that I would cover on my channel, but I'm more than willing to check this out in my free time.
Right on.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss?
I guess just opinions on like if you've got any like music or any like media recommendations that you can give me.
One Piece.
One Piece.
Have you watched it?
I haven't, but like it's one of those where I keep having people tell me to watch One Piece because it's just so hard to lock in. I think what is it, like 1,000 episodes now? Like just starting it seems daunting.
If that's how you have to experience it, fine. But I would recommend giving, like, there are spoiler guide or not spoiler, filler guides. Definitely look at the filler guides if you're gonna watch the whole thing. I will say watching the whole thing and experiencing it from top to bottom is worth it. That's what I think. I think that I've never seen One Piece, but I would be worried about something that is not overseen by Eiichiro Oda, who's the original mangaka. Gotcha. Dropping stuff that they don't know what's relevant and what's not. Like they don't know. So I would recommend watching the thing top to bottom. Here's what I usually tell people. If you can get to episode 36, and I know that's a lot. That's 3 seasons worth of anime, granted. but it's a fuck ton less than 1,100 episodes. So
right.
I always say if you can get to episode 36, where, without spoiling too much, the mark is that Luffy puts his hat on Nami. Once that moment happens, if by that point you're not interested anymore, then maybe the series isn't for you. But I feel like that's a very good entry point. It's called the Fishman Island saga. Or not Fishman Island. Sorry. Arlong Park. Fishman Island's way later. But Arlong Park. If you can get through that and you still don't like it, then maybe it's not for you. I think that it's way worth it. There's so much lore. I think the protagonist for a shonen anime is like unparalleled. Do you watch anime? Are you an anime enjoyer?
I am. I'm usually one of those people that watches shorter animes. Like one of my favorites is Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
Okay.
And that's like 10 episodes, I think.
Okay. Fair enough. I think if you can, it helps to segment it into arcs in One Piece. So like the first arc is what is the first? There's Romance Romance Dawn. And then man, the early arcs are like weirdly segmented. There's Orange Town, and then fuck, I don't know. I'm getting tired. Anyway, point is, if you can make it to episode 36 and you still don't like it, then fine. Then maybe it's not for you. I will say that Moist Critical watched it, and he said he did not get it until like episode 200 something, where it's called Water 7. The Water 7 arc into Eni's Lobby is peak fiction. Peak fiction. Like, it's some of the best writing in all of fictional history. No exaggeration. It takes a while to get there, but it is worth it. Like, this is shit. Like, how like, have you followed Marvel, the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
A little, but not like a lot. Like, what arc of it were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, think of like the Marvel Cinematic Universe and everything that led up to Endgame. Take that, multiply it by like at least 2 or 3, and then take out all of the fucking idiotic will that just happened jokes.
Right.
Like that's what you have with One Piece.
Okay.
Peak fiction. That is the best thing I can recommend. Other than that, if you're looking for something shorter, Spy X Family is really cute if you've ever watched that.
I've seen stuff from it. I just haven't played it or watched it.
Most of my recommendations are going to be anime, except for, have you watched Breaking Bad?
Yes, I have watched Breaking Bad.
Have you watched Better Call Saul?
Not yet.
Watch Better Call Saul. I personally think Better Call Saul is better than Breaking Bad. That's an opinion. People are entitled to think differently. I can understand the argument for why Breaking Bad is better. It certainly has its high moments that beat out Better Call Saul. But Better Call Saul as a whole, I think, is better. So definitely watch that.
All right, I've got some recommendations for you based on, let me ask you this. What kind of music do you generally listen to? Like, what genre?
Do political videos count?
For music?
I guess, man, it's such a generic, stupid meme answer, but I like a lot of stuff. Do you know Tina too? I've mentioned her before.
Let
Friend
me
of
see
mine.
any songs that I would know.
She's a streamer. She's a streamer friend of mine.
Oh no, I don't.
That's fine. She's been trying to get me more into music. But I just like am not a great music person. So I really like electronic stuff's cool, but like I've been kind of in and out on that. I'm open to anything. Let's just say I'm open to anything.
All right. So there is a band that I like came across recently. It is a metal band. I don't know if that's your jam at all or anything.
Sure.
But
I mean, I sometimes.
The band name is Empty Graves, and their lyrics are incredible. Like they have very good messaging. It is very, very good in my opinion. It's very, very leftist metal. So like
Arcane. Empty Graves Arcane.
It's not what you think, but
I figured. You ever watched Arcane?
I've started on it.
It's another great show, masterpiece. I think season 1 was better overall. Season 2 had the highest highs. Anyway, sorry.
The songs that I recommend are either Dog Pills or BIAH, which are like my 2 favorites out from them.
Okay.
So, yeah, just something new for you to listen to.
Okay,
And
I appreciate it.
I guess my last recommendation for you, have you played Hades?
I have. I have not finished it, but my wife Katie is obsessed with it. Is there anything you'd like to say to her? I can bring her down. She'd be more than willing to discuss it.
It's just one of those. Hades 2 recently got an update and it's hitting. I love the game so much.
So I've heard it's hitting. Yeah, Katie is I mean, if you ever want to talk about Hades, you can probably just at her. She's Mysterious Writer 743 in the Discord. She will talk to you day in and day out about that game. So I've played it. I think it's a cool game. With video games lately, it's been rough. Like I just haven't been able to sink my teeth into anything, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the older I get, the harder it is.
Yeah, that's completely fair.
Yeah, I need to finish it though. You're right.
So many like indie games that are really good too.
I agree. I've been trying. I started playing. What is it called? A Hat in Time.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I started playing. It's really fun. I just like I said, I just have a horrible time committing. So
yeah,
I need to get better about it. Anyway. All right, I do have to get to the last person here. Is there anything that you'd like to add to end off?
No, that's it. I just wanted to kind of hang out.
That's great. That's what this is for.
Didn't have anything. Yeah. All right, you have a good night, man.
Hey, you as well. Thank you so much for your time.
See ya.
All right, take care. All right. Rebecca! Hello? Rebecca, you are on the Alec Gunter.
Oh shit, my thing was muted.
Stop. Sorry. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I need to turn down my volume. Don't say anything. Do not say anything. Okay, now say a thing.
A thing.
Now say more things. Say compliment me.
I think communism is a good thing. I think not just by
Okay. I have you on low-ish volume, but you are you're maxing out your waves, if that makes sense. Like I forget the term. I think your gain is too high.
Let's see here. Okay, let me look at my Discord real quick.
I can just barely understand what you're saying.
Is this better?
No.
I'm the fudge. Let's see. Let's see here.
Rebecca!
I'm trying. Let's see. I'm gonna try something.
Okay, you're very quiet, but I think we're onto something here.
I just realized I was using my laptop mic.
Oh, okay. You're much better now. Just say real quick, the quick brown, what is it? The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Say that.
The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog.
Okay, I think you're good. All right.
Yay.
Rebecca, how you doing?
Good.
Can you give us?
Sorry.
Obviously, you go by Rebecca. Can you
Yes.
give us your pronouns and then what you'd like to discuss?
She, her, and we were having this for a long time. The motorcycles.
The motorcycles. Oh no. Are you here to debate?
No, I just
Okay.
want to have an actual genuine conversation.
That
I'm
sounds
not in
like
the mood
code
to
for debate, but go on.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to just get into a conversation with like a Vosh giant and all of a sudden just like debates. Like, I just genuinely want to know where you're coming from here. Not just
Where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Motorcycles are loud and annoying. That's where I'm coming
source.
from.
All right.
Source?
That is a yes. That is.
I made it the fuck up.
Oh wait, then this whole entire discussion's over then.
I'm just kidding. No, they're loud. Listen. In all seriousness, every single time there's a motorcycle, it's loud and fucking annoying, and I can't stand it. It's too loud. I don't like motorcycles, and on top of that, they're not safe. They're far less safe than cars are.
All right. Well, those are definitely very fair assessments. Though I would argue that a pickup truck is not safe, not for the participant using it, but for literally everyone outside of it that unfortunately have to play along with because they decided to fork over more money. Whereas I'm on a motorcycle that I forked over, and I'm playing with my own life compared to other people's lives.
Yeah, what if you get flinged off the motorcycle and land on somebody else?
I would feel less guilty than slamming to a child with a 8 foot tall pickup truck.
Okay, well here's the thing. I'm against car infrastructure in general. I would love to abolish cars, and that includes motorcycles.
I would agree. In a perfect world, in a perfect world, I would prefer just be able to walk, bicycle, and take a train to my destination, like guns, for example. If somehow we could just rewrite the Second Amendment to just make guns just a little bit less accessible, I would have done it, but we live in a system where it's not really possible to do so, or it would take a very long time to do so. Where, again, in a perfect world, I don't think motorcycles are necessary. They're definitely a fun sport, especially on the dirt, don't get me wrong.
Great,
But
keep them on the dirt. Keep them off my highways.
Darn, I see this is going to debate. Darn. Oh, I was not prepping for a debate.
Listen, I have nothing against people who love motorcycles. I just wish they would keep it behind closed doors.
Wait a minute. Wait, that seems very similar to the trans rhetoric.
I don't know what you're talking about. You
not
can
sure.
do whatever you'd like with your motorcycle. Just don't keep it away from me and my family and my church.
If it makes you feel better, it's not a. If it makes you feel better, I don't ride a very loud motorcycle. It just gives me to point A to point B.
Okay. Listen,
all.
I listen. Motorcycles are cheaper. They're they take up less space. There are benefits to motorcycles. I just can't stand how loud they are, for the most part, and they're not that safe.
It's not really that motorcycles are unsafe. It's more just the cars around you are unsafe because, again, a car hitting another car or just a person is just not very safe at all, or doesn't seem pleasant.
Okay. What are the airbags like when you hit a tree? Oh, I'm sorry, there aren't any because there's a motorcycle, right? You just kind of fly off, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the thing, though. I'm taking on the risk where it's like if I were to get in a pickup truck, I'm not assuming the risk.
You fly off.
Outside of it.
No, you fly off. You are a projectile.
Yes.
You are turning yourself into a projectile.
Yeah, but I assume that risk. I'm fine with that risk.
How much do you, I'm not. You don't have to reveal this, but approximately how much do you weigh?
I weigh. I'm a pretty tall individual, so I'm 220, 6'4".
Let's say you're traveling. I'll be generous. 50 miles an hour. You hit an obstacle. You go flying off. You are now a 50 mile per hour, 220 pound projectile. That's not safe.
Usually that doesn't happen. Usually I would be sliding.
Usually, how many times does it happen if you're in a car? It doesn't. As long as you're buckled.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I keep telling you, everyone that rides a motorcycle takes on that apparent risk that they get in an accident, they're more likely to die. So, again, you're less likely to be like super aggressive involving like an accident inevitably happening, where it's like an SUV driver just driving down the road. They'll just turn right without looking because there's like low risk involved for them. But depending on who
driver
they hit,
error. But that's driver. You could do the same thing on a motorcycle.
I'm aware, but the penalties for other third parties is far less harsh compared to a SUV doing it.
A person in an SUV doesn't turn themselves into a projectile.
Yeah, but if I were a projectile hitting someone else, that would be way better than like a car being a projectile, because the car is still a fast-moving 2-ton vehicle, depending on what year you get.
A motorcycle is also heavy.
They are comparatively lighter though, like much lighter.
At a certain point, it ceases to matter how heavy it is.
I'm sorry?
Like, after a certain... Okay, so motorcycles... Like, okay, if you get hit head-on by a motorcycle, it's the same thing as getting... It might as well be the same thing as getting hit head-on by a truck.
Not really?
You're still in the hospital.
I'm gonna say is, that's not like kinetic energy where it's like the mass of a truck is like 8 times heavier than a motorcycle. Or
okay, but the human body can only take so much.
I'm aware. That's why usually in most European roads where walking is occurring, it's usually 30 kilometers, in rare cases 50 if it's a fairly safe area. And if you go to Germany, the Autobahn just has almost no speed limit in like most cases.
Okay? Convince me that motorcycles are better. Convince me that riding a motorcycle is better than riding a car. Like it's safer, it's more efficient, whatever. Convince me.
So in a way, it doesn't really make too much sense to propel an average like 180-pound person with a 2-ton vehicle when you could do it with a 400-pound vehicle. Not to say it's for everyone. Again, I would prefer, in a perfect world, bicycling to my destination would be perfect. And also, trains are fun. Please, I would like trains. Please, I wish the Netherlands was everywhere. But it doesn't, for like, in most cases, it doesn't make sense to propel it when you can obviously just do it on 2 wheels as motorist. And again, if you can do your daily stuff on a bicycle, you definitely should. But the problem is not everyone is in those situations or in those locations where that is possible, where it's like bicycles would probably be a little bit more dangerous because it's just the roads are just so hostile with cars. And then not to mention motorcycles in tandem usually would avoid more accidents just due to the maneuverability and just requiring a little bit more nuance to actually ride compared to a car, which heaven forbid, like if you've ever lived in Utah, especially southern Utah, like it takes like forever for like older individuals, which again, there's some older people that probably shouldn't be have a driver's license still, but it's like, oh my goodness, some of those could have been avoided if you didn't like have an experience. I'm going on a bit of a tangent here.
You're fine. Take your time. We're just having fun.
No. Yeah, I mean, it kind of felt like a debate, but I guess it's just more of a tangent on like, goodness gracious, some people shouldn't have cars.
I agree.
And I live in Utah, statistically, like with the worst drivers. That mostly boiling down to the old population we have.
Okay, so your arguments for a motorcycle are like a motorcycle over a car.
Now, I'm saying I should heavy emphasis, like, again, motorcycles aren't for everyone, but I think it's something you should consider, or, like, throughout the people, it's like, oh, I mean, you could get a nice sedan that could get you to point A to point B, but it won't hurt to consider a motorcycle or a scooter. It doesn't hurt to throw that idea out there, and if it's not your fancy, then it's like, you live in the United States, we're not going to get walkable cities anytime soon, so you might as well just get a fuel-efficient car and just deal with the current situation we'd have until it gets hopefully better soonish.
Okay. So... Sorry, so if you could summarize your... And I know you said that motorcycles are for everybody, but, like, what's your argument for... motorcycle as opposed to buying a car?
I'm just saying that it obviously should, like, I'm not saying you should, everyone should get a motorcycle, or it's like should be the only option like Vietnam, where, oh, your car's kind of seen as a luxury. I think it should just be like an additional option to consider, where it's like, you could look at like a sedan, just fuel efficient, bare minimum, it's not too big, so it's not gonna be like a giant thing and just kill children.
So size is one thing. Okay. What about safety? I feel like I'm more safe in a car.
And that's the thing I said. It's a considerable option where it's like there's pros and cons. Where it's like a sedan, again, you're safer and you're able to do usually more things, but at the cost of like burning more fuel, and not to mention insurance costs more, and usually cars are just more expensive in general, whereas motorcycles, insurance is cheaper, burns less fuel. It's just economically speaking a cheaper thing without going all the way down to a bike, which again, not everyone has that. Not everyone lives in a walkable or bicycle safe place, so it's not really sometimes an option.
Okay. So, smaller, more fuel efficient. Why don't I just get a smart car?
And that's, again, an option, though, even there's... And smart cars, I'm not going to really make much of an argument, because there's a lot of people say there's many good things, which I think there is, but it's also, like, it's more just encouraging just the car mindset.
As opposed to a motorcycle mindset?
I'm sorry?
As opposed to the motorcycle mindset?
Well, to think of, like I said again, it's more of just options where in our current situation, where again, in a perfect world,
looking for the best option.
I didn't say motorcycles were the best options. It's just an alternative.
Then why should I motorcycles are loud and annoying. I don't like them. I think we would be better off, and they're not as safe as cars. I think we'd be better off without them.
Not all motorcycles are loud. Yes, Harley Davidsons are
most
very
of them
loud.
are.
That's why
Well, okay, every biker that I've ever seen is loud as shit. Every single one.
Right.
Every single one, and you cannot deny that. And sure, there are loud cars, but most of the cars are not loud. Every motorcycle I've ever seen is loud. Everyone.
Are you referring to like I am aware that there's definitely like sound ordinance that could definitely be addressed, where it's like, goodness gracious, those Harley Davidsons do not need to be that loud.
Okay, I'm glad we agree on that.
I do agree. Motorcycles, especially people that do cut off their mufflers, because in the motorcycle community, cut off mufflers is definitely frowned upon, unless you're rides Harleys, then most Harley riders are actually fine with it. But I don't really, yeah.
But most Harley riders are fine with the sound?
So usually, in the motorcycle community, usually people that ride Harleys are usually compensating for something, kind of like how car people, pickup truck drivers are usually people that are usually drive trucks because they're compensating for something.
Right.
Usually people with loud mufflers are usually compensating for something, and we're willing to admit that.
Okay.
But some of us just want to just go to point A to point B, but bicycles are just not an option, and maybe I want to have a little bit of fun on my commute, because don't get me wrong, life is stressful. I just got done with a test today, no joke. I just got done working, so I would sometimes like to enjoy my commute a bit, and unfortunately taking a bicycle wasn't an option. Not because I can, technically I can, I'm stuck in a rural area, and it's just not safe to do so.
Okay. So you're telling me that a motorcycle is safer than a bicycle?
No, I didn't say I didn't say that.
Okay.
I'm just saying again. As mentioned before, for some people, using a bicycle for daily commuting stuff, it's not possible. Like in my case, for example, where I live in a rural area where it's like 40 minutes away by car to an actual town, so it just doesn't make sense.
I agree. I agree. Right. Like most bicycles are not feasible in our rural/suburban society. I agree, but then, okay, like that's not a viable argument in this case, because a car can just as easily get you from point A to point B as a motorcycle can, and safer.
But I also believe
and quieter. More importantly, quieter. You don't irritate me as much, and that's the important part.
But again, you're like applying this like the loud thing to literally all motorcycles.
Yes.
Isn't that a bit unfair to assume, where it's like there's just some people on like scooters that are just trying to just...
That's a scooter! That's not a motorcycle!
They're still motorized though.
Okay, but it's not as loud. And people make fun of you and say you have a small dick, so it's a scooter.
I'm gonna say there's a lot of Japanese motorcycles 400cc that barely make any noise, that are just used to commute with. And
they barely make any noise? Okay, great. Bring them over.
Yeah, and that's why I keep telling people. I keep telling people, just consider quieter things. You don't need that. You don't need to spend $200 extra on that slip-on. You really need that extra slip-on. And I do agree, there definitely should be some sound ordinance.
Okay, I'm glad we agree on that.
Like, yes, there are some motorcycles that are loud, but it's also a misconception. It's just because there's just lack of any frame. It's just because the mufflers are just not as long. Because, well, a car, you're able to make them like 15 feet long, whereas a motorcycle, you don't really have much room to make do with.
Okay. So I guess
to summarize, because I don't know if this is a discussion or debate anymore. I was trying to originally make this a discussion.
I'm sorry. I'm playing with you a little bit. I'm having fun with it, but I genuinely don't like most motorcycle. Okay, to be in all seriousness, my experience with motorcycles is not great. Like, they're loud, they're not safe, and I just think that cars are better. Like, in a car-centric society, and we agree on the big things. Like, car-centric society sucks, okay? We would love trains, we would love public transit. We agree on the important stuff, okay? We're allies. at the end of the day.
Yes.
I just
Yes,
don't like motorcycles, okay? Because they're
Right.
loud, they're not safe, and you turn yourself into a projectile if you crash. That's my argument against them.
Right, and that's again a fair assessment, which is why it's more of a. That's why I was trying to have a discussion. I wasn't trying to change your mind, or maybe I kind of was. But I was trying to understand where you're coming at, and maybe see more eye to eye. Maybe not. I'm not sure. I'm not going to debate thing, or I'm just a little bit autistic. Let's be honest here, and I'm like tired as hell.
You're fine. I'm having a lot of fun. It's been a long time since I've had a debate, and I think I'm just flexing my chops a little bit. But
yeah, and I haven't practiced. The only people I practice with are my parents just being extremely transphobic. Needless to say, I think I do pretty good with trans rhetoric stuff.
I'm sure. I mean, being a trans person, you probably have to get good at that. Sorry to hear that your parents are transphobic.
I think I'm pretty good with it, but of course, you're playing like tic-tac-toe against like people that are like no, like no matter what you show them.
It doesn't matter. Like, I don't know what your discussions with your parents are like, and you're more than welcome to get into that. Go ahead.
Not really. No, not really. No, just why not? I guess. But yeah, I guess just being decent at debating is useful at times. Though I definitely prefer to do a more clean approach at discussing things. And it's like you can't change your mind, so might as well just assert your dominance.
I agree. I mean, we don't have to get into it if you want, but
I'm gonna. I guess there's one. I guess there is one kind of funny thing. You know how like the right always kind of assumes us for being like sex deviants, where it's like, oh, they're so confused about sex and stuff, and they're always talking about like sex and stuff. Where it's like, I don't know if I explained this well. Where it's like,
no, I hear you.
It's like approaching gay stuff, where it's like, gay stuff's not all just about gay sex. It's about like loving someone of the opposite of the same sex. Like, what the fuck?
Well, it's very revealing, right? They're showing their hand a little bit, like when straight conservatives, which is most of them, talk about like how gay people are sex deviants who just want to like fuck each other for fun or whatever. They're just revealing that's how they see relationships, right? Like they're projecting. So
I'm gonna say it's literally admission of guilt, if anything.
Yes, every accusation is a confession.
Oh, and that's where this interesting, and that's where this actually comes because so a little context, my folks don't know, so I'm still kind of closeted. And I was with my parents once. They saw a hickey on my neck, and they were curious. I'm like, Jesus Christ, why am I talking about sex with my parents? And as it so happens, they happen to be a trans woman I was having sex with. And they were like super curious, like, wait, whoa. So they were the one getting all deviant into it. It's like, Jesus Christ, I'm getting uncomfortable like this.
So they were like questioning you about the hickey?
Yeah, no, they were questioning about that. They were so curious about the sex. I'm like, why were you so curious? Why were you so curious about it? And then and they were so worried about them getting like pregnant because they still see me as a dude, and they thought that I was having sex with a cis woman. But no, I was like getting so annoyed because they were so annoyed by, oh, did you condom? It's like, oh, for fuck's sake, they were trans, and that just opened up a new floodgate to new things. Where it's like they were so curious, but it's not about like the gender stuff. No, they were talking about like the adult fun time part.
In fairness, you should still use condoms, but regardless, that's not your fucking parents' business. I don't know how dependent you are on them, and a lot of people have an issue with like, I call it financial. What is it? What do I call it? I came up with a great term for it. It's financial dependence, but I call it like financial slavery, basically. where it's like, you basically are you don't have any choice but to follow their rules because you don't have any financial independence, and so like you have to like abide by what they say. So in that circumstance, you just basically give them whatever information will satisfy them, you know?
Yeah, that's basically kind of what's kind of meant, where it's like,
yeah. And just,
it's like,
and if it were me, I'd just be like, I'm practicing safe sex, I promise.
yeah, and that was originally how I was doing it, but they were apparently just not buying it for some reason. I'm like, I guess children are not expensive, which, don't get me wrong, I think maybe I want them in the future, but it's like, dear God, you know how expensive children are? Of course,
Believe
I'm
me,
going to be very...
I've heard.
Of course, I'm going to be very careful with someone that I could potentially get pregnant. Of course, I'm going to be extremely careful because, and heck, even if I do go down the abortion route, I'm in a red state, and that's just going to make things even more expensive and complicated.
Yeah. Speaking as somebody who had to assist my previous girlfriend with an abortion, thankfully it was at a time and in a place where it was accessible. Even then, like I don't know how much you would deal with this, but at the time I was a lot more conservative, and so the emotional turmoil was unparalleled. Still never told my parents about it. It's just best to avoid it. Like, it's just best to avoid that if you can. As far as your parents go, I would love to say it's not their business, but seeing as it sounds like you're financially dependent on them.
I'm slowly starting to do it. That's why I was trying to do a test. I'm trying to get my advanced EMT, so thankfully I could get a little bit more benefits.
Yes,
So nice.
the more financial independence you can get, the better. That's what I like. It's not possible for everybody, but if it's at all possible, financial independence is freedom. Like, my parents were very controlling until I finally moved out. So I get it in that sense. I'm not trans, so like I can't speak to that, but I understand having that held over your head. So
right. Where I basically kind of just have to basically tell them what they want to hear.
Yes, exactly, exactly.
And it's actually kind of nice hearing that I'm not the only person that feels like I was definitely the financial thing where it's like, am I being financially like manipulated in a way where it's like, because I'm in a not best financial state, I can't really do much to defend myself. It's more of just shut up, listen, accept.
Yep.
So it definitely feels nice to hear that I'm not the only person.
Oh God, I have so many stories.
And it's an actual thing that other people experience.
I have so many stories. My parents, man, especially my mom. I have a better relationship with her these days, and I am very privileged in the fact that I'm a cis person. But I have a better relationship with her. But back in the day, man, when I lived with her, she helped me pay off. She gave me a loan for a temporary apartment I lived in while I went to college. And she fucking held that over my head one morning, and I straight up like threw my cereal at the wall. I was like, I didn't ask for your help. I don't want your help. If you're gonna hold it over my head, I will pay it back somehow. I'm not having this. So I was just like so over it. So I completely feel that.
I will say it's not something they probably don't do on purpose. It's more of like a side effect that they have. It's more of like it's like they're unaware of it, but I don't know how to say it, where it's like, I don't know, it feels like in good faith in a way, but it's also like, because I have that financial thing that they kind of just ubiquitously just swing over my head sometimes. It's like, gosh dang, I can't fully disagree with you otherwise.
Yeah, it's not great. My mom once kicked me out of the house and told me I couldn't take my own car. So
I was gonna say, like, I actually planned to move to Nevada because I live in southern Utah, a very, very, very red state, full of Mormons. So the idea is just Vegas temporarily, because, I mean, ideally, I like to be in Washington State. I have a lot of family there that aren't as conservative. They're still, like, centrist, right-winging, but they're, like, way better than my parents. And it would definitely be a lot more friendly to be around, where it's like, and heck, they were even telling me, like, oh, no, you should stay in Utah, but just move to the city, where it's like, oh, cool, I get paid, like, less, because the pay here is also not very good.
I imagine.
Whereas, like, Nevada, it's like, Nevada, especially Las Vegas, which is where I'm trying to look at, or near Las Vegas, it definitely pays a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is a union state.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you can get in a union, that's definitely better than not having one.
No, going down the EMS route, so unions are probably going to be somewhat tricky, because it's EMS. But I might be surprised at what I find.
Gotcha. I don't know much about EMS unions, but certainly if Nevada is better for you, then by all means, don't let nothing stop you.
I mean, that's kind of the idea. Just super close. It'll be just like, it'll work to something a little bit better, preferably a blue state, an actual blue state.
Yeah, I've thought about moving to a more blue state myself, being from Ohio. Unfortunately, we were purple. Now we're moving more red in recent years.
Yeah.
So
I will say though, to be somewhat optimistic, Texas and Florida are definitely getting a little closer-ish to being more purple.
I sure hope so. I'd love to think that Texas could be a flip state someday.
It'll definitely be very massive. It'll be definitely a very influential thing where it becomes a swing state, where it's literally doesn't matter how many swing states go over, as long as Texas swings, it's more like, oh, but then that'll just make it so like the conservatives will definitely try harder. But again, if you could turn that to a blue state, then it's like swing states won't even matter.
Swing state is what I meant. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's assuming we even have an election in 2028. We'll see.
God forbid, or heck, even if I do exist.
Hmm.
Who knows? Or even if I still exist.
You will. I believe in
Hopefully.
you. I believe in you.
Right.
Find a way.
Right.
I'm not a trans person, but I understand what trans people are going through right now, especially with the Trump administration. So there's shit going down in Ohio right now I got to look into with that. I got to start going to meetings again.
I forgot to mention, I don't know if I mentioned, I'm in the National Guard as well, and unlike last time where you actually got a discharge for gender dysphoria, this time it's more like, oh, you got gender dysphoria? No more hormones. You're staying in. You do your original contract. Sorry, sucker.
I'm sorry, that sucks.
I can't even get a medical discharge.
I'm sorry.
So thankfully my contract ends, or I'll go in active reserve on 2027, and that's when I'll definitely be overdosing on that good stuff.
There you go. Well, that's still a long ways away, so I mean, I feel for you.
I feel like they definitely went down the non-medical discharge route, because I think they just realized after the first time doing it that they lost a lot of experienced people just left because of it. Because a lot of them were just, because you can pay for new soldiers, but you can't pay for experience. You have to build that up.
Yeah, they're gutting themselves. It's ridiculous.
And this is definitely a decent attempt, but the problem is, do you think the trans people with gender dysphoria are going to re-enlist? No. I was originally going to re-enlist, but then this happened. I'm like, nope, bye-bye.
I mean, yeah, why would you? Like, if you can find a better alternative in the meantime, why not?
Yeah. Well, thankfully, Yeah, two more years, and then I'll still get to keep my benefits, and then who knows? Maybe I'll come back. Who knows? Who knows? Probably not.
Well, I wish you the best of luck on your endeavors. I do have to get off of here in a second. I'm getting very sleepy, and I have work in the morning. So,
I just realized I just realized I also need to go to bed soon. So good idea.
You're good. Sorry, you did not change my mind on motorcycles.
They're fine. I wasn't trying to.
I hope I didn't. I hope I didn't throw you off guard or throw you off. Which I don't know what the word is. I hope I wasn't. I didn't seem mean. I was having fun with you. I
will admit you were being a little cocky.
Fair enough.
It's like you were an NBA star flexing on a kid who was just holding a basketball. I wasn't really.
Listen. I'm not a fan of motorcycles. I'm sorry. They're not safe. They're loud, and I think there are better alternatives. But if you drive a motorcycle, it's not the end of the world. I think you should enjoy it, and if that's your thing, do it 100%. I'm not the dictator of your life. Okay.
Darn.
Enjoy your motorcycle. Seriously.
Darn. I forgot to mention one more benefit.
Sure.
Fuck the police.
Wait, how's that a benefit? Yeah, I can fuck the police in my car.
Wait. Have you ever tried chasing a motorcycle in a car? It's impossible.
Don't run from the police.
What do you mean? Why not?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Do you want a fucking chopper following you from overhead?
Okay, you do make a point. Utah is willing to waste like $1,000 just to chase one dude on a motorcycle, whereas California is at least smart enough to not bother. No, I'm not making this up. Utah would actually do it, so that's why I don't. But in most jurisdictions, there's no chase for motorcycles because it's not a good idea to do it. It's better for them to just show up at your house, but the problem is, that's crazy. I totally wasn't riding. Do you know if I was riding there? Oh, what's that? He was wearing a helmet. Oh, well, that sucks. You don't have proof then. Okay, talk to you later.
My general advice is to not get into a high-speed chase with the police or have them track you down via your license plate. But it's your life. Just keep yourself safe.
I will try to. All right. You should probably go to bed. I should also go to bed.
It was lovely talking to you.
All right. Wish me luck. I hope I pass my advanced EMT tomorrow.
I also hope you do. Best of luck on that, and I hope things go well.
Yay. Thanks. Right. You have a good night.
Yeah, you too, Rebecca. Take care.
Thanks.
Okay. I have not been pulled over on motorcycles. I'm going to drop you guys off with Cirrus. I miss Cirrus. I should do a joint segment with them soon. With him. Thank you all very much for being here. I had a lot of fun tonight. I'm feeling a lot better, so you can expect more streams going forward. I will be signing up for my clinical sessions soon. Hopefully that will not get in the way of my streams. But if they do, I'm sorry. I'll try to stream at least once a week. So look forward to that. Until my next stream, which I hope will be Friday, I hope you all have a great night. And take care of yourselves. Take care, everybody.